Chapter 549, Sealed World. Chapter 549, Sealed World. Jian Qingyang was defeated. When a son of heaven appeared in an invincible form, or he defeated opponent after opponent, the countless amounts of praise and worship he accrued would completely collapse the moment he was defeated. People will inevitably say things like Jian Qingyang was not that great after all in private. A person who accomplished nothing all his life would be praised by others whenever he became a hero or accomplished a feat. However, a person who was already a top hero at his peak would only be met with derisive ridicule after being defeated and humiliated. People were accustomed to celebrating a failure's victory, but they could not tolerate a constant winner's failure. Furthermore, Jian Qingyang's defeat was too tragic. He had been defeated by the Fey race, and he has lost the glory that belonged to the human race. Jian Qingyang dragged his wounded body away from the battlefield. As a failure, he could not wash away the humiliation even if he died to atone for his failure. He had lost his position as Azure Yan Lord and his glory. He was severely injured and his meridians were mostly destroyed. His cultivation level had also dropped drastically, and he still needed to endure the betrayal of the woman he loved the most. Jian Qingyang has reached the lowest point in his life. Although he was still the great Qian country's sacred emperor, he never returned to it. He left and wandered alone. In the past, Jian Qingyang had a wide circle of friends, with numerous people receiving favors from him. Cultivation techniques, elixirs, fiefs, cultivation caves. He had given out countless treasures, but after Jian Qingyang's misfortune, the friends from his past subconsciously chose to alienate him. Although, these friends also seemed to express concern for Jian Qingyang, their wandering eyes and repeated words that did not commit to anything made Jian Qingyang realize that it was time for him to leave. When he provided grace to others, he had never expected anything in return. Furthermore, they could not help him either. However, he never expected that the fickleness of human nature would reach such a point. Jian Qingyang did not grieve over this, all he did was sigh. Maybe, his life had been too smooth. It was so smooth that he had lost his way amidst the glory. Only up to then, when he suffered a serious setback, did he jerk awake from his foggy mist. He found a quiet place to meditate and heal himself. His injuries were too severe that even cracks appeared on his Tao foundation. It took him several decades before he managed to join up his broken Tao foundation and meridians. However, his strength failed to restore to its peak. Coming so far, he recalled of a place that allowed him to go so far, the sinkhole. The sinkhole had existed for so long that it could no longer be verified. Legends said that the sinkhole was actually a broken universe. It was a broken world left behind when their present world's nomological ancestor gods were annihilated. It was vast, so vast that it stretched across all 12 empyrean heavens. In the sinkhole, spacetime was in chaos. Even the strongest figures would easily be lost deep in the sinkhole. However, there were still many warriors of the 12 empyrean heavens who explored the sinkhole mystic realm as it was too large and too hidden. It existed from primordial times until then, with many reclusive figures opening up immortal caves in the sinkhole. There were plenty of treasures that were nurtured from the absorption of the worldly essence under the sinkhole's exotic environment. Hence, it was very easy to obtain opportunities by adventuring in the sinkhole. Previously, when Jian Qingyang went missing, he had obtained the Young God Manual, the 9 Nether Sacred Manual and the Broken Sword Tip. Jian Qingyang returned back to the sinkhole, hoping to seek the opportunities he might have missed out upon. However, he never expected that he would end up lost in the chaotic space in the realm. Back then, he was able to exit the mystic realm, but now the laws governing it had changed, so he could no longer find his way back. Getting lost in the sinkhole was extremely dangerous. Since ancient times, unknown numbers of heroic figures from the 12 empyrean heavens were trapped to death in the sinkhole as they got lost. Jian Qingyang was facing a similar problem, but he did not despair. After experiencing tumultuous ups and downs, Jian Qingyang's attitude was already completely different from before. He searched for an exit in the chaotic space, but he failed to find one. However, he managed to find something that astonished him. It was a world that was sealed. And that world was the world that contained the Tianyuan continent. Yi Yun was following Jian Xingyang's will all the way until this point. At the moment Jian Xingyang crossed into this world's entrance, for some reason, the long dream state abruptly came to an end, waking Yi Yun up from his silence. Yi Yun gasped heavily. He felt a terrible migraine appear as his body was covered in cold sweat. This dream was very long. It was so long that he felt like he was experiencing the life of Jian Xingyang himself. Yang God Manual. 9 Nether Sacred Manual. So those 2 supreme mystic techniques remnant manuals were obtained by Jian Xingyang from the sinkhole. Later on, they were given to the ancient Great Empress, allowing her to create the Great Empress Heart Sutra. And that rusty sword tip. It was immediately apparent to Yi Yun that the broken sword tip that Jian Xingyang had obtained was the other part of the Pure Yang Sword Palace's owner's broken sword. The sword had been broken into 2 pieces. He had obtained the portion with the hilt, while Jian Xingyang obtained the other half. Yi Yun took the broken sword out of his interspatial ring subconsciously. The rust covered the sword, as if it was stained with the blood of gods. This sword was extremely mysterious. After Jian Xingyang obtained the broken sword, he later chanced upon the Tianyuan world. That was clearly not a coincidence. However, Yi Yun never expected that the Tianyuan world was sealed in the sinkhole. A large world was sealed just like that? Yi Yun did not have any idea about the person who sealed this world. He thought of the owner of the Pure Yang Sword Palace. If it was the Pure Yang Sword Palace's owner, then leaving the other half of the broken sword in this sealed world was not surprising. This also explained why Jian Xingyang's sword move and the disc array he obtained in the first level of the God Advent Tower contained the charm of the Pure Yang Sword Palace's owner's attack. Because of the existence of the broken sword, both their sword moves could be said to share the same strain. This also allowed Yi Yun to easily succeed while trying to understand Jian Xingyang's sword move. The Azure Yang Lord sure is a tragic figure. Yi Yun shook his head. As Yi Yun had experienced the Azure Yang Lord's life, the betrayal the Azure Yang Lord experienced as well as the failure in battle against Cha Hongxue were all felt by him. His doom and despair was enough to cause a person with weak will to commit suicide. However, the Azure Yang Lord managed to bear it all. Not only did he do so, a few decades after his recovery, he could even gain enlightenment, returning back to his unrestrained character. Such a hero was rare in this world. However, there was still an obsession the Azure Yang Lord had that he could not let go for life. He wanted to know why Bai Yuan betrayed him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 550, Daughter of Heaven. Chapter 550, Daughter of Heaven. Just as Yi Yun was morosely contemplating the Azure Yang Lord's experiences, he inadvertently saw Lin Xintong standing in front of the ancient Great Empress portrait not far away from him. Her eyes were tightly closed as her eyelashes fluttered. After a long while, she slowly opened her eyes. She had an emotive glint in her eyes. It was like she had just abruptly woken up from a dream. The moment she opened her eyes, she looked around her surroundings before suddenly looking at Yi Yun. Upon seeing Yi Yun's familiar face, Lin Xintong felt slightly relieved. Yi Yun could not help but hold Lin Xintong's hand. "What's the matter?" Lin Xintong looked like she was still immersed in her previous dream. She said, "I saw the ancient Great Empress as I followed her, experiencing her life." Yi Yun was surprised. Lin Xintong had experienced the same thing he did. He looked at the 2 portraits and said, "The 2 portraits might contain the 2 seniors' will. I also saw the Azure Yang Lord's life." Lin Xintong slowly walked over and stretched out her hand to touch the ancient Great Empress portrait. The portrait of the Great Empress walking across the icy plains alone made her sigh. The ancient Great Empress past and her childhood were very much alike mine. She was really a wonderful woman. Saying that, Lin Xintong slowly described all of the ancient great empress life that she had seen. They both had natural meridians, so the ancient great empress had also suffered from discrimination in her childhood. She came from a large martial family. The family clan's status in the Tian Yuan world far exceeded the Lin family. It could be said that they were filled with numerous talents and countless elites. Although the ancient great empress was a direct descendant of the family line, it became a tragedy for her to be born in such a family clan with her natural meridians. A genius destined to die young had no value from the beginning. The ancient great empress understood the fickleness of the world and the fickleness of human nature. Growing up through adversity, her character was like a blooming flower in the snow. She was cold and tough. She never abandoned any hopes to join her terminated meridians up. She left her family clan and traveled everywhere. In a deserted mountain in the vicinity of the untraversable sea, she discovered a grass hut. And in there, she met the Azure Yang Lord who was living in reclusion here. So the Azure Yang Lord lived here in reclusion after arriving in this world. Yi Yun listened carefully. The life of the Azure Yang Lord he experienced ended the moment the Azure Yang Lord entered this world. Now, through Lin Xintong, he found the subsequent events out through the ancient great empress perspective. The entrance that connected the sinkhole to the Tian Yuan world was the eternal whirlpool. When the Azure Yang Lord crossed into this world, he came through the eternal whirlpool. However, after coming to this world, the Azure Yang Lord realized that he had been trapped here. He found it very difficult for him to use the eternal whirlpool to return to the sinkhole. He also found it very difficult to find the path that could lead him back to the 12 Empyrean heavens. The Azure Yang Lord lived in seclusion near to the untraversable sea so as to carry on finding the path back. The horrifying suction power deep in the eternal whirlpool made him believe that it was not easy finding the path back. And even if he could return to the 12 Empyrean heavens, he would end up going in circles in the sinkhole without any way of telling the direction. He slowly searched, refusing to give up. And it was during this time that the Azure Yang Lord met the ancient Great Empress. Back then, the Great Empress was dressed in white, just like in the portrait. She was like a beautiful blooming flower standing alone in the snow. The moment the Azure Yang Lord saw the ancient Great Empress, he could tell that she had naturally terminated meridians. But he could not find any traces of self-pity in her eyes. It was as if this woman would never back down, even if the path ahead was filled with death. Instead, she would use the sword in her hand to open a path up for herself. This unyielding character of hers made the Azure Yang Lord see himself. He also saw an inkling of Bai Yuan's shadow. The Azure Yang Lord cherished talent. Because of this reason, and also because the young Great Empress had some similarity to Bai Yuan, he made the first move to get to know her. He did not know why that he would do so to a girl he met coincidentally in a strange world. He gave her pointers on martial arts and later on, he took her in as a disciple. When the ancient Great Empress first saw this man, she also felt that he was no ordinary person. Later on, the Azure Yang Lord taught her pure yang cultivation techniques which far exceeded any existing martial arts in the Tian Yuan world. The ancient Great Empress came from a top family clan and she had seen countless numbers of manuals. However, the cultivation techniques taught by the Azure Yang Lord were something she had never heard or seen before. This made her see a glimmer of hope in her still unsuccessful search for a way to join her terminated meridians up. She diligently cultivated, and with her being extremely talented, she advanced rapidly by cultivating the pure yang cultivation technique. As for the Azure Yang Lord, he was even more amazed. He was originally hoping to have another person to chat with through his life of solitude. But he never expected that a casual action of his resulted in him becoming more and more shocked. The ancient Great Empress was an absolute genius. In the beginning, the Azure Yang Lord only planned on teaching the ancient Great Empress some ordinary cultivation techniques. However, when he saw the ancient Great Empress' unparalleled talent in martial arts, he also began to really guide the ancient Great Empress. It was such a pity for a martial arts genius to end her martial path due to her terminated meridians. In the end, the Azure Young Lord gave her the Young God manual that he obtained from the sinkhole. And after the ancient great empress mastered it, he taught her the 9 other sacred manual as well. The ancient great empress's strength rapidly increased. At the same time he witnessed the ancient great empress increase in strength, the Azure Young Lord felt that his state of mind was gradually changing. It seemed to rediscover the vigor he once had. He slowly rediscovered his past self. Carefree, unbridled, and without restraint. The ancient great empress's cultivation level slowly increased to an incredible level. It had already far exceeded the standards of the Tianyuan world. After a period of time, the Azure Yang Lord and the ancient great empress traveled to the mainland. They toured the mortal realm and witnessed the world changing with time. When the ancient great empress' strength exceeded many elites of the young god emperor in heaven, she once again did something that made the Azure Yang Lord absolutely speechless. She managed to create the Great Empress Heart Sutra from the 2 supreme remnant manuals. Maybe it was the naturally terminated meridians that had given her her achievements. Her complete obsession with joining up her terminated meridians allowed her to gain such amazing achievements. The Great Empress Heart Sutra could be said to be a rare treasured manual of the world. The Azure Yang Lord had always led a proud life. He originally believed that a woman who could amaze him was only to Bai Yuan. He never expected that in his life, he would see a woman who exceeded Bai Yuan. The ancient great empress's mental temperament, talent and tenacious character deeply moved the Azure Yang Lord. As for the Azure Yang Lord's openness and strong sense of righteousness, he opened the closed heart of the ancient great empress. The two of them kept each other company like a pair of immortal couples. It was an envious affair. However, in the Azure Yang Lord's heart, he still had an obsession. He still wanted to return to the 12 empyrean heavens. He wanted to regain the glory that was once his. He wanted to ask Bai Yuan why she had betrayed him. It was like a knot in his heart. If he did not untie it, the Azure Yang Lord would never feel at ease. As such, the Azure Yang Lord explored the eternal whirlpool several times in search of the return path to the sinkhole. He joined hands with the ancient great empress as they explored deeper and deeper. Slowly, the Azure Yang Lord discovered that in the eternal whirlpool, there was an ancient enchantment. This enchantment was extremely hidden, but the enchantment contained an extremely powerful energy. This energy did not seem like it was formed naturally. If it was created by a mysterious person, then the strength of this mysterious person, who could leave such an energy behind, made the Azure Yang Lord secretly alarmed. The Azure Yang Lord found it hard to believe that such a figure would appear in a tiny world with a low level of martial arts. What was his purpose here? Could he have come from the 12 empyrean heavens, and had entered this place by accident while exploring the sinkhole? This thought made the Azure Yang Lord feel a sense of rapport with the person. He really wanted to know what the mysterious person had experienced, and where he was currently. However, the Azure Yang Lord sensed that even though the enchantment was very powerful, it had existed for a long period of time. So it was a lot weaker than what it was in the past. The powerful energy in the enchantment had also been greatly weakened. This energy was very mysterious, but yet, he found it somewhat familiar. Subtly, the energy was calling out to him. This surprised the Azure Yang Lord greatly. Why would an enchantment in this tiny world have an energy that he was familiar with? However, no matter how hard he thought and tried to recall, he could not remember where this energy could have come from or where he had previously encountered it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 551, The Origins of the God Burial Abyss. Chapter 551, The Origins of the God Burial Abyss. The Azure Yang Lord could not help but want to crack the enchantment. He felt that something in the enchantment was extremely important to him. Besides, the existence of the enchantment was most likely connected to the entrance that linked this world to the sinkhole. If the Azure Yang Lord wanted to return to the Yang God Emperor in heaven, he naturally needed to figure the secret behind the sinkhole out. The enchantment had existed for too long, and its layout largely contained the pure Yang Great Tao. Since the Azure Yan Lord cultivated pure Yan laws himself, he found the coincidence very unusual. He drew inspiration from the Great Tao contained in the enchantment. From the eternal whirlpool, he gained insight in the laws within the enchantment. He matched it against the Yang God manual he cultivated, and he slowly understood several key points. As such, he stayed in the God Burial Abyss eternal whirlpool, and in a blink of an eye, 7 years had passed. During those 7 years, the ancient Great Empress accompanied the Azure Yang Lord as she helped him expound on the laws. She cultivated pure Yin laws, which were the completely opposite, and as such, she gave the Azure Yang Lord a lot of inspiration. Time passed, and after many years and many attempts by the Azure Yang Lord, he managed to crack the powerful ancient enchantment. During this period, with his attempts at cracking the enchantment, the Azure Yang Lord's cultivation level also increased. The hard work paid off eventually, as the Azure Yang Lord finally succeeded 7 years later. By joining forces with the ancient Great Empress, he managed to crack the ancient enchantment open. At the moment he cracked the enchantment open, the Azure Yan Lord felt a terrifying energy backlash. His body quaked as he vomited blood. In the enchantment, he did not encounter any opportunities that he was familiar with. All he saw was the phantom image of a gigantic eye. The eye's gaze was cold, as if it treated everything in the world with indifference. Both the Azure Yang Lord and the ancient Great Empress were stunned. Just as they couldn't understand what was happening, a terrifying energy shot out of the gigantic eye, straight into the clouds. The energy penetrated the untraversable sea, and then the Tian Yuan world, and then it broke past the heavens. The world's sky began to crack and crumble. This was what it really meant by heaven crumbling and earth shattering. The Azure Yang Lord witnessed gigantic cracks appearing in the blue sky with his own eyes, then large tracts of pieces of sky fell. These pieces of sky fell onto the land, smashing mountains and truncating rivers. It destroyed several ancient martial inheritances. Be it mortals or warriors, in front of this apocalyptic energy, they appeared minute. Their lives were like tiny water drops in a turbulent storm. They were all destroyed. Instantly, the entire Tian Yuan world was filled with large amounts of death and injury. The Azure Yang Lord was startled. He knew that the pieces of sky that fell from the sky was not the sky. The sky was endless without a boundary after all. It was not like a ball that surrounded the Tian Yuan world. The shattered pieces of sky were actually another enchantment. It was a larger enchantment that enveloped the entire Tian Yuan world. This huge enchantment had sealed the world in which the Tian Yuan world resided in. And it was this enchantment that prevented the Azure Yang Lord from finding the passage back to the 12 Empyrean heavens. Logically speaking, with the Azure Yang Lord's cultivation level, he could completely travel the cosmos with his body, moving through numerous worlds. The Azure Yang Lord could not figure out who had the ability to seal a world with an enchantment that lasted for such a long period of time. The amount of effort required was immense. And why did he do all of this? The enchantment was destroyed, and the balance of nature in the world had toppled. The residents of the Tian Yuan world were either dead or injured. It looked like a scene from Armageddon. The Azure Yang Lord witnessed everything. He felt his mind tremble as he turned breathless. He sensed that his action of cracking the ancient enchantment open had resulted in all that had happened. What he found in the God Burial Abyss was not an ancient opportunity, it was a box that sealed an evil demon. The existence of the God Burial Abyss was actually due to an ancient mighty figure, who sealed an evil demon in the world where the Tian Yuan world resided. This world was just a vessel. The God Burial Abyss was the place where the seal resided. And he used 14 years to open the box himself, releasing the evil demon that was hidden inside. The calamity had lasted for a full month before it gradually stopped. The Azure Yang Lord was speechless for a long period of time after seeing the world that had been mostly destroyed. He had only wanted to return to the 12 empyrean heavens, but he had caused such a tragedy. He finally understood why he felt a calling from the enchantment. He sensed a familiar energy which was actually a lure by the evil demon. He had unknowingly fallen into a trap. With the world seal removed, the Azure Yang Lord could feel the Yuan Qi that came from beyond this world. He could even feel that he could use his own strength to travel the cosmos, and find a path in the vast universe back to the 12 empyrean heavens. But he probably could not go back. With the enchantment removed, this world is already linked to the outside world. I should be happy, but now I have made a grave mistake. Facing the ancient great empress, the Azure Young Lord lamented. If he left, this world would crumble. Furthermore, the ancient existence that was sealed in the God Burial Abyss had unfathomable strength. If it fully appeared again, it could even cause a tragedy to the 12 empyrean heavens. The Azure Yang Lord believed that even at his peak, he was definitely no match for this ancient existence. He used 14 years to help the gigantic eye break through the core of the array. The one who really broke this world's seal was the eye itself. The ancient great empress did not say a word as she stood quietly behind the Azure Yang Lord. No matter what the Azure Yang Lord's decision was, she would support it. Before this, the Azure Yang Lord wanted to return to the 12 empyrean heavens to question Bai Yuan, and the ancient great empress had silently helped him find the path back to the 12 empyrean heavens. Now, the Azure Yang Lord wanted to correct his wrong. The ancient great empress would also stand by his side to battle on, regardless of the cost. After the gigantic eye completely destroyed the seal that enveloped this world, it entered a quiet state. It seemed like all the energy it had gathered had been consumed with that one attack. The Azure Young Lord sensed that although the world's seal had been destroyed, the gigantic eye still had not completely escaped the restraints of the God Burial Abyss eternal whirlpool. The God Burial Abyss itself was also a seal. Back when the Azure Young Lord first arrived in this world and saw the God Burial Abyss, he saw a black beam shooting out of the God Burial Abyss like a pillar that supported the heavens. It shot straight at the Tian Yuan world, like it was supporting the entire Tian Yuan world. Back then, the Azure Yang Lord thought that the beam supported the suspended continent of the Tian Yuan world, but now, he realized that it was completely not the case. The Tian Yuan world was actually suspended above the eternal whirlpool. When the Azure Young Lord realized this, he flew up into the sky and enveloped the entire Tian Yuan world with his perception. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the vast, floating continent above the eternal whirlpool and the untraversable sea was actually in the shape of a regular square. Such a regularized shape was thick and even. Furthermore, deep in the continent, there was a faint Tao charm circulating it. This was definitely no original piece of land. The Azure Yang Lord suddenly realized the Tian Yuan world continent was itself a magical item. It could be a squarish disc array, or a chessboard. And the role of this gigantic magical item was to suppress the God Burial Abyss. Upon realizing this, the Azure Young Lord was shocked. What was buried under the God Burial Abyss? To ensure that the existence was sealed, the mighty ancient person who created the seal did not only limit it to sealing this world. The person had even set up the God Burial Abyss ancient array, and used such a gigantic magical item to completely suppress the ancient array. Such a method was probably something that no one could compare with even when placed in the 12 empyrean heavens. And it was because of the layers of seals that had managed to restrain the terrifying eye, preventing it from escaping even after the enchantment had been destroyed. But it was just a matter of time. The Azure Yang Lord felt that he could not wait any longer. He had already caused great loss to the Tian Yuan world, with countless creatures dying. He needed to do something so as to right his wrong, before the gigantic eye was fully freed. However, just as the Azure Yang Lord was thinking of finding a way to seal the ancient evil demon, 7 mysterious people appeared in front of the Azure Yang Lord. The 7 people were dressed in large black cloaks. Below the cloaks were black armor engraved with mysterious patterns. Their bodies emitted ancient horrific auras. Translator's notes: this reveal has been a plot point that has existed ever since the Tian Yuan world and the God Burial Abyss was first introduced. The author had let on months ago to me when I asked him what was up with the God Burial Abyss, and he said it was a seal, and the entire Tian Yuan world was being used to suppress it. From experience, there will be many questions such as what the eye is and exactly who sealed it. And to these questions, it will take time for their answers to be revealed. So hang in there. Also, this chapter answers the question why the present heritage was so much weaker than ancient times as asked by Panther Lady back in chapter 464. Due to this apocalyptic event, many inheritances were lost, causing martial arts to start from scratch. As such, this was a place where martial arts was still growing in its infancy, as mentioned in the synopsis of True Martial World. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 552, The 7 Demon Disciples. Chapter 552, The 7 Demon Disciples. The faces of the 7 cloaked figures were hidden. Only indistinct pairs of glowing red eyes could be vaguely seen. Their gazes were cold and indifferent as they stood there like statues. Just from the aura alone, the Azure Yang Lord knew that these 7 were not from this world. He was certain that they had come out of the ancient enchantment. Although the ancient eye had cracked the enchantment, it seemed to end up consuming too much energy, resulting in it entering a deep sleep. On the other hand, these 7 people were not human. They were the evil demon's guardians, and were named demon disciples. The reason why the 7 demon disciples came to the Azure Yang Lord was to make him one of them, to make him the 8th fiend disciple, a fiend disciple of the human race. They promised a lot, but all of these promises sounded extremely harsh in the Azure Yang Lord's ears. The Azure Yang Lord was already suffering from having greatly sinned by causing the huge destruction onto the Tian Yuan world. So the moment the 7 demon disciples opened their mouths, a murderous intent emitted from the Azure Yang Lord's gaze. Since they were messengers of the ancient existence, they deserved to die. There was no need to speak, all that mattered was to battle. The Azure Yang Lord was always true to himself, and the ancient great empress, who was always silent, had already silently conjured an ice lotus beneath her feet. The Azure Yang Lord's sword was unsheathed. The ancient great empress's figure was like a snow fairy as she floated forward. The two worked together in the battle, fighting 2 against 7. However, the 7 black-armored warriors were extremely powerful. Every attack they made contained nomological charms that were completely different from this world. With the 7 of them fighting alongside each other, the battle with the Azure Yang Lord and the ancient great empress was really world-changing. Even the people in the Tian Yuan world, who were ignorant of the ongoings, looked at the sky in shock and fear. The entire sky was filled with black clouds and bolts of lightning. There was also a thick blood-red color amidst it. It felt like the sky would shed blood at any moment. The Azure Yang Lord and the ancient great empress was at a disadvantage against the black-armored warriors. However, with the 2 of them cooperating, neither side could overpower the other. Eventually, several of the 7 black-armored warriors were injured, while the Azure Yang Lord and the ancient great empress were seriously injured. Without being able to carry on the battle, they could only retreat. After the Azure Yang Lord retreated, the 7 demon disciples did not return to the eternal whirlpool. They instead began killing several martial family clans and sects in the Tian Yuan world. They made people submit to them, as for those who did not, they were killed on the spot. They threw the murdered warriors into the eternal whirlpool as a sacrifice and food for the evil demon. It seemed like it was a form of sacrificial offering that would make the ancient existence inside the whirlpool recover faster. In time, the Tian Yuan world was overwhelmed by murder. People had to fend for themselves. The lands disintegrated, but there were courageous and righteous warriors who would rather die than submit. However, not everyone were like that. Against such a terrifying existence, some people began to suspect that the world was changing. The existence sealed within the eternal whirlpool was about to reign supreme. Their era was about to be overturned and buried. With the apocalypse coming, the ugliness of human nature was revealed. Some people, in order to become stronger, to survive, or to seek revenge against those who towered above them, were willing to become traitors. In this way, the 7 demon disciples began to expand and develop their own faction. As for the Azure Yang Lord, at this moment, he discovered the desolate race. The desolate race and the human race had always drawn a clear line between themselves. They did not interact with each other. To the human race, the desolate race's existence was not only ancient and mysterious, they were also extremely dangerous. By the time the Azure Yang Lord discovered the desolate race, the situation had already deteriorated to the point where nearly all martial arts of the Tian Yuan world had been destroyed. On the other hand, the desolate race's strength was still preserved almost perfectly. The Azure Yang Lord gained the approval of the desolate race's desolate king back then, allowing for him to become their leader. With the enchantment cracked, the demon disciples went rampant. The world was on the brink of destruction. It was not only a tragedy for the human race, but for the entire world. The Azure Yang Lord and the ancient Great Empress led the desolate race as they launched a counterattack against the demon disciples and their faction. Every battle caused blood to flow like rivers. It resulted in countless numbers of death and injuries. And during this process, the Azure Yang Lord and the ancient Great Empress cultivated the Great Empress Heart Sutra together. Every duo cultivation they partaked in allowed for them to break through time and again. Their minds became one as their strength increased. As for the 7 demon disciples, they were ultimately no match for the combined forces of the Azure Yang Lord and the ancient Great Empress. After a bitter final battle, the faction established by the demon disciples was uprooted. The 7 demon disciples were also killed one by one, after the Azure Yang Lord and the ancient Great Empress paid a heavy price. After this huge battle, be it the Tian Yuan world or the divine wilderness's desolate race, they were all in a disastrous state. People were plunged into an abyss of misery. It was unknown how many martial arts inheritances, which had been passed down for ages, were severed. Many large family clans who had hundreds of thousands of years of inheritance had been completely destroyed and left with no descendants. Seeing the miserable outcome of the war, the Azure Yang Lord sighed. His life was full of ups and downs. In the Yang God Emperor in heaven, he was previously high-spirited and was the ruler of a country. He then became a great world's divine lord, receiving the admiration of the people. Then, he was betrayed by his wife in his cultivation chamber. At Wanchur Mountain, he suffered a devastating defeat while battling against Xia Hongxue. After losing everything, his friends from the past began to drift away from him. He traveled alone and entered the sinkhole, eventually losing his way back. After coming to this world, he fell for the scheme in the whirlpool, making a grave mistake that was nearly impossible to redeem. His life could only be described as extremely bleak. However, amidst this continuous sequences of failure and misery, he met her. She was a girl with naturally terminated meridians, but she had never abandoned the opportunity to reverse her own fate. Whether he was down or had suffered failure, no matter if he had made a grave mistake causing the deaths of billions, or him unsheathing his sword to engage in a bloody battle with the 7 demon disciples, she always silently followed behind him, never abandoning him. If he wanted to roam the world, she would accompany him to travel the world. If he wanted to engage in a bloody war, she would accompany him in battle. Through it all, she had never complained once. She was like a star in his bleak life that illuminated everything. The Azure Yang Lord realized that it did not really matter whether he returned to the 12 empyrean heavens. What was most important was to cherish the person before him. So what if he washed away the disgrace of his defeat back in the central state divine territory? So what if he unwinded the obsession and indignance he experienced from Bai Yuan's betrayal? With a woman accompanying him to the ends of time, what else was there to wish for? However, by the time he understood all this, it was already too late. The Tian Yuan world's calm was just on the surface. The 7 demon disciples had just been suppressed. they appeared to be undying and indestructible. They would eventually awaken again in the future. Furthermore, the terrible evil demon in the eternal whirlpool was just temporarily asleep. Since the enchantment had been cracked, once it woke up, the Tian Yuan world would experience a real apocalyptic catastrophe. The Azure Yang Lord knew that he was running out of time. The enlightenment he received in his heart was already sensed by the ancient great empress who was silently accompanying him. The two of them began the final preparations. Together, they established the great empress mystic realm. They left their inheritance in it, hoping that a successor would inherit their unfinished mission in the future. In the great empress mystic realm, the Azure Yang Lord moved the grass hut, where he first met the ancient great empress, in its entirety. In the grass hut, one of them brandished a sword while enjoying alcohol, while the other played the zither and sang. They were like an immortal couple. The Azure Yang Lord's uninhibited life was filled with ups and downs. Having felt both extreme happiness and sadness, he knew how difficult it was to earn happiness. If he could make this moment last forever, that would be a blissful matter. However, be it the Azure Yang Lord or the ancient great empress, they knew that these days were not going to last. They had a tacit understanding, as they experienced the last moment of warmth together, cherishing their every breath. However, they eventually had to bring an end to all of this. After leaving the grass hut, the Azure Yang Lord left behind a paragraph of text, solely wishing that he and the great empress would be able to lead ordinary lives, sticking with each other until their hair turned gray. Only if all of this ended. After that, the Azure Yang Lord and the ancient great empress entered the eternal whirlpool hand in hand, so as to mend the already broken seal. The memory ended there, for none of them ever returned. Lin Shintong had already awoken at this moment. She did not know what had happened after that. She had no idea if the Azure Yang Lord and the ancient great empress had been killed by the existence within the eternal whirlpool or if they had used their lives to form an enchantment in order to seal the evil demon. Thinking back to the ancient great empress and the Azure Yang Lord's lives, the great sorrow and joy filled them with emotions. And now, she and Yi Yun had inherited their inheritance, and also their legacy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 553, The Sixth Level. Chapter 553, The Sixth Level. Yi Yun and Lin Shintong stood before the two portraits, silent and in deep thought. Just now, while they were each within their own lengthy dream, they had each experienced the Azure Yang Lord and the ancient great empress lives. They had used the ancient couple's eyes to see this world, and to understand the yin-yang laws. This was a rare opportunity for both Yi Yun and Lin Shintong. Both of them looked each other in the eye. They felt they had deepened their understanding of the Great Empress Heart Sutra, and if they were to begin cultivating now, it would not take long for them to succeed in cultivating the Jade Marrow spiritual energy and the Nine Yang spiritual energy. Who would have thought that the Tian Yuan world had such a secret? The world we are in is just a sealed vessel, and the eternal whirlpool in the God Burial Abyss is the core of the seal. The Tian Yuan world is just a huge magical item, so as to suppress and seal. Yi Yun still remembered the first time he arrived in the Tian Yuan world. It was floating above the untraversable sea, and it had smooth edges that were steep cliffs. From afar, they looked like infinite divine walls that lay across the horizon. Back then, Yi Yun was struck by the magnificent appearance of the Tian Yuan world, only now did he realize that it was a magical item. The ancient evil demon within the God Burial Abyss is too terrifying. Just to seal it again, even the Azure Yang Lord and the ancient great empress never returned after they left. They eventually failed to complete the seal, and now, this mission has landed on our shoulders, Lin Shintong sighed. There was some hesitation in her eyes, but she was also a lot more determined. In the great empress mystic realm, she had found the way to join up her naturally terminated meridians. The ancient great empress was like a master to her. Naturally, she could not let down the important task entrusted by the ancient great empress. Besides, the Lin family was in the Tian Yuan world, be it Su Jie or Matriarch Lin, they were the dearest people to Lin Xintong, other than Yi Yun. She could not sit idly by while the Tian Yuan world was destroyed. Lin Xintong turned towards Yi Yun. She noticed he was silent and had his eyes closed, as if he was digesting all that he had seen. After a long time, he whispered, "Xintong, let us go to that place. I believe we can now enter it." As Yi Yun spoke, he walked out the hall which was at the third level of the God Advent Tower. Lin Xintong silently followed him. She followed in the footsteps of the ancient great empress who followed the Azure Young Lord so many years ago. The two of them moved up the staircase. They walked slowly, step by step. They passed by door after door of light. It took them a full hour before they arrived before the 6th level of the God Advent Tower. This was the top level of the God Advent Tower. Back when they came here the first time, the door was tightly shut and stood motionless. After cultivating for 5 years and experiencing the ancient great empress and Azure Yang Lord's lives, Yi Yun and Lin Xintong once again stood before the door, but their mentalities were completely different from before. They looked each other in the eye as they placed their palms on the door. Bam! Both their yuan qi exploded. The complex ancient patterns on the heavy door began to light up one by one. Pure yin and yang laws surged between their bodies. The glow emitted by the ancient door began to grow in intensity as it illuminated the entire God Advent Tower. Yi Yun and Lin Xintong circulated their energies to a maximum, as their yin and yang energies interwove in the void, forming a great Tao picture. The ancient door seemed to melt as it echoed a ka-ka sound. Finally, the two sides of the heavy door slowly opened up from the middle. Ever since entering the great Empress mystic realm, Yi Yun and Lin Xintong had spent 6 years in it. After 6 years, they managed to step into the last level of the God Advent Tower. Finally, on this day, the God Advent Tower had opened up to them completely. Boom! The door fully opened, and as if a piece of dusty history was pushed apart, a primordial aura surged out before they could even enter. It seemed like there was a pair of eyes in the space behind the door, which traversed across the sea of time and was watching them from a distance. It seemed like a whisper was coming from behind the door. It was unknown whose voice it belonged to. The flittering sound was like if it was calling out to someone, or telling a story no one knew. This special feeling made Yi Yun and Lin Xintong hold their breaths. Yi Yun sensed that something in it was resonating within him. He took a deep breath and, while holding Lin Xintong's hand, slowly walked through the door. Inside, it was surprisingly quiet. They were the first to step into this space that had been sealed for so many years. It was just a quiet room. In front of them there was a wooden table, placed above some bamboo mats. The wooden table was smooth and remained dustless. The table's wooden texture was apparent to the eyes and there was a cyan light coming from a lamp flickering above it. The tiny bit of light was like starlight in the dark night. It was unknown for how many years the lamp had been lit. It was as if the owner of this room had never left. After looking at the wooden table, Yi Yun could not help but walk up to it. Back then, it was most probably that the Azure Young Lord sat on the bamboo mat. Yi Yun sat down, and in a trance, the voice he previously heard as a whisper echoed in his ears once again. It was as if an invisible figure was sitting there, just like him, reciting a poem. This was not Yi Yun's hallucination, but an actual voice. The Azure Yang Lord was gone, but his aura from back then and his voice still remained undissipated. Even though it had been so long, it still could manifest in this chamber. This proved how deep and profound the Azure Yang Lord's understanding of the laws was. And such a person was helpless against the terrifying existence beneath the eternal whirlpool. Yi Yun looked at the wooden table while deep in thought. A black disc, which was not very eye-catching, was placed on it. Other than that, there was a cotton bag nonchalantly left beside it as well. Yi Yun picked up the black disc and instantly, an intense resonance happened. Yi Yun's yuan qi was hauled by it as it erupted. The circular disc lit up and projected an image. The image was a mini tower. It is the God Advent Tower, Lin Shintong exclaimed. Yi Yun was also surprised. This circular disc had projected the God Advent Tower, and by carefully sensing it, he was even more surprised. The circular disc was the core disc array of the God Advent Tower. With the Azure Yang token in hand, Yi Yun sank his perception into the disc array. Suddenly, he felt his perception spread across to every corner of the God Advent Tower. Everything within the God Advent Tower was now at his fingertips. This feeling was extremely wonderful. This is where the core of the God Advent Tower is? Lin Shintong clearly guessed it as she asked. Yi Yun nodded, and a hint of excitement could be seen in his eyes. Previously, the inheritance he obtained only controlled a tiny portion of the God Advent Tower, but with this disc array, he would be able to completely control the entire God Advent Tower. As long as he refined this disc array, he would become the true master of the God Advent Tower. The God Advent Tower was not just a place of trials, it was also an immortal cave, as well as a magical item. When Yi Yun was sufficiently strong, he and Lin Shintong could power the God Advent Tower, sealing the sun and moon, suppressing the mountains and rivers. Then, no matter what enemies they encountered, they would be able to completely seal and suppress them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 554, Draco First True Gold. Chapter 554, Draco First True Gold. On the wooden table, beside the God Advent Tower's disc array, there was a cotton bag that was left behind by the Azure Yan Lord and the ancient Great Empress. And beside the cotton bag, there was a carved lacquer wooden box. Yi Yun could faintly sense that the items in the wooden box and cotton bag were extremely extraordinary. Previously, people had guessed that there was a Great Empress vault in the mystic realm. And if he was not wrong, this was probably the vault. However, the vault was too different from what people guessed. The treasures in the vault only numbered a few, but each treasure was extremely precious. Yi Yun opened the wooden box. After millions of years, the first opening of the box emitted a faint ice-blue runic pattern. As an icy mist rose, it hazed up the void. Yi Yun focused his eyes and he saw that in the wooden box, there was a hairpin. The hairpin looked like it was carved out of crystal. On one end of the hairpin, there was a lifelike blue jay carving that looked extremely intricately carved. And the other end was covered with profound-looking runic lines. This hairpin was apparently a treasure. Yi Yun looked at the hairpin and he felt that the gaze that he sensed while standing outside the door came from this hairpin. The hairpin, when in hand, somehow made him feel like he was being watched. Yi Yun sank his perception deep into the hairpin and he realized that it contained the aura of the ancient Great Empress. The purine laws that the ancient Great Empress cultivated were after all not the same as what Yi Yun cultivated, so he found it difficult to thoroughly understand the profoundness in it. This hairpin is a treasure left behind by the ancient Great Empress. Shintong, you can refine it. Yi Yun handed the hairpin over to Lin Shintong, to which she nodded and took the hairpin. The hairpin's aura was something Lin Shintong could not understand either. She could vaguely sense that the ancient Great Empress had left behind a lot of Dao charm and insights within the hairpin. This made the hairpin have some spiritual quality to it, resulting in people feeling like they were being watched. Ignoring that the hairpin could be used as a Dao item itself, just wearing it alone would allow one to gain insight into the charms within. It was a very big opportunity for Lin Shintong. After the hairpin, Yi Yun turned his attention to the small cotton bag. The cotton bag was about the size of a palm and it was light in his hand. When Yi Yun sank his perception in, he realized that the cotton bag contained a vast independent space within it. It was a cosmos bag. The cosmos bag was similar to interspatial rings, and it was used to store treasured items. However, several interspatial rings had a limited lifespan. According to the quality of the ring, after tens of thousands of years, the space within the interspatial ring would destabilize, and it would eventually crumble completely. However, the cosmos bag in Yi Yun's hand would not. Even after billions of years, it would also not be destroyed. Since the Cosmos bag was now ownerless, when Ian sank his perception in, he could easily open it. The space within the Cosmos bag was very large. It was thousands of times bigger than the interspatial ring Ziyun possessed. However, it was largely empty except for one item. The item was about 7 feet tall. It stood vertically and it looked like a stone statue used for carving. The surface of the stone statue was covered with beautiful runic patterns that resembled flames. At this moment, Ian's understanding of the pure yang laws was extremely deep. He just needed one look to realize that these flame-like runic patterns were because this piece of stone had been placed in a pure yang land. After millions of years, the pure yang great Tao had naturally formed runic patterns on it. Ian had some thoughts as he gently touched the stone with his hand. The stone was heavy and hard, but the instant Ian's fingers touched it, several cracks appeared on its surface. Pa! 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 A barrage of soft cracking sounds echoed as the number of cracks increased and turned clearer. They looked like spider webs. Oh! Lin Shintong was alarmed. The strange stone was naturally a precious treasure to be placed here, but why did it crack the moment Ian touched it? No worries. Ian waved his hand as he stared intently at the strange stone. His understanding of the pure yang laws were naturally deeper than Lin Shintong's. Since it was a divine item that was the outcome of being born in a supreme yang land, he knew what was going on. The number of cracks increased and they became bigger. After a few seconds, golden light shot out from the cracks. These beams formed a rainbow in the sky and it was absolutely gorgeous. Pa! 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 Accompanying the golden light, the external layers of the cracked stone began to peel off. The moment the external layers landed on the ground, they became white dust and scattered across the ground. Lin Shintong could not help but squint as the beams were too intense. Finally, all the external layers of the stone had fallen, and an odd item landed on the ground. The odd item was about 3 feet long. It was completely smooth and it looked like a fetus curled in its mother's womb. It was dark gold, it looked extremely heavy and it had a metallic texture, so how did it look anything like a fetus? What is it? Lin Shintong could not help but ask. A divine item nurtured from an extreme yang land. Ian gently touched the dark gold item as he carefully sensed the Tao patterns within it. In this world, examples of extreme yang lands were the deepest depths of pure yang lava, or in the cores of special stars. The pure yang energy in these areas were strong beyond imagination. Even a mighty master skilled in pure yang laws might burn to ashes if they entered such a place. However, there were divine items that could absorb the essence of its surroundings and gradually form itself. After millions of years of pure yang energy's refinement, these precious treasures reached an unfathomable level of quality and value. If I'm not wrong, this is Draco First True Gold. Ian explained, for he knew more about pure yang Tao than Lin Shintong. Draco First True Gold. Lin Shintong was stunned. As she looked at the precious item again, a glimmer appeared in her eyes. A divine item of this grade was equivalent to a legend. A strange stone that absorbed the essence of the world as it refined itself in an extreme yang land would form a natural Tao rune that resembled the most primal nomological form. The strange stone then refines itself into true gold. This was the so-called golden touch. The Draco First True Gold was the extreme point of having experienced the golden touch. This sort of material is a real gem. If it is used to cast into a weapon, it would create a divine artifact. Unfortunately, it's too difficult to refine it. Lin Shintong shook her head gently. Whether it was her or Iyun, it was not possible for them to refine the Draco First True Gold. How could a natural divine item that was formed after being refined in pure yang divine infernos in an extreme yang land be refined by the two of them? This sort of item is very valuable, but we can't use it for the time being. As Lin Shintong said that, Ian stood in front of the Draco First True Gold in deep thought. He gently touched the Tao runes on the surface of the Draco First True Gold. After a long while, a strange glimmer appeared in his eyes. He said happily, "There's no need to refine it. I know how to use it. It is already a divine item that has been tempered by extreme yang infernos. Its value is unimaginable. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 555, Refining the True Gold. Chapter 555, Refining the True Gold. Hearing what Yi Yun said, Lin Xintong looked at him in surprise. She did not understand such a divine item. "Xintong, if I am not wrong, this Draco First True Gold was obtained by the Azure Yan Lord within the sinkhole." He knew what it was, but did not hastily refine it into a weapon. Instead, he placed it on the top level of the God Advent Tower, and used the God Advent Tower's large array foundation to slowly nourish it. This is because the Azure Yan Lord had already realized what was so special about the Draco First True Gold. As Yi Yun spoke, he touched the Tao runes on the Draco First True Gold, so as to confirm his hypothesis. He carried on saying, "The Draco First True Gold is a result of precious stone. It had experienced millions of years under pure Yang Heavenly Tao, eventually turning from stone into gold. The Draco First True Gold is also the extreme point of having experienced the Golden Touch. When the Draco First True Gold carries on existing in an extreme Yang land, it will absorb pure Yang, evolve and be able to sense the heaven and earth. Gradually, the True Gold will give birth to flesh and blood. When that happens, the Draco First True Gold itself might possess life. In the future, once the Draco First True Gold comes to life, its body will possess a Tao body divine fetus, which would be a peerless person of excellence." Lin Xintong was stunned hearing what Yi Yun said. "You mean, the Draco First True Gold before us has already produced a body of flesh and blood? It is likely that it has happened from my sensing," Yi Yun said in a certain manner. In the middle of a precious stone was the Draco First True Gold. In the True Gold was a body of flesh and blood. This was equivalent to a divine body, formed naturally from the laws of heaven and earth. It showcased the miraculous power of creation. If there really is a body of flesh and blood within the True Gold, then refining it into a weapon would be too wasteful. Lin Xintong shook her head. She knew that from Yi Yun's confidence, he had already found a way to use this precious stone. Yi Yun said, "Of course, if my guesses are correct, when the Azure Yang Lord obtained the Draco First True Gold, it had already given birth to a body of flesh and blood, but it was still not mature, so it was unable to achieve the Azure Yang Lord's goals. The Azure Yang Lord left it here in the top level of the God Advent Tower, to let it be nourished by the large arrays for millions of years. While pure Yang energy was provided to it, some extreme Yin energy was also injected into it, causing Yin Yang to complement each other, resulting in a peerless Tao fetus. With at least millions of years of nourishment, this Tao fetus has already taken form, and before it was conceived, the Azure Yang Lord left behind a spiritual imprint in the Tao fetus. With this spiritual imprint, once the Tao fetus takes form, it will become an excellent avatar." Yi Yun was this sure because he had already sensed the Azure Yang Lord's spiritual imprint within the Draco First True Gold Tao fetus. If not for the spiritual imprint, the Draco First True Gold Tao fetus would take much longer than a few million years to form its own intelligence. And once the spiritual imprint was planted, this Tao fetus would be of one mind with the Azure Yang Lord. And the Tao fetus' own intelligence would not be formed. However, with the Azure Yang Lord disappearing into the eternal whirlpool, together with millions of years having passed, the Azure Yang Lord's spiritual imprint inside in the Tao fetus had already completely withered. A thread of consciousness could not exist without the fires of life supporting it, especially after leaving its main body for so long. Yi Yun, according to what you said, if you plant your consciousness into the Tao fetus, wouldn't the Draco First True Gold become an avatar of yours? Lin Xintong had realized what Yi Yun was hinting at. Once Yi Yun had the Tao fetus as an avatar, it would be extremely beneficial for Yi Yun. Disregarding the insights gained from understanding the laws, just the Tao fetus strength alone would be extremely powerful. Ian nodded. Yes, this Tao fetus is a grand legacy left behind by the Azure Young Lord for people of the future. When the Azure Young Lord headed into the eternal whirlpool in the God Burial Abyss to seal the ancient existence, the Draco First True Gold had not taken form. It was just too slow for such a mysterious treasure to take form. It could neither be sped up, even in a time enchantment. As time enchantment isolated themselves from the normal arrow of time, they would also isolate the Draco First True Gold's ability to sense the heaven and earth heavenly Tao. The Azure Young Lord could not wait for the millions of years to pass, hence, he simply left the Draco First True Gold here, giving people of the future an opportunity. Now, after millions of years later, the embodiment had taken form by the time Yi Yun and Lin Xintong arrived here. The Draco First True Gold was an extreme young object and could only be refined by Yi Yun. If Lin Xintong used her pure Yin energy to control this embodiment, she would likely injure herself. Ian placed his hand on what looked like the forehead of the Tao fetus, as he branched out a bit of his consciousness, injecting it into the Draco First True Gold. Deep inside the True Gold, a fetus meridians, organs and blood vessels had already formed. Ian's consciousness followed the meridians and planted itself in the Draco First True Gold Tao fetus soul sea. With Ian's consciousness entering it, the withered consciousness left behind by the Azure Young Lord had completed its mission. It began to turn to ash like an already decaying piece of dead wood. Sensing the Azure Young Lord's consciousness dissipating, Yi Yun was filled with emotions. A peerless figure of an era was turning to ashes in such a way. It was unknown how many excellent people had been buried in this magnificent great world. Yi Yun faced the Tao fetus and gave it a deep bow. This bow was to respect the Azure Young Lord's magnificent martial arts and his character, as well as the kindness for leaving an inheritance for people of the future. Ian's consciousness embedded itself deep inside the Tao fetus soul sea, as they slowly integrated as one. With the split consciousness having a new body, it could sense the world through this body. This feeling was rather magical. At this moment, the Draco First True Gold Tao fetus began to emit a dazzling divine light that was made up of gorgeous colors. The Draco First True Gold slowly melted. True gold that was born from an extreme young land melted by itself, even though a martial arts master would find it difficult to refine. The melted true gold slowly condensed into lumps of dark golden armor. A youth that looked very similar to Yi Yun appeared out of the golden light. This youth was only similar to Yi Yun because he wasn't completely in human form. Many parts of his body were not made of flesh and blood, but instead made of dark Draco First True Gold. After all, for the initial incarnation of an avatar, this body had not completely evolved. Yi Yun used his thoughts to control this external body. Bit by bit, he repaired the body, turning the Draco First True Gold into flesh and blood. This repair was actually just on the surface. The Draco First True Gold had not fully developed a body of flesh and blood, at least half of it was still true gold. Over time, once all of the Draco First True Gold was transformed, resulting in the avatar's complete form, then it itself would become an extreme Tao body. Yi Yun could even use this extreme Tao body to gain insight into the laws, resulting in a multiplication effect. Fascinating. Yi Yun's thoughts had already switched to his Draco First True Gold avatar. He slowly clenched his fists and used the vision of his avatar to look at his true body. Since his true body and avatar were mentally interlinked, it was equivalent to him having dual vision. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 556, Energy Converges into Body. Chapter 556, Energy Converges into Body. Yi Yun had gained control of the Draco First True Gold avatar and clenching his fists, his knuckles immediately issued out a ka-ka-ka sound. The body born from Draco First True Gold may be said to be of flesh and blood, but in terms of defense, it was still much better than the Draco First True Gold itself. Not only that, if it was just Draco First True Gold, then although it was an excellent material to store pure yang energy in, it was still just metal without life. It was unable to gain insight into great Tao laws and sense the heaven and earth. However, a body of flesh and blood was different. After gaining an avatar, Ian felt as if his consciousness was connected to the world through it. This feeling was extremely marvelous. Although the purple crystal could connect with Heaven Earth Yuan Qi, and was even more marvelous than the Draco First True Gold, the feeling the purple crystal gave Ian was that it was just living in Ian's heart temporarily. The purple crystal was a divine item, and unfortunately, Ian had still not managed to completely refine it. As a result, Ian was unable to fully control it. Up to now, Ian could only use a fraction of the purple crystal's powers. However, the Draco First True Gold avatar was different. After implanting a portion of his consciousness into the avatar, this body came under Ian's complete control. In this way, this body could connect to heaven and earth. The feeling it gave Ian was completely different. What an incredible divine body Tao fetus! It is perfectly compatible with pure yang energy. It is just that I feel that the body is empty. I am feeling so hungry. Ian was trying to adapt to this new body. As the avatar was just born, the essence of the heaven and earth the Draco First True Gold had absorbed over billions of years, was all used to produce its body of flesh and blood. And now, the body could perfectly connect to the Heaven Earth Yuan Qi, but its meridians and dantian were completely empty. It did not absorb any Heaven Earth Yuan Qi at all. A divine body Tao fetus could have a perfect connection with Heaven Earth energy, but now, its body was void of energy. This made Ian feel extreme hunger. It was like he was a strong man who had not eaten for 4 or 5 days. A strong man, who reached the limits of his hunger, would feel that he could completely finish an entire roasted lamb if there was one before him. Ian presently felt that he could swallow a tiny sun in one gulp if there was one before him. Let us go. With a simple sentence, Ian grabbed the Cosmos bag and walked out of the 6th level's door. He took great strides down the staircase, into the 5th level's cultivation chamber in the God Advent Tower. Ian could not wait a moment longer. With his Draco First True Gold body, he jumped into the lava pool. The lava pool was also very deep. Previously, Ian could immerse his true body inside the lava pool, but due to the constraints brought about by his cultivation level, he had to constantly expend Yuan Qi while inside the lava pool. If he stayed in there for too long, he would need to leave the pool to take a break. However, the Draco First True Gold avatar had no such problem at all. The Draco First True Gold itself was born in a place of extreme yang. The energy quality contained within those extreme yang lands may not be as pure as the pure yang lava pool here, but the degree of harshness there was probably several times stronger than in the pure yang Laval pool. Even a peerless figure like the ancient great empress would find it difficult to last in such a place. And the Draco First True Gold was able to temper itself in this kind of place for billions of years, so it was imaginable how powerful it was. It could be said that it was probably very difficult to find something that could destroy the Draco First True Gold in the Tian Yuan world. The moment he entered the lava pool, Ian was like an extremely thirsty and hungry desolate beast who had jumped into a pool of nectar. He began to gulp down and feast. Buzz! Large amounts of pure yang energy surged into Ian's avatar, causing a huge vortex to appear in the lava pool. The terrifying power wantonly circulated as Ian's body was like a bottomless pit. Even the Red Lotus was being pulled along, causing it to stay away from Ian in fear. Originally, the Red Lotus was thankful to Ian, and often complimented Ian's cultivation. Whenever Ian required pure yang energy, the Red Lotus would take the initiative to provide him some. However, this time, it converged the energy within its body and hid away. The Red Lotus could not be blamed as the way Ian's avatar absorbed pure yang was too intense. Furthermore, with the Draco First True Gold being a heaven-grade treasure, it made the Red Lotus feel dread. The Draco First True Gold born out of an unknown extreme yang land had a quality that naturally far exceeded that of the Red Lotus. This was also a repression from their energy differences. The energy vortex lasted for 30 minutes as massive amounts of Heaven Earth Yuan Qi surged into Ian's avatar. Even the cultivation chamber turned thin with pure yang energy due to Ian's feast. This depletion could be recovered in a few days, but to be able to do this greatly alarmed Lin Xintong. After all, previously, when she cultivated with Yun, no matter how much they tried, they were never able to reduce the cultivation chamber's energy at all. Finally, Yun sensed that his Draco First True Gold Avatar's energy had reached its limits. Crackle! The Draco First True Gold Avatar's joints issued an explosive sound like golden rocks clashing into each other. Boom! Lava burst out as Yun leaped out of the pure Yang lava pool. Ha ha ha! With energy flowing through his own body, the feeling of being quenched made Yun laugh out loud. It felt too good. Such powerful pure Yang energy gave Yun a feeling like he was an erupting volcano. He could not help but want to engage in a huge battle to relieve himself in delight. What power! The defensive power is invincible. This avatar is too powerful. Yun looked at the Draco First True Gold Avatar with an excited glow shimmering in his eyes. The Draco First True Gold Avatar was absolutely extraordinary just on defense alone. Who could destroy a body made from Draco First True Gold? As for endurance, that was needless to say. It was a divine body Tao fetus. It could connect to heaven-earth energy, and store immense amounts of pure Yang Yuan Qi in its body. It was a tireless fighting machine. However, in terms of offensive power, the avatar depended on Yun's actual cultivation level. After all, an attack depended on one's insight into the laws and understanding of the moves, as well as the progress in cultivation technique. This was something that could not be separated from Yun's true body. Yun, this avatar is truly a most valuable treasure. Lin Xintong was happy for Yun. Yun laughed, yes, back then the Azure Yan Lord left such a divine item for us. I will only have this Draco First True Gold Avatar. As for other things, Xintong, you can have them. The treasures in the 6th level were mainly the Draco First True Gold Avatar, the essence-filled jade hairpin that belonged to the Great Empress, as well as the disc array that controlled the God Advent Tower. Amongst the first two treasures, due to the limitations of Yin-Yang laws, they had to be respectively divided amongst Yun and Lin Xintong. However, the last God Advent Tower's core disc array could be refined by either Yun or Lin Xintong. Lin Xintong shook her head and took out the God Advent Tower disc array from her interspatial ring. Yun, I think it is better if you refine it. The Azure Yang token has already been refined by you, it will complement this disc array. You have to completely refine both to be able to fully control the God Advent Tower. As Lin Xintong spoke, she handed the disc array into Yun's hands. Noticing that he was about to refuse it, Lin Xintong said again, Yun, do not argue with me on this. If not for you, be it at the relic trial from back then, or in the extreme frost icy plains later, I would probably have died a few times. I might even have fallen into Shin Tu Nanshan's hands with a fate even more miserable. And now, not only am I treating and healing my naturally terminated meridians, I have also obtained the Great Empress inheritance. My future martial path will be extremely broad. This was all thanks to you. Meeting you has been my good luck. If, in the future, you are able to become a mighty figure like the Azure Yan Lord, or even surpass him, then I will also be like the ancient Great Empress. No matter what your decisions, I will silently follow and support you. Lin Xintong's words came from her heart. She was always proud and cold, seldom revealing her emotions. However, now, with her suddenly saying such words, Yun felt his heart turn warm. He quietly put away the God Advent Tower's core disc array and took Lin Xintong's hands, softly saying, Xintong, meeting you has also been my good luck. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 557, Star Transference Heaven Changing Book. Chapter 557, Star Transference Heaven Changing Book. Yun sat in the lava pool and Yuan Qi circulated through his body as he gathered it towards his palm where he was grabbing the God Advent Tower's core disc array. Yuan Qi was being continuously injected into the disc array. Instantly, the disc array emitted bright rainbow colors that looked extremely gorgeous. Lin Xintong silently waited by the side, watching everything. Under the holy light's illumination, it bathed the youth, making him look like a son of God. Lin Xintong was filled with mixed emotions seeing this scene. Who would have thought that the ordinary youth she had met back in the cloud wilderness would achieve so much? He had even given her life and such a massive opportunity. This was maybe arranged by the heavens that she and Yi Yun would inherit all the inheritances left behind by the Azure Yan Lord and the ancient Great Empress perfectly. By inheriting their inheritance, they had also inherited their unfulfilled wishes, but Lin Xintong believed that they would not relive the Azure Yang Lord and ancient Great Empress lives. The holy light lasted for a full 15 minutes. Yi Yun's forehead was filled with sweat as the veins on his neck began to slightly protrude. Refining the core disc array required tremendous amount of mental strength. Thankfully, Yi Yun's mental strength was much stronger than warriors on the same level as him. After consuming nearly 90% of his mental strength, he finally refined the core disc array. The disc array had already turned into a stream of light, disappearing into Yi Yun's dantian. With the core disc array in his body, Yi Yun could immediately sense every change in the God Advent Tower with a thought. It was as if the God Advent Tower had become a part of him. What a wondrous feeling! Yi Yun was pleasantly surprised. He knew that if he wished, he could even power the God Advent Tower to make it slowly fly up. The God Advent Tower was now truly his magical treasure. Yi Yun opened his eyes and he had complete control over the God Advent Tower. He also knew the situation regarding the God Advent Tower. The God Advent Tower itself was an immortal cave. It was a place where a mighty figure could live and cultivate. It could also be used as a spiritual boat, allowing him to travel long distances. It could even travel through the vastness of space, as well as tour through different worlds. Other than these 2 points, the God Advent Tower could be used as a magical weapon against enemies. It was most common for a tower-shaped weapon to kill an enemy through suppression. With a tower crashing down and sealing an enemy, it could suppress everything. If a figure at the level of the Azure Yan Lord used the God Advent Tower, he could seal thousands of peerless experts and suppress billions of mortals at once. And as long as he sucked an enemy into the God Advent Tower, there were hundreds of ways to deal with them. There were several large arrays in the God Advent Tower, for example, killing arrays, illusion arrays, trapping arrays as well as time seals. They could be used to arbitrarily imprison, kill and refine opponents. Previously, the God Advent Tower's item spirit had activated the time seal, turning the 2 Blood Moon members, who had infiltrated the God Advent Tower, into living zombies. If it was not for the item spirit having to deal with the Eye of Destruction in the God Burial Abyss, resulting in her entering her slumber, it would have been a breeze for her to power the God Advent Tower to kill the 2 Blood Moon members. However, the God Advent Tower was a treasure that far exceeded Yi Yun's strength. Although he had become the God Advent Tower's owner, he was unable to completely expound its power. To use the God Advent Tower as a weapon against enemies was too difficult. There were too many large arrays, so Yi Yun was limited in using them. And to use any one of them would result in extraordinary power being amplified. It was extremely consuming on Yi Yun's Yuan Qi. What Yi Yun could now do was fly the God Advent Tower, making it his mobile fortress. As for controlling the God Advent Tower to traverse the void and tour the different worlds, that was still impossible. Even so, the God Advent Tower was still a treasure that could greatly increase his strength. And with the passage of time, Yi Yun's strength would gradually increase, and the functions of the God Advent Tower would become more obvious. Xintong, we have fully explored the Great Empress mystic realm, and we have also inherited all of the ancient Great Empress and Azure Yang Lord's inheritance. It is time for us to leave, Yi Yun said to Lin Xintong after refining the God Advent Tower's core disc array. Yes, it's time to leave. It's already been 6 years. I wonder what the situation is like outside. Upon saying this, a slight worry could be seen in Lin Xintong's beautiful eyes. Over the years, Lin Xintong's heart was filled with all sorts of emotions. She was worried about the Lin family. Although Yi Yun had put in place several arrangements, allowing the Lin family to retreat safely from the Great Empress Mystic Realm trials, cutting off relationships with them so as to draw a line, and shut themselves off, Lin Shintong was still very worried about the Lin family. In addition, Lin Shintong was also worried about the ancient existence sealed in the God Burial Abyss. She was wondering if there had been any changes over the past few years. Years ago, the 7 demon disciples had formed a large faction by establishing an organization named Blood Moon. Although the Azure Yan Lord and the ancient Great Empress had allied with the Desolate race to destroy the Blood Moon, Lin Shintong knew that Blood Moon had not completely been destroyed. They had only gone dormant. After millions of years, it was hard to imagine what the current situation of Blood Moon was. All these made Lin Shintong find it difficult to just remain in the God Advent Tower. Although they were prepared to exit, Yi Yun and Lin Shintong still needed to make their final preparations. In the 3rd level of the God Advent Tower, there were several cultivation and mystic techniques. The rule back then was for every cultivator to choose 2 cultivation technique. Yi Yun had chosen the Complete Totem Mystic Technique, 10,000 Beast Totem, as well as a movement technique manual, Golden Crow Sun Shift. The techniques stored in the 3rd level of the God Advent Tower were collected by the Azure Yan Lord and the ancient Great Empress. A large number of them came from the Yang God Emperor in heaven. Back then, the Azure Yang Lord had obtained numerous cultivation techniques, having killed his enemies in the Yang God Emperor in heaven as well as exploring mystic realms. These cultivation techniques could even be a core inheritance of large sects in the Yang God Emperor in heaven. There were even some that were ancient manuals that came from ancient mystic realms. Although their value were inferior to the Yang God Manual and the 9 Nether Sacred Manual, they were also things that would make many Yang God Emperor in heaven warriors go crazy over. Amongst the cultivation techniques, other than those of little value, the others all had their own effects. Back then, although the Azure Yan Lord focused on pure Yan laws, he had also chosen to cultivate a few of them to complement his own energies. Now, Yi Yun and Lin Shintong were making the final preparations by choosing to cultivate a few of these cultivation techniques. Yi Yun and Lin Shintong screened through the manuals for a long time before Yi Yun removed a jade slip from a bookshelf solemnly. The jade slip's name was the Star Transference Heaven Changing Book. One could find it extremely domineering just from the name, as if it would pick the stars and change the sun. But in fact, this cultivation level was not used to increase one's combat ability, nor was it used to refine one's cultivation level or insight into laws. It was just a complementary mystic technique. There was only one role, which was to change one's appearance, as well as the soul's aura and mark of life. They could all be changed, preventing others from recognizing the person. It was a disguise technique. Even the trajectories of stars and the heavens could be changed. This proved how powerful this mystic technique was. Even someone a few realms higher than the person wearing the disguise would not be able to see through it. Yi Yun and Lin Shintong could no longer appear in public. So before they went out, they first needed to create a secret identity. Cultivating this Star Transference Heaven Changing Book was a necessity. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 558, Misty Face Sea. Chapter 558, Misty Face Sea. It was a summer morning. The vast sea surface was calm while a layer of mist shrouded above it. Occasionally, there would be a few school of large fish traversing across the surface of the sea at extremely fast speeds, causing wave breaks in the water surface. The untraversable sea was the sea surrounding the Tian Yuan world, but in fact, when warriors mentioned the untraversable sea, they were mostly referring to the vast sea region to the north and west of the Tian Yuan continent. The deeper one went into that region of sea, the thinner the heaven-earth Yuan Qi would become. Even marine life became extremely rare the further one went. Even warriors at the Imperial King realm would not receive the supplement of heaven-earth Yuan Qi when they flew through this region, so naturally they did not dare to venture too deep. This was the true meaning of untraversable. As for the waters near the Tian Yuan world, although they were conjoined with the untraversable sea, they were in fact given different names by warriors. For example, the Misty Face Sea. The Misty Face Sea was to the south of the Tian Yuan world and covered hundreds of thousands of miles. The sea was perennially covered in a layer of mist, and all one could see from afar was the mist. The Misty Face Sea was extremely dangerous as terrifying sea fae inhabited these waters. The mist and the fae were what gave the sea its name. Actually, these sea fae were basically forms of terrifying desolate beasts. They could easily crush a spirit boat and devour the warriors in it. As a result, the several small sects, which took up residence near the Misty Face Sea, feared this aquatic region. However, even if they were afraid, they still needed to go out to sea. At this moment, above a small island in the Misty Face Sea, there were more than 10 yellow-dressed warriors. They were all about 17 years of age. A white cloud was embroidered onto the collar of their clothes. This was the symbol of the white soaring sect's core disciples. To become a core disciple proved that these youths were pretty talented. Amongst the youths was a purple-clothed man, who was in his 40s or 50s. His collar was embroidered with 3 white clouds. He was the team leader of these young disciples. The youths hid behind the island's reefs as they stared unblinkingly at the foggy sea. "Master Uncle Joe, we have been in ambush for an entire night. Is the fey-luring pill we prepared not good enough to attract the sea beasts?" A 16-year-old, big-eyed girl with an oval face asked the purple-dressed team leader. The purple-dressed man shook his head, saying, "Do not be hasty. Our fey-luring pill may not be of good quality, but that is not because our sect cannot produce a high-quality fey-luring pill. It is for safety reasons. We came into the deep seas for a training experience, so it is extremely dangerous. If the quality of the fey-luring pill is too high, it might attract a sea beast that we may be unable to handle. That would be big trouble. No, this fey-luring pill is enough to attract some desolate beasts, like the bloodthirsty sharks or the heaven-runic sea serpents. As long as they fall into the trap, you can join forces to deal with them. It will give you rewards as well as increase your battle experience. I will watch by the side, so that there will not be any accidents. If we accidentally lure some deep-sea behemoth, even I will be helpless." The purple-dressed man shook his head with a wry smile. This region of sea was not safe. However, no matter where it was, the cultivation of warriors could never deviate from killing desolate beasts. Be it refining desolate bones into relics, or killing desolate beasts to condense an aspect totem, they had to do so. The sects in the Tian Yuan world all relied on their surroundings. Those sects in landlocked areas would naturally go deep into the vast expanse of mountains, marshes or jungles in the Tian Yuan world for exploration. As for those small sects that lined up along the shore, they could only take the risk to fight at sea. White Soaring Sect was such a small sect. Although they were a small sect, that was just a relative term. If they were to be placed where the Taya Divine Kingdom was, they would consider it a top faction. The group of people patiently waited at the island until it was close to noon. Yet, not a single desolate beast had come. The purple-dressed man found this unusual. Typically, deep in the Misty Face Sea, there were large quantities of sea beasts, and they were actually very powerful. However, why did they now wait for nearly 18 hours without seeing a single one? Oh. Why do I feel as if something is wrong here? Joe suddenly said. He had previously not sensed it, but now, upon careful inspection of the area, he suddenly realized that the heaven-earth yuan qi around the region had thickened greatly. Not only had it thickened, it was also very pure. Although there were some treasure lands deep in the Misty Face Sea, they would not result in such purity. The young disciples were confused as they had no idea how to respond to their master uncle. What is that? Joe's eyes suddenly lit up. As he squinted his eyes, he looked deeply into the Misty Face Sea. The afternoon fog had mostly dissipated, so they could now see even further. What they saw was that, on the azure sea surface, there was a blue vortex spinning at a height of 70 to 80 feet. This vortex was not very obvious. Without using their perception, it was very difficult to even detect it. However, the vortex was not sucking anything in, it was actually spitting yuan qi out. The thicker and purer heaven-earth yuan qi that they previously detected was clearly a result of the spewing from this vortex. What is going on? Could a treasure be appearing? Joe felt his heart tighten. For a treasure to suddenly appear in the sea was not something out of the question. However, the moment a treasure appeared, it was a huge opportunity. If the treasure was extremely valuable, their white soaring sect would experience a quantum leap. Joe was feeling excited, however, it did not last for long. Instead, his heart quickly went cold as a sense of extreme danger flooded his heart. He sensed a terrifying power of desolate fluctuation in the sea beneath the vortex. Furthermore, it was filled with large quantities of murderous intent. Deep sea beast. Joe held his breath. A gigantic shadow could be seen lurking beneath the surface of the sea. Master Uncle Joe, what is the matter? The careful oval-faced girl could not help but ask after noticing Joe's change in expression. Joe's expression turned solemn as he rapidly said with a deep voice, "Converge your presence, and do not make a sound." He should have realized that if a treasure appeared, it would very likely attract sea beasts. It was no wonder no sea beast cared about their low-quality fey luring pill. It was because a phenomenon was happening in the deep sea. However, it was unknown what sort of treasure would appear, but from the looks of it, it was likely not destined to be theirs, for they were still very far from their sect, so it was impossible for reinforcements to rush here in time. Joe no longer had time to feel a sense of regret. What was most important now was to secure his and the young disciples' lives. At this moment, even more heaven-earth yuan qi began to spew out as the vortex grew in intensity, to the point where it could be seen with the naked eye. A few golden points of light condensed in the sky as they spun. Between the dots of light, they formed a purple membrane of light. The membrane of light rapidly expanded, and became a screen a few dozen feet tall. The aura of spatial laws resonated around the screen of light. What is happening? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 559, Exiting the Great Empress Mystic Realm. Chapter 559, Exiting the Great Empress Mystic Realm. As the screen of light scintillated, the surrounding heaven-earth yuan qi became thicker, as if it was condensing into a liquid. At this moment, under the sea, a huge shadow slowly approached. It was like the sea surface was sprayed with a layer of ink. What's that? A white soaring sect disciple noticed it, but he said it through a yuan qi transmission, as he was afraid to make a noise. This terrifying beast was definitely not a sea beast like a bloodthirsty shark. It was a massive behemoth. Splash! Large amounts of sea water separated and splashed out like a waterfall. A huge black head emerged out from the surface of the sea. The black head was covered in seaweed, barnacles, and seashells. No one knew how deep it came from. The moment it opened its eyes, it was like the black gigantic rock had two glimmering points that gave shivers to people. Around this head, there were several grayish-black snakes that resembled flood dragons. They were wantonly sprawling around in the seawater, setting off even more strong waves. Seeing this scene, Joe's pupils constricted as he broke out into a cold sweat. Eight-limbed sea dragon. All the other disciples of the white soaring sect turned pale. Eight-limbed sea dragon, is it really the eight-limbed sea dragon? The oval-faced girl's lips were white as she muttered to herself. She had heard of this terrifying monster as it was recorded in several of the sect's books. In the misty Fey Sea, the Fey was actually referring to the eight-limbed sea dragon. The eight-limbed sea dragon was not a dragon, it was a gigantic octopus. Its 8 tentacles were like flood dragons in the sea. Not only was it extremely destructive, there was a pair of jaws on the ends of each tentacle. The 8 tentacles gave rise to the name of eight-limbed sea dragon. Only the eight-limbed sea dragon could attack the spirit boats of the neighboring small sects, causing tragedies to the boats and people. The eight-limbed sea dragon was definitely an overlord of this region of sea. As for the bloodthirsty sharks the white soaring sect was hunting, they were like plankton to the eight-limbed sea dragon. The low-grade fey-luring pill would not have attracted such a horrifying existence. The eight-limbed sea dragon was attracted by the surging heaven-earth yuan-chi that usually accompanied a treasure that was about to appear. Joe's blood seemed to freeze. He felt that the terrible luck he was experiencing had reached an extreme. He encountered a treasure's appearance the first time he brought a team of disciples out into the deep sea, and now, they encountered this monster that was lured here. Under the pressure of the eight-limbed sea dragon, he did not dare to escape. The eight-limbed sea dragon was extremely bad-tempered. It would kill all humans and it was extremely fast, so escaping was equivalent to suicide. However, if they stayed here, from the keen senses of the eight-limbed sea dragon, they might even have been discovered by it, there was nothing left for them to do but wait and die. Upon realizing this, Joe broke out into a cold sweat. At this moment, the eight-limbed sea dragon suddenly opened its mouth. Its massive body seemed to have escaped the surface of the water, causing water to splash up into the sky, obscuring one's sight. It seemed like it was trying to devour the energy vortex. The powerful energy fluctuations caused Joe and company's perception to be completely cut off. They could no longer sense what was happening. Boom! There was an explosion in the water, causing a resounding boom, as the eight-limbed sea dragon returned back to the sea surface. The eight-limbed sea dragon's tentacles were still waving and it seemed like it had failed to devour the energy vortex. However, the next scene alarmed Joe. No one knew when a young man and woman floating high in the sky in the layers of water mist had appeared. The man looked like he was in his 20s. He had a cyan band on his head and he looked very ordinary. He looked like a mortal scholar. As for the woman, she was wearing a long turquoise dress. There was a thin veil that made it hard to see her face. However, just from her figure and discernible facial contours, it was easy to guess that she was a peerless woman. Could this couple, that suddenly appeared above the sea, be here for the treasure? Seeing the young couple against the eight-limbed sea dragon, weren't they going to end up being killed by the large mouths of the eight-limbed sea dragon? Joe held his breath. His life was already in peril, so he could not spare the effort to care about the sudden appearance of the couple. To him, younger generation core disciples of even a large faction in the Tian Yuan world, let alone their small sect, would not be the match for the eight-limbed sea dragon. The couple, who suddenly appeared in the air, was also slightly taken aback when they saw the scene. However, they only seemed like they never expected to encounter such a situation. They did not seem to panic at all. Yun, what's the matter? This octopus seems to be coming at us. To be attacked after having just appeared out of the Great Empress Mystic Realm, Lin Shinton was quite surprised. Yun said, maybe it was attracted by the energy emitted by the Great Empress Mystic Realm. For safety's sake, I had chosen the exit farthest away from the Great Empress Mystic Realm main entrance. It's tens of millions of miles away, and since it took a long time to open the exit, the pure energy from the Mystic Realm dissipated out. So it's not surprising that it attracted this desolate beast. Yun and Lin Shinton had been in reclusion in the God Advent Tower for many years. They had expected that the large factions in the Tian Yuan world would not abandon the Great Empress heritage. The mysterious Blood Moon organization might also do something unfavorable to them. These people would definitely set up layers of posts near the Great Empress Mystic Realm to keep track of their appearance. They might even set up a large array that spanned tens of thousands of miles. As long as there was a spatial yuan qi fluctuation, they would immediately flock to it. Under this scenario, as long as they used a portal to enter the untraversable sea, their positions would be discovered. Then, using the star transference heaven-changing skill would be meaningless as their identities would still be under suspicion. Hence, Yun decided to choose the farthest exit. Tens of millions of miles away, all the way to the southern waters of the Tian Yuan world made it meaningless even if the blood moon was extremely powerful. They could not sense a region that spanned tens of millions of miles with a large array. And even if they did, it would be meaningless above such a massive sea, as there were countless numbers of warriors being transported through space. It was impossible for them to track each and every one of them. To be transported to this exit, Yi Yun had consumed a large amount of energy and he took a long time to open this exit. As such, the mystic realm's energy that emitted was naturally a lot more. The energy from the Great Empress mystic realm was extremely pure and refined. The sparse heaven-earth yuan qi and power of desolates the untraversable sea was nothing in comparison. To the sea beasts in the untraversable sea, who were accustomed to the lacking amounts of energy and grew up over long periods of time, such thick heaven-earth energy was naturally a supplementary item that they had never seen before. Hence, it was understandable that the eight-limbed sea dragon had mistaken it for a treasure appearing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 560, Suppression. Chapter 560, Suppression. A sea beast and more than 10 people hiding on the island not far away, facing the eight-limbed sea dragon, Ian was not too worried. With a scan of his perception, he had a complete understanding of his environment. And at this moment, the eight-limbed sea dragon had already surfaced. The gigantic pool-like eyes stared at Yun and Lin Xintong, revealing slight fear and cruelty. It sensed that the couple that had suddenly appeared seemed to be a result of the extremely pure heaven-earth energy. If it devoured the two of them, its strength would increase by leaps and bounds, and might even allow it to evolve. Although this couple gave it a great sense of danger, the temptation of evolution made it unbearable. Its 8 tentacles appeared out of the water and they flew at Yi Yun and Lin Xintong. The mouths on the ends of the tentacles opened their jaws as if they were huge pythons that were hunting. Fellow Taoist, be careful. That's a 8-limbed sea dragon. It can topple the sea and it is not something you can handle. It's best that you hurry and escape. At this moment, a Yuan Qi voice transmission rang in Yi Yun and Lin Xintong's ears. It was from Zhou. Zhou seemed to have his heart in his mouth. The reason why he risked informing them was not out of purely good intentions, it was because he did not want them to just die in vain in the stomach of the 8-limbed sea dragon. If Yi Yun and Lin Xintong sensed the powerfulness of the 8-limbed sea dragon and ran, they would be able to attract the attention of the 8-limbed sea dragon. According to the 8-limbed sea dragon's temperament, it would not let its prey run, so it would chase them. Then, Zhou would be able to take the opportunity to escape with his sex juniors. As for the unknown treasure, Zhou did not harbor any thoughts on it. He had no doubt that the 8-limbed sea dragon had already discovered them. It was ignoring them because it was attracted by the treasure and that unlucky couple. Once he tried to risk his life to touch the treasure, he would incur the wrath of the 8-limbed sea dragon, then, he would die a terrible death. Zhou had already issued a kind alert. He thought that even if the couple did not believe his words, they would at least open up a distance to prepare their defense. At least, they would not stick to the water surface where the 8-limbed sea dragon was. This was equivalent to them being sent into the 8 mouths of the 8-limbed sea dragon. However, the next scene made Zhou speechless. After hearing his voice transmission, the youth in his 20s only gave him a slight glance and then, he proceeded to ignore him. Next, he unhurriedly took a golden bow out of his interspatial ring. This bow was decorated with dragons and phoenixes. It looked gaudy, but they were mostly useless decorations that were offensively conspicuous. In Zhou's impression, such a bow was usually used by scions of rich families during their hunting to act in pretense. A real bow that killed was usually brilliant on the inside, and simple on the outside. All the sharpness and murderous intent was contained in the bow, and it would be earth-shaking the moment it struck. These two idiots aren't running? Zhou was extremely worried. They are going to kill us. Whatever, let's split up and escape separately. We can't wait any longer. Zhou had already categorized Yi Yun and Lin Xintong as foppish people who had never seen bloodshed. These people were ignorant of the world, thinking they were invincible by being able to beat a few people back at home. They were bound to end up in a terrible state in the outside world. Of course, the price that they would pay would be worse. They would most likely bury themselves in the stomach of the 8-limbed sea dragon, and they were not even useful at delaying time. If they did not escape now, they would not have any more chances. Upon hearing that they were to escape separately, all the faces of the white soaring sect disciples turned slightly pale. The meaning meant, try to have as many survive as possible. Especially the oval-faced girl had been scared white. She was like a frightened rabbit. She was still young and her speed was slow. There was almost no doubts that she would be eaten as prey. At this moment, her senior brothers, who usually chased after her, lowered their heads. At the brink of life and death, no one could really disregard their lives for her. Ready. The moment I give the command, run, Joe said. At this moment, a furious roar erupted from the sea. Like a mountain collapsing, the sea shot out like a shockwave, blowing a layer of thick water mist that seemed to form a water wall. Clearly, the 8-limbed sea dragon had turned furious when it saw Ian take out a weapon. The final concerns, it had disappeared as it roared furiously. Its 8 tentacles were like flood dragons that appeared from the sea as it came attacking at Ian and Lin Shintong. Immediately, sea water splashed up, causing towering waves. In the midst of the gigantic waves, Ian remained expressionless. With the bow in hand, he stringed an arrow. Pulling open the bow, shoot. Pang! With a light sound that did not seem earth-shattering, Ian had seemed to have casually shot out an arrow. The arrow on the bowstring had already turned into a brilliant golden beam of light as it flew out. The arrow's speed was extremely fast, like a burning flame. Instantly, it sank into the forehead of the 8-limbed sea dragon. Boom! 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 The 8 tentacles attacked out with the momentum it possessed. But at this moment, a glaring divine light suddenly flared out of the 8-limbed sea dragon's forehead that had been shot by Yun. The divine light illuminated the surroundings in an overwhelming manner. The 8 thick tentacles were also cut off with the appearance of the divine light. Large swaths of blood sprayed after the tentacles were stripped off and flew into the sky, dyeing the sunlight red. The gigantic octopus began to violently tremble. Its huge head began to ignite into a reddish-gold inferno. The intense burning made it seem like a sun had appeared in the sea. The rays of light shot out, basking Joe's face red. Seeing the 8-limbed sea dragon burning in flames, with its 8 tentacles ripped off, he gaps in his eyes lost its focus. Beside him, the white soaring sect disciples were transfixed as their mouths gaped slightly, without being able to close them. In their eyes filled with disbelief, they saw the young man keep the bow and watch the golden flames soar into the sky. He was unimpressed, as if what he did was a trivial matter. Throughout the entire process, the clothes of the bow-wielding youth and the woman beside him were not drenched with any of the water, let alone even move. Even the woman's veil was not lifted by the wind. It was as if everything that had just happened in a different spatial-temporal plane. Joe was completely speechless. This wasn't killing an 8-limbed sea dragon, it was killing a small octopus to make into octopus balls. It was as simple as that. At this moment, Joe felt his heart tighten, for he noticed that the bow-wielding man had glanced at him and then flew over to him slowly. Immediately, Joe felt his mind tighten up as his face went pale. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 561, Situation in the Tianyuan World. Chapter 561, Situation in the Tianyuan World. To Zhou, an existence that could casually shoot the 8-limbed sea dragon to death far exceeded the limits of his imagination. Such a malefic existence only needed a thought to kill him 100 times, so he did not have any intention of escaping in front of him. The white soaring sect disciples, who were behind him, would also have no hopes of making a narrow escape. It was useless even if they all dispersed and ran. Upon realizing this, Joe suddenly had an idea and he decided to take the initiative to meet Yi Yun and Lin Xintong. Since such important figures wanted to meet him, how could he let them come over? Naturally, he had to take the initiative to go forward instead and leave a favorable impression. Perhaps they would spare him. After all, the treasure that had suddenly appeared might not be valuable to such an important figure, and they might not silence them because of it. Those of you who are here, shouldn't you hurry up and follow me? Joe said to the white soaring sect disciples whose faces had turned ashen from shock. These youths were shivering in their hearts. They could no longer consider their fears as they bit their lips and followed Joe. Noticing that the group was taking the initiative to come over, Ian slowed down. Greets to the two seniors. Joe bowed a junior's greeting. The man before him looked ordinary, but the girl, in her turquoise dress and fluttering hair, had her facial features covered by a veil. Only a pair of watery eyes could be seen. She had the demeanor of a fairy, which made people feel ashamed of one's own ungainly appearance. He did not know what sort of figures Yi Yun and Lin Xintong were. In a warrior's world, there were people whose ages could not be guessed. These two may look young, but they might be reclusive experts. Seniors? Yi Yun rubbed his chin and an odd expression appeared on his face. Ever since Yi Yun and Lin Xintong stepped into the 6th level of the God Advent Tower, about half a year had passed. As such, Yi Yun had remained in the mystic realm for nearly 7 years. He was now 23 years old. Before he entered the mystic realm, he was often addressed as kid or junior. Now that he was being addressed as senior, he found it odd. However, he did not correct Joe, but instead asked, "Who are you people?" Answering the senior's question, this lowly person is from the White Soaring sect. This trip into the sea is to allow my sect's juniors to gain some battle experience. Joe immediately answered. He was not counting on the White Soaring sect to have any deterrent effect. Even the White Soaring sect's head was not the match to the couple in front of him. White Soaring sect. Naturally, Yi Yun did not know of such a small sect. Small sects and family clans in the Tian Yuan world were as many as the number of grains of sand on a beach. Furthermore, the area they were in right now was a very remote place. Alright, you don't have to be nervous, Ian chuckled after seeing Joe's forehead covered in sweat. The two of us are a Tao couple that was in seclusion in the depths of the untraversable sea. We have not left our seclusion in many years, but suddenly, we had the intentions to come back out into the world to tour the Tian Yuan world and search for opportunities so as to make a breakthrough. We husband and wife couple have no idea about the Tian Yuan world now, so tell me, what's the situation with the Tian Yuan world now? Yi Yun played on Joe's misunderstanding and he claimed to be a cultivator from far away. There was a huge number of such people in the waters around the Tian Yuan world. Typically, they would occupy a spirit island and begin reclusive cultivation, ignoring the world. This sort of people could have both high and low cultivation levels. It was anyone's guess, so it was best used as an identity for people with unknown origin like Yi Yun and Lin Xintong. As he spoke, Yi Yun wanted to prove his words. He glanced at the 8-limbed sea dragon's corpse he had just killed. With a thought, he nonchalantly formed a seal. The 8-limbed sea dragon was already floating on the surface of the sea. Its massive body was like a little mountain. The upper half was burnt while the lower half was blood red. Yi Yun's seal that he formed nonchalantly caused the massive body to tremble. A beam of light shot out of the 8-limbed sea dragon's forehead into Yi Yun's hand. This beam of light formed into a shape in Yi Yun's hand. It looked like a tiny octopus, which was the beast seal of the 8-limbed sea dragon. Yi Yun was cultivating the 10,000 beast totem. The 8-limbed sea dragon's beast mark could help him in forming his aspect totem by a tiny bit, so there was no harm in forming one. Seeing Yi Yun nonchalantly forming such a perfect beast mark with a technique he knew nothing of, Joe was even more humbled. He also believed Yi Yun's words. He finally understood that the fluctuation in the spatial laws were most likely due to the two of them traversing the void from far away to the misty face sea. Warriors, who were able to grasp a bit of spatial laws and do spatial teleportation, were understandably powerful. He carefully said, answering the senior, the large factions in the Tian Yuan world are separate, so the situation is stable. Stable? Yi Yun secretly heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing that. He was afraid that the Tian Yuan world had already broke into war. For example, the appearance of blood moon would probably lead to great losses of life. Yes, especially under the Martial Alliance's leadership. Previously, the Martial Alliance hid their capacities and they had little presence, but in recent years, the Martial Alliance has performed several huge matters. First, they held a martial tea session for the entire Tian Yuan world. All the human experts were rewarded. Following that, they formed a few Mystic Realm expeditions. Those factions who participated in it reaped huge benefits. It made people green with envy. When Zhou said this, he felt a silent regret. His White Soaring sect was naturally ineligible to participate in a Mystic Realm expedition of such caliber. Martial Alliance? Yi Yin paid attention to this news, but he did not have many suspicions. Yes, the Martial Alliance has several treasures. Especially the pills it can give to several mighty figures that would extend their lives. It made many legendary figures of the large factions come in droves for them. Zhou clicked his tongue. It was a pill that extended one's lifespan. Old people, who had extremely high cultivation levels but neared the ends of their lifespan, would do anything for such a pill. Longevity extending pills. Yi Yun faltered slightly. It was not easy for the Tian Yuan world at its level of civilizational progress to refine longevity extending pills for Imperial King Realm experts. At least, the Shintu family clan and Lin family had no such ability, unless they found an invaluable treasure. And according to the man's words, it seemed like the Martial Alliance was able to produce such pills in bulk? This matter seemed unusual. Unless, they had elixir refinement inheritance that far exceeded the level of the Tian Yuan world. If that was the case, the background of the Martial Alliance was intriguing. Furthermore, with the blood moon about to appear in the coming years, for the Martial Alliance to suddenly increase its activity, it made it possible that the two parties were closely related. After all, the blood moon was also a human race organization. Yi Yun and Lin Xintong looked each other in the eye. Lin Xintong also slightly nodded. Clearly, the two of them were already suspicious. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 562, Blood of Destruction. Chapter 562, Blood of Destruction. Xintong, in your opinion, are there any pills that are cheap to make but are able to extend lives? Yi Yun asked Lin Xintong. Pills that extended lives were extremely important. With longevity extending pills, the Martial Alliance had a lot of say in the Tian Yuan world. It could command several large factions in the Tian Yuan world, and few would defy them. Lin Xintong contemplated for a moment and then transmitted her voice. I don't know of such a pill previously, but if it were the 12 Empyrean heavens, the imperial kings of the Tian Yuan world are nothing. If some pills are able to extend a warrior's life at the expense of cutting their martial progress or stimulate a low-level warrior's life potential, it is nothing surprising. In the 12 Empyrean heavens, very few people would use such life-extending pills. However, in the Tian Yuan world, the older warriors would not mind such things. Their martial progress would usually have come to an end. Yi Yun nodded slightly after hearing Lin Xintong's analysis. With the longevity extending pills in hand, along with forming a martial tea session and leading many large factions to explore mystic realms, the Martial Alliance accumulated its power in a constant fashion. This was not good news. Yi Yun then looked at Zhou and asked, are there any other major happenings? For example, the Desolate race. Did you hear of any abnormal behavior from them? The Desolate race and the human race were sworn enemies before the Azure Yan Lord came to the Tian Yuan world. Later on, when the Desolate race fought the Blood Moon, they had rushed into the Tian Yuan world, causing blood to flow like rivers. The Azure Yang Lord should have handed the mission of guarding the God Burial Abyss to the Desolate race. They were to prevent the ancient evil demon buried deep within the God Burial Abyss from appearing again. However, after millions of years, it would be hard to say if this mission for the Desolate race endured the test of time. And even if they abided with their mission, it was not optimistic as to how much of a role the Desolate race could play in the calamity. Desolate race? Those savages haven't been idle. Their actions these past few years haven't been small. Maybe before long, they will invade the Tian Yuan world. However, it doesn't matter. Under the leadership of the Martial Alliance, these savages would be fine if they didn't come. But if they do, they will never return to where they came from. Upon mentioning the Desolate race, Zhou turned excited. Clearly, the hatred the human race had for the Desolate race had deeply rooted itself. Yi Yun sighed. He knew this was something inevitable. Ignoring the fact that the Desolate race and the human race did not have amiable relations, especially after millions of years, the historical facts had already been destroyed. With the Blood Moon gradually controlling the human race, wouldn't history be fabricated by people from the Blood Moon? This made Yi Yun understand why there were so few records regarding the ancient Great Empress after she disappeared. This was also the reason why Lin Xintong did not know how the ancient Great Empress joined up her naturally terminated meridians. This was a preposterous matter considering she was an absolutely peerless Great Empress with unfathomable power. Only after the Shintu family clan discovered the hidden Great Empress mystic realm did a small number of people know more about the ancient Great Empress. At this moment, the hidden Blood Moon could no longer stay hidden. They resorted to sending mysterious figures in the organization to scheme against the God Advent Tower. Even the Eye of Destruction that had been sleeping in the God Burial Abyss had been startled because of this. From the looks of it, the historical records regarding the ancient Great Empress had been deliberately erased by the Blood Moon. And no one knew of the massive war that happened tens of millions of years ago. As for the Azure Yang Lord, he had disappeared in the river of time. He was not even found in any sect's historical records. Tens of millions of years ago, history was in much greater detail and martial arts civilization was even more brilliant. But after that apocalyptic war, no one knew how many martial arts inheritances were severed. With the Blood Moon's deliberate manipulation, it caused this world's martial arts civilization to slowly weaken. Yi Yun figured out all sorts of things. Many of his questions had been answered. Do you know if any top faction in the Tian Yuan world had recently suffered? Yi Yun asked this naturally to find out about the Lin family's situation. Lin Xintong's pupils shrunk as she subconsciously clenched her fingers. Even though the Lin family did not leave good memories for Lin Xintong in her early years, she did not wish for her family to suffer a catastrophe. No, Zhou shook his head. The past few years have been very calm in the Tian Yuan world. No large faction has made any abnormal moves, but as for the future, it will be hard to tell. Oh? Why? Yi Yun's eyebrows tensed just after he heaved a sigh of relief. It's this. And also something I've heard. Zhou lowered his voice. Senior, you may not know, but I heard that several years ago, a few of the top factions in the Tian Yuan world joined forces to explore the God Burial Abyss. Near the God Burial Abyss, there was an incredible mystic realm. I heard that it was the tomb of a peerless great empress, but after they explored it for a while, guess what happened? Zhou seemed to be relieved after guessing that Yi Yun would not kill him, so he began to keep Yi Yun guessing. According to rumors, a gigantic eye appeared in the God Burial Abyss. It occupied the entire God Burial Abyss. When imperial kings looked at it, they felt their soul see crumble. It was no trifling matter. This eye has been termed Eye of Destruction by the people of the Tian Yuan world. Following that, this matter did not come to an end. In the following few years, the storm around the God Burial Abyss became even more horrible. No one dares to approach it. Even the patriarchs of those large family clans would not be able to do so either. Then, something flew out of the God Burial Abyss. Zhou's words made Yi Yun and Lin Xintong's hearts tense up. What flew out of the god burial abyss? I do not know the details either. I heard that it was filled with murderous intent, but it was an item that brought about great opportunity. Some people said that it was the blood that flowed out from the Eye of Destruction. Blood. Yi Yun was stunned. That ancient evil demon bled? Who knows? I heard that when the Eye of Destruction emerged, a gigantic pagoda came crashing down on it, hurting the Eye of Destruction. If the Eye of Destruction was severely damaged, it would not be surprising for it to bleed. Zhou's words made Yi Yun's expression sink. The Eye of Destruction was injured by the God Advent Tower? Yi Yun found it unlikely. Logically speaking, the contingency preparations left behind by the ancient Great Empress and the Azure Young Lord in the God Advent Tower would not be able to injure the mysterious ancient evil demon no matter how powerful it was. However, Yi Yun was unsure how great the injuries were inflicted on the Eye of Destruction by the Azure Young Lord and ancient Great Empress after they sacrificed themselves millions of years ago in that huge battle. Undoubtedly, the Eye of Destruction was currently extremely weak, or it would have broken through the enchantment, nor would it have been repulsed by the final power left behind by the ancient Great Empress and the Azure Young Lord. What did it mean for the Eye of Destruction to bleed? Seeing Yi Yun interested in this matter, Zhou added on, "Senior, you may not know, but that blood of destruction is no trifling matter. Rumors say that the Eye of Destruction has already become a god. Think about it, who would not want a god's blood? However, 2 portions of blood of destruction have already fallen into the hands of the Martial Alliance, so no faction dares to vie for it. However, the Martial Alliance's alliance leader has said that the blood of destruction might appear once again, but their Martial Alliance would no longer vie for it to prevent public outrage. If that is the case, no one knows how many large factions would be involved in it. It might trigger huge bloodshed in the Tianyuan world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 563, Making Things Difficult. Chapter 563, Making Things Difficult. The first 2 Blood of Destruction portions landed in the Martial Alliance, but now they have announced that they would no longer vie for it? Yi Yun was stunned when he heard Zhou's words. If the Martial Alliance was really related to Blood Moon, or the Martial Alliance was controlled by Blood Moon, then why would the Martial Alliance let the Blood of Destruction enter in the Tianyuan world and also announce that they would no longer vie for it? This could only be explained only if he had guessed wrongly, that the Martial Alliance had nothing to do with Blood Moon. However, then how were the longevity extending pills explained? Yi Yun, I feel like there is a conspiracy hidden in this matter. Lin Xintong suddenly transmitted her voice, which was met with a nod from Yi Yun. They faced opponents with unfathomable power with their return back to the Tianyuan world. They were only 2, and their strength had not fully matured, so the only thing they could rely on was that the enemy was in the open while they were hiding in the shadows. "You can leave." After asking what he needed to know, Yi Yun waved his hand, indicating that Zhou could leave. Zhou felt relieved and hurriedly said, "Yes, Senior. Rest assured that the news of Senior's appearance will not be leaked by me, Zhou. We will disappear immediately." As Zhou spoke, he conjured a flying item and led his white soaring sect disciples away in a fleeing manner. Only after they flew more than 50 kilometers did the white soaring sect disciples heave a long sigh of relief. Many of the cowardly ones were already covered in cold sweat. The pressure they experienced facing Yi Yun and Lin Xintong was too great. Those 2 asked so many detailed questions. Could they also be planning on vying for the Blood of Destruction? A disciple asked curiously. Zhou hesitated before saying, "Whether they do or not is not a concern for people at our level. The matters that happened today are not to be leaked." Got it? Yes. The white soaring sect disciples responded. Seeing peerless figures like Yi Yun and Lin Xintong was very stimulating for them. Only with such power were they be able to see the definition of leading a free life. Jade Spirit Mountains, Lin family residence. The entrance of the Lin family was covered with patches of bamboo forests. Looking down from above, there were buildings looming in the distance. As wind blew, the sea of bamboo would issue a fascinating rustling sound. The distance between the Misty Face Sea and the Lin family was tens of millions of miles, but after their cultivation level increased, this distance was nothing much for Yi Yun and Lin Xintong. On receiving the news that the Tian Yuan world remained in a calm state, Lin Xintong's worry for the Lin family had greatly eased. However, she still wanted to see it with her own eyes to understand the Lin family's actual situation. Now, with 7 years having passed and with their appearances completely changed, they just needed to be a bit more careful to not disclose their identity. Yi Yun and Lin Xintong hid within the bamboo forest and overlooked the Lin family's territory. There was peace and quiet in the Lin family. Lin Xintong's eyes revealed a yearning. She stared at the familiar buildings and mountain peaks as the memories of her past came flooding back. She slightly sighed, saying, "I wonder how the matriarch is." Over the past few years, the Lin family must have put up with a lot of pressure. In fact, we were naturally safe cultivating in the great Empress mystic realm, but the Lin family probably had to withstand a lot of it. Yes, but the Lin family's strength should not be underestimated. Any faction that wants to overthrow the Lin family would have to pay a non-trivial price. No one would do anything under the circumstances where there are no benefits. Yi Yun believed that as long as people believed that he and Lin Xintong were hiding in the great Empress mystic realm, the Lin family would be safe and sound. Yi Yun and Lin Xintong flew through several regions around the Lin family in a hidden manner. At this moment, there was a sudden burst of yuan qi fluctuation not far from them. Yi Yun and Lin Xintong stopped. The next instant, their figures had already disappeared into the thick jungle. A short distance away, a few young disciples wearing the uniform of the Lin family landed. These people had most likely returned from a training expedition from outside. They looked fatigued from the journey. A short youth cursed with an undaunted look, "What bad luck! The Shintu family clan scum has lost a generation of young geniuses, yet they came to join in the training at Jishou Mountain. They are trying to give us a hard time in every aspect. If not for us being careful enough, they might have even attacked us if they had the chance to do so." A young lady who looked older replied, "There's no other way out. The Shintu family clan had to get some dog-tea luck to be propped up by the martial alliance. Now, we can only bear with it patiently, and not be the ones creating conflict with other factions." "Elder Sister Chinger is right," echoed another youth. This group of young Lin family disciples included Lin Cheng and 6 other teenage boys and girls. Warriors needed to endure the test of harsh environments out in the world to grow. Battling and hunting desolate beasts was a must. However, ever since the Great Empress Mystic Realm expedition 7 years ago, the Lin family disciples had to be careful every time they went out, because the Lin family had too many enemies. And what was amazing most of all, was that the Shintu family clan, who had the biggest grudge with the Lin family, was valued by the upper echelons of the martial alliance. They were given many resources, including several longevity-extending pills. This not only made the Shintu family clan slowly recover its strength, it had also given it power and prestige amongst the several large factions. Upon hearing the exchange between the Lin family disciples, Lin Xintong frowned slightly. Although the Lin family had announced that they had cut ties with her and Yi Yun, it did not have much meaning. Everyone knew that this was a self-preservation method the Lin family was employing. The large losses they suffered in the Great Empress Mystic Realm were still blamed on the Lin family. Yi Yun and Lin Xintong followed these Lin family disciples and quickly, they arrived at the Lin family mountain's entrance. Usually, there were Lin family disciples guarding the Lin family mountain entrance. However, there was another group of people gathered outside as well. When Lin Cheng and company approached the entrance, a few figures appeared from that group of people, blocking their path. Lin Cheng frowned slightly and had a look of disgust on her face as she stopped in her footsteps. "It's you again," Lin Cheng said coldly as she suppressed her pangs of fury. A scholarly dressed man in his 30s came forward. He was waving a fan in his hands as he smirked. "That's right, Miss Chinger. We meet again. I can't help it, for I'm doing errands for the Martial Alliance, so I'm compelled to do so. I'm so busy that I have no time to cultivate." This scholarly person was named Gongsun Yang. He was a member of the Li Fire sect, and a senior brother of Gongsun Hong. Although Gongsun Yang complained about doing errands for the Martial Alliance, there was no lack of flaunting in his words. Over the past few years, the Martial Alliance had been gaining more and more momentum as the resources they distributed increased. If one could enter the Martial Alliance and take up a post in it, and get the recognition of the superiors, one's future path in cultivation would be smooth. Lin Xing coldly snorted, clearly not intending to say anything more to this man. "All right, the esteemed lot of you, according to the rules, I have to ask where you went, and of course, check your interspatial rings as well as your luggage," Gongsun Yang said with a smile. It was as if he was talking about a very kindly matter. "Check our interspatial ring and luggage? Gongsun Yang, don't go too far. When we left, you stopped us and asked us all sorts of questions. Now, you are reaching out for a yard after taking an inch." The youth who had previously suffered the injustice was once again inflamed by Gongsun Yang's words. He stood forward and shouted that, "Gongsun Yang, you are after all in the Lin family's territory. Don't you go too far." Another girl was also extremely furious. Over the years, things were made difficult for the Lin family. "What are you talking about? Isn't the Lin family's territory past this mountain entrance? You haven't entered it yet, so how can you consider it to be the Lin family's territory? To do the body search here is I, Gongsun Yang, giving my due respects for the Lin family. Furthermore, I'm just doing a routine inspection. This is an order from the Martial Alliance. Miss Ching, I'm also being considerate for you. You should know that at the Great Empress Mystic Realm, several factions are searching for Yi Yun in a bid to seek revenge for their dead family clan disciples. I'm also worried that when you leave the Lin family's premises, you would use some method to contact Yi Yun. If that is the case, you might be incriminated in the future." Again, Gongsun Yang resorted to using the Martial Alliance as his trump card. His words were taking advantage of the situation. The Martial Alliance odd people. Ignoring the treasures that the Martial Alliance controlled were the longevity-extending pills that many legendary figures of the large family clans coveted, just the strength of the Martial Alliance was extraordinary. Several years ago, at a martial tea session, the disciples and legendary figures under the Martial Alliance's banner demonstrated their prowess, suppressing the crowd. It caused many large factions to lose the will to be angry. Then, the Martial Alliance's alliance leader's strength was definitely unfathomable. The Martial Alliance had the capital to overwhelm others through force. When Lin Chang heard the Martial Alliance mentioned, she coldly snorted, "Martial Alliance? Don't think I'm ignorant. It's just a few sects along with the Shintu family clan sowing discord in the upper echelons of the Martial Alliance, confounding black and white, and fooling the elders of the Martial Alliance. Hence, coming up with restrictions and the monitoring of our Lin family, allowing you despicable people to have greatness thrown onto you." Lin Chang's rage echoed in the mountains. Yi Yun and Lin Xintong remained silent after hearing it. It was probably not the Shintu family clan and those unlucky sects, who had suffered in the Great Empress Mystic Realm, that were fanning the flames from the side. It was the Martial Alliance itself targeting the Lin family. They were just using the Shintu family clan as a guise. Under such a situation, the Lin family could only properly give in and make the necessary concessions. As long as it didn't cross the Lin family's bottom line, the Lin family did not want to enter conflict with so many large factions. The Martial Alliance is powerful, and it has slowly encroached into the minds of people. Even the Lin family disciples, who face these artificial obstacles, believe that the Martial Alliance's elders are being fooled. Actually, the Martial Alliance is the faction that is most concerned about the Great Empress Mystic Realm's inheritance. If our whereabouts are compromised, the consequences will be unthinkable. Yi Yun transmitted his voice to Lin Xintong. If the martial alliance was being controlled by Blood Moon, or was even a part of Blood Moon, then it naturally hated the ancient Great Empress and the Azure Yang Lord to the bone. As their inheritors, they would definitely be sought out to be killed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 564, Humiliation. Chapter 564, Humiliation. Yi Yun, what do we do now? Lin Xintong could not think of any good ideas as the enemy was too strong. Yi Yun faltered slightly as he said, "Now, the Blood Moon has definitely put us on top of their killing list. However, with the Star Transference Heaven-Changing book, it won't be easy for them to find us. We should first take our time before making a decision. We should start investigating the Blood of Destruction." The sudden appearance of the Blood of Destruction cast a dark cloud over Yi Yun's mind. It was impossible for the Martial Alliance to allow something that was termed the Blood of Gods to reach the Tian Yuan world. While Yi Yun and Lin Xintong were communicating through Yuan Qi transmissions, Lin Qing and company had caved in front of the Lin family's mountain entrance. How could one not bow to the circumstances? This was also what the Lin family elders had exhorted the juniors to do. They had to endure as much as possible. Now, the Lin family had offended several large factions and they had been targeted by the Martial Alliance. The Lin family disciples, who traveled around in the Tian Yuan world, were extremely careful. Even a drop of a tree leaf made them fear for their heads. My interspatial ring is here. I'm warning you, Gongsun Yang. Times and situations change. Be sure not to cross the line. Who knows what will happen in the future? Lin Qing had no choice but to hand her interspatial ring to him. With their senior sister taking the lead, the other youths had to hand over the rings as well, even if they were extremely unwilling. Miss Qinger, what you say isn't right. Gongsun Yang slowly shook his fan, and hung his trademark scholarly smile. Miss Qinger, I'm just serving the Martial Alliance. Everything is just a routing inspection. Why do you make it sound like I'm forcing you? I'm doing it for your own good. Now, Yi Yun and Lin Xintong are the focus of the Martial Alliance, so it's best if Miss Qinger draws a clear line from them. As Gongsun Yang spoke, he began to rummage through Lin Qing's interspatial ring. He deliberately slowed his motions. He even took the items in Lin Qing's interspatial ring out one by one. There were pills, relics, cultivation technique manuals, weapons, and disc arrays. These things were not precious, but Lin Qing's face turned red. She felt humiliated. Later on, Gongsun Yang began to take female clothing out of Lin Qing's interspatial ring, such as skirts, tunics, and sleeveless waistcoats. Many of Gongsun Yang's lackeys laughed the moment they saw this. Ha ha ha. Fragrant. Really fragrant. A few lackeys even took deep sniffs, as they made exaggerated motions of smelling Lin Qing's dress, as if they were reveling in Lin Qing's bodily fragrance. Gongsun Yang scolded with a smile, "You worthless bunch, have some decency. I'm here working. I wonder if there's anything hidden in these clothes. For example, that little bastard Yi Yun bringing out some cultivation technique manual from the Great Empress Mystic Realm. Ha, young master, you are right. What about her undergarments? You must check them as well. Some inheritance might be very small, and they might be hidden in there." The group of lackeys let out a lewd laugh. The eyes of the Lin family disciples turned red as they reached the limits of their anger. Lin Chang clenched her fists and emitted killing intent from her eyes. Her undergarments were all placed underneath her outerwear. If Gongsun Yang carried on rummaging through it, he would definitely take them out. How could a lady allow her undergarments to be rummaged through in public? That was no different from her being stripped naked in public. Gongsun Yang, if your hands make another move, I'll kill you. Lin Qing's hand was already placed on her sword's hilt. She was carrying her companion's sword as she did not place it in her interspatial ring. Gongsun Yang looked at Lin Cheng and sneered, "Miss Chinger, I'm doing this for your own good. Didn't your Lin family already draw a clear line with that demonic couple, Yi Yun and Lin Xintong? Many factions do not believe in it, so I'm allaying the suspicions for you. Furthermore, you are also not my match. Only if Yi Yun and Lin Xintong come out of the great Empress mystic realm can they arouse my interest. As for the other Lin family disciples, I can't take them seriously at all." Gongsun Yang completely ignored Lin Cheng's threat. He was in his 30s, and his cultivation level was much higher than Lin Cheng's. And in terms of his combat ability against people his own level, he far exceeded Lin Cheng, so what was there to be afraid of? What nerve! If Yi Yun and senior sister Lin comes out of reclusion, they would destroy you with a finger. Lin Cheng snapped. Although the Lin family had announced that they had cut all ties with Yi Yun and Lin Xintong, all of the Lin family disciples knew that it was an expedient measure. In private, the Lin family disciples idolized Yi Yun and Lin Xintong. In the future, Yi Yun and Lin Xintong were likely to become a peerless great emperor and great empress respectively. What sort of glorious scene would it be for the Lin family when two peerless great emperors appeared? Yi Yun? Lin Xintong? Ha ha ha. Gongsun Yang erupted with laughter. "Do you think that as long as your Lin family waits to the point of Yi Yun and Lin Xintong's exit from reclusion, your Lin family will increase in strength and soar? You are so naive. I'm not afraid to tell you that it's alright if Yi Yun and Lin Xintong do not come out of seclusion. However, the moment they come out, they would definitely die horribly. They have offended so many large factions and the Martial Alliance as well. They have long been passed the death sentence. The power of the Martial Alliance is nothing you can imagine. So what if Yi Yun and Lin Xintong are geniuses? In front of the Martial Alliance, they are nothing but ants. Ignoring the important figures in the Martial Alliance, even the young geniuses of the Martial Alliance might not be people Yi Yun or Lin Xintong can match. The Martial Alliance has set up a heavenly Tao union that controls several impressive mystic realms and inheritance. There are countless numbers of geniuses within them, do you know? TSK. And I, Gongsun Yang, also had the chance to be selected into the Heavenly Tao Union for cultivation. When the time comes, I wouldn't even be bothered to glance at people like you. And even if Yi Yun and Lin Xintong appear, so what? I'll still defeat them." As Gongsun Yang spoke, he casually threw the interspatial ring to his lackeys beside him. "Have fun with this." A lackey smiled lewdly as he carried on rummaging for the undergarments in the ring. Lin Cheng's eyes turned cold. Sha! With the sound of wind breaking, Lin Cheng attacked. A 4 feet long azure sword moved like an azure snake as it stabbed at the throat of the lackey standing beside Gongsun Yang. However, Gongsun Yang was already prepared, and with a hand, he grabbed Lin Cheng's sword. Pang! Gongsun Yang's right hand emitted a reddish fiery glow. His hand was encased in flames, while Lin Cheng's sword was deadlocked by him. G. Lin Cheng's soft sword began to twist under the immense power, but the blade still could not escape from Lin Cheng's palms. He grabbed his sword with his bare hands without leaving any wounds on it. This was a move cultivated by Gongsun Yang, named Inferno Metal Melting Hand. It used the fire and metal elemental laws of the 5 elements as its foundation. Against opponents weaker than him, he could use his bare hands as weapons. And if his opponent's weapon was even more inferior, he could use his own fire elemental Yuan Qi to melt his opponent's weapon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 565, Face Smacking. Chapter 565, Face Smacking. The flames carried on burning. As Gongsun Yang held Lin Cheng's sword, a relaxed smile hung on his face. He was 10 years older than Lin Cheng, so unless one was a peerless genius, it was impossible to bridge the gap. TSK, Miss Chinger's temper sure isn't good. Gongsun Yang laughed without restraint as he increased his strength and a raging flaming yuan qi surged into Lin Cheng's sword. The sword began to tremble so vigorously that Lin Cheng almost let go. She bit her lips and used all her strength to hold on to her sword. This sword of hers was not of good quality, but it had accompanied her since her childhood, so she had an emotional attachment to it. However, now, she felt an unbearable heat wave coming from the sword in her hands, as her eyes turned misty with a layer of tears. The injustice. She had never felt such a grave injustice in all her life. She knew that there were several elders around the Lin family's mountain entrance. They could see this scene, but they did not appear. They could not be blamed. This was because the Li Fire sect and several other large sects also had elders in the vicinity. If an elder of the Lin family appeared, they would appear as well. If a fight started, it would result in the Lin family suffering eventually. Being bullied by others, and her strength being inferior than theirs made her feel helpless. The several Lin family disciples behind Lin Cheng could no longer bear it and they were about to make their moves. As for Gongsun Yang's lackeys, they naturally could not to be outdone. In terms of strength, the Li Fire sect was stronger than the Shintu family clan, and they surpassed the Lin family. Why? Are you making your move? The corners of Gongsun Yang curled upwards. He felt secure with the strong backing he enjoyed. He also knew that the Lin family would not dare to make a move. At this moment, far away in the bamboo forest, Yi Yun had seen everything. His gaze turned cold. He pressed one hand on his interspatial ring. Yi Yun, what are you doing? Lin Xintong transmitted her voice when she noticed Yi Yun's action. Yi Yun shook his head. Since we are determined to go against Blood Moon, we need to appear anyway. It doesn't matter if it's a few days early. Lin Xintong took a deep breath. Seeing the Lin family disciples insulted, how could she feel at ease? However, due to the circumstances, she was also out of options. She exhorted Yi Yun, don't cause too much trouble, in case it brings trouble for the Lin family. Don't worry. I know myself. As Yi Yun spoke, he had already walked out the forest. The disguised Yi Yun was tall and thin. He was plain looking and his face was the kind that no one would recognize if he was thrown in a crowd of people. He was wearing a black shirt with a bamboo hat and his stance gave him a sharp air of mystery. At this moment, the situation in front of the Lin family's mountain entrance was all set for a showdown. With Yi Yun suddenly appearing, everyone was stunned. Who? Gongsun Yang shouted. Yi Yun gave a sidewards glance at Gongsun Yang, but he simply ignored him. Oh? Gongsun Yang frowned. He had been enjoying an elevated position for a long period of time. He now had the chance to enter the Heavenly Tao Union for training, and he was naturally arrogant. To be met with such contempt made his heart burn with anger. Momentarily, he forgot about making things difficult for Lin Cheng. His inspection of Lin Cheng was not really part of his errand for the martial alliance, it was his own intention to smack the Lin family's face, as well as take liberties with a genius girl of the Lin family. Yi Yun glanced at everyone present and said nonchalantly, I come from the Southern Sea. On a lone island in the Southern Sea, I've been practicing saber techniques. After mastering it, I am peerless in the way of the saber. As such, I came into the Heartlands, hoping to defeat all the young elites of the Heartlands so I can obtain the title of Saber Saint. I heard that the Lin family's sword techniques are legendary, so I came especially to challenge them. By saying this, not only were the people from the Li Fire sect stunned, even the people from the Lin family were stunned as well. Who was this guy? Wasn't he too erratic? To say that he was peerless in the way of the saber? He wanted to challenge all the elites of the Tian Yuan world alone? Ha 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 ha. The warriors from the Li Fire sect roared with laughter. Under normal circumstances, people who dared to say such words were complete idiots. Especially when this guy said that he came from the Southern Sea. What sort of place was the Southern Sea? The Southern Sea was in the southern region of the untraversable sea, and there were only a few small islands in the Southern Sea, which were remote lands of savages. The further one went into the Southern Sea, the thinner the heaven-earth yuan qi was, which resulted in a lack of treasures. How could such terrible environments give birth to a genius? An idiot who came from such a place probably had beaten a few small tribal clans, hence, he thought that he was invincible. So how could he imagine the terrifying power of the family clans of the Heartlands? What are you laughing at? Ian looked towards Gongsun Yang and said dismissively, I came here to terrorize the Lin family and challenge their geniuses. You don't seem like someone from the Lin family at all, so go hide in the corner. Don't be an eyesore for me. As Ian said those words, his eyes glistened with a sense of pride while he took on a supercilious demeanor. Far away, Lin Xintong suddenly felt like laughing after seeing Ian. Ian was too immersed in his role. She knew Ian's motive. The reason why he said those words and took on such an expression was to prevent people from suspecting that he was related to the Lin family. If not, it would bring trouble for the Lin family. Hearing Ian's derision and seeing Ian's eyes of contempt, Gongsun Yang could no longer smile. How could he endure such insults? Who are you? How dare you speak to me like that? Do you know who I am? I pity an indigenous person from the Southern Sea. Even if I were to tell you my identity, you would not even understand it. Killing a person like you is an insult to my status as a person who can enter the Heavenly Tao Union. However, since you insist on dying, I'll grant it to you. If I want to kill you, no one in heaven or on the earth can save you. As Gongsun Yang spoke, he released Lin Qing's sword and without a weapon, he punched at Ian's face. His hands were still burning with a reddish flame as a heat wave explosively surged forward. One's facial features would be burnt to a crisp if they were struck in the face by this attack. However, against Gongsun Yang's inferno metal melting hand, Ian only sneered, You aren't even worthy of me unleashing my saber. Ian also put his hand out to strike Gongsun Yang. His actions could only be described as being extremely arrogant. Gongsun Yang laughed from extreme anger. He found it incredulous to think that there was such a fool in this world whose stupidity would kill himself. His inferno metal melting hand could break metallic weapons, so engaging in direct contact with naked flesh would just turn his opponent to ashes. Be careful of the flame. Seeing that Yun was not going to avoid it, Lin Chang hurriedly sent a voice transmission. Although the strange man who suddenly appeared seemed crazy, he had rescued her after all, so Lin Chang did not wish for him to end with a fatal outcome. However, before her voice transmission ceased, Ian's hand had already clashed with Gongsun Yang's. Ka-cha! Their fingers collided and red flames exploded. The ground beneath them sunk as a large amount of sand turned into lava. In the God Advent Tower, Yun had bathed in the pure Yang lava pool daily, so how could Gongsun Yang's tiny bit of fire elemental laws amount to anything? Yun grabbed Gongsun Yang's hand and grinned, jumping out with just this bit of skill? I was wondering how powerful you were. The sudden change of events caught Gongsun Yang off guard. He expected Yun's hand to be burnt to a crisp from the flames that his hand was emitting. But now, Yun appeared to not feel a thing. Instead, a terrifying energy and wanton yuan qi came surging into his hand. You. This energy was too powerful, he felt like his hand was breaking. Before Gongsun Yang could finish his words, Ian shook his right hand, as if he was flinging a snake that he had caught. Crackle! A series of bone-cracking sounds was heard as Gongsun Yang cried out terribly. The hand that Yun had grabbed burst at all the joints and his arm dislocated. It was now limp without any strength left in it. And at this moment, Yun did not go easy on him. He grabbed Gongsun Yang's flailing arm and pulled him over like a little child. Following that, Yun used his other hand to slap Gongsun Yang's face. Pa! With a snap, Gongsun Yang cried out and crumbled to the ground. Half of his face had been smashed by Yun. A shocking bloody palm print was embedded on his face. However, Yi Yun did not stop. He pulled Gong Sun Yang up again, and gave him a backhand slap. This slap hit the other half of Gong Sun Yang's face. With another clear snap, the sound reached deep into everyone's ears. Gong Sun Yang vomited a mouthful of blood as a few of his teeth dropped out. You. Gong Sun Yang was completely dazed from the hits. His voice was trembling as he tried to say something to Yi Yun. But at this moment, Yi Yun raised his hand again. Wait. Gong Sun Yang opened his mouth again, but Yi Yun's palm came crushing down on him, and then Yi Yun gave him a flurry of slaps. Pa. There were continuous slapping sounds as Yi Yun hit Gong Sun Yang's face on both sides. Each slap landed on either side of Gong Sun Yang's head, and his head shook like a rattle. Blood was continuously flowing from his face as teeth shot out of his mouth along with minced meat. After a few seconds, Gong Sun Yang's face was completely unsightly. Even his skin had been ripped off by the slaps. On the sides, Lin Qing as well as the other Lin family disciples watched with widened eyes. What the hell happened? What sort of person was this saber user from the Southern Sea? How could he be so powerful? Gong Sun Yang liked to brag, saying that he was powerful enough to compete with Yi Yun and Lin Xintong without feeling a hint of embarrassment. He was, in fact, one of the top few figures in the Li Fire sect in terms of strength. If he was in the Lin family, very few people of his age could defeat him. How could he be beaten so badly by a person of unknown origin? That person did not unsheath his saber as he said. He had forcefully incapacitated Gong Sun Yang's inferno metal melting hand, and he held Gong Sun Yang like a tiny child and did as he pleased. The difference in strength was not trivial. It was apparent that this saber user, who could ravage Gong Sun Yang so easily without unsheathing his saber, was really peerless in the way of the saber. It no longer seemed like an exaggeration that he could challenge all the genius elites of the Tian Yuan world. This gave the Lin family disciples a feeling of bumping into an ordinarily dressed man on the street, who claimed, in a crazy manner, that he was the emperor. And when they finally checked, they realized that he really was the emperor. There was such a person in the islands in the Southern Sea? The Lin family disciples were extremely surprised. As for Gong Sun Yang's lackeys, they were all stunned with fear of the malefic Yi Yun. Not one of them dared to save their boss, and they could only watch as their boss was brutally beaten up by Yi Yun. Just as Yi Yun was brutally beating Gong Sun Yang to the point of him almost dying, a fierce voice sounded from a distance, "Vile little spawn, stop. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 566, Yuan Opening Realm. Chapter 566, Yuan Opening Realm. The roar came rolling like thunder from the distance. Yi Yun, however, turned a deaf ear to it and did not stop. He continued to slap Gong Sun Yang until his body turned limp, as if he had turned boneless. He was then tossed aside like a dead dog. After doing that, Yi Yun turned around to face the person rushing over. There were a total of 3 people. 2 of them came from the Li Fire sect, while the last person wore a yellow robe with the Shintu family clan's family emblem on it, which made it apparent that he was from the Shintu family clan. Ever since the Shintu family clan reached the point of irreconciliation with the Lin family, the Shintu family clan would join in on any matter that had to do with the Lin family, even if there was not a single benefit. These people looked like they were in their 50s. When they flew over, their stance was aggressive and looked like they were about to skin Yi Yun alive. Yi Yun had been undergoing reclusive cultivation in the God Advent Tower for 7 years and had greatly increased his strength. With him having the purple crystal as well as having opened his heaven's eye, he could easily tell their cultivation level. Their cultivation realms were above the Dao Seed realm, in the Yuan Opening realm. The martial cultivation path first emphasized the 5 stages of training one's body to lay the foundation, before they started gathering qi in their body. When their blood contained purple qi, and their marrow had become fully red, they would have reached the purple blood realm. And upon reaching the peak of the Purple Blood Realm, a warrior could lay the Yuan Foundation to cross over into the Yuan Foundation realm. The Yuan Foundation realm was the beginning steps of one's martial path. The nomological seed planted within the Yuan Foundation was the Dao Seed realm. Once the Dao seed germinated, it would break open the Yuan Foundation and slowly mature until it became a heavenly Dao tree that reached the heavens. And the initial stages of the germination of the heavenly Dao tree, the process of the Dao seed breaking out of the Yuan Foundation, was known as Yuan opening. Causing the Dao seed to germinate was not a simple task. Although warriors were able to condense a nomological seed, they might not be able to germinate their soul Dao seed throughout their entire lives as a result of their Yuan Foundation not being solid enough, or their nomological seed being of too low a quality. Such a Dao seed was also known as a dead seed. To be able to let the Dao seed germinate to break through the Yuan Foundation realm and step into the Yuan opening realm, proved that they were the best amongst those at the Dao seed realm. If a Yuan opening realm expert was placed in the Taiya Divine Kingdom, that person would be known as a sage. The billions of people in the entire Taiya Divine Kingdom might not even be able to produce a single sage in a period of a few hundred years. And even if one appeared, they would usually barely be able to break out of the Yuan Foundation, forever ceasing their progress at the early stages of the Yuan opening realm. However, even so, they would still be considered mighty figures who were equal to the Divine Emperor of the Taiya Divine Kingdom. They could establish an ancient family clan and ensure that their family clan would enjoy prosperity perpetually. As for the Tian Yuan world, there were numerous experts there and was not something the Taiya Divine Kingdom could compare with. Even so, Yuan opening warriors were still not common in the Tian Yuan world and were considered important figures who could dominate in certain aspects. For example, Yi Yin had previously killed an 8-limbed sea dragon in the Misty Face Sea, saving several White Soaring Sect disciples. The White Soaring Sect was one of the most famous factions within that region, but their Grand Elder was only at the mid-stages of the Yuan opening realm. Such a Grand Elder was enough to create a deterrence, and such a cultivation realm would allow for one to become guardian of a sect. As for those who could really exceed the Yuan opening realm, they were known by commoners as Imperial Kings. Factions who had Imperial Kings were definitely the top powers in the Tian Yuan world. They included the Lin family, the Li Fire sect, and the Shintu family clan. In these family clans, the number of Imperial Kings were few and far between. Back when Shintu Nantian laid a trap in the Chu prefecture city by using Yi Yun to lure the shepherd boy, he had invited an Imperial King, the 10,000 Imperial King. The 10,000 Imperial King had joined forces with many Yuan opening realm experts to fight against the shepherd boy, but they still ended up being annihilated by the shepherd boy. Even the 10,000 Imperial King had been killed by the shepherd boy, and because of this, Shintu Nantian had lost a lot of prestige in the Shintu family clan. Later on, Shintu Nantian could have once again consolidated his position in the family by marrying Lin Xintong, but his plans were subsequently destroyed by Yi Yun. He was then thrown into the Lin family's dungeon to suffer brutal torture, and he even had all of his wealth robbed clean. Finally, the Shintu family clan had to pay a price to get Shintu Nantian back. At this point, Shintu Nantian had been completely discredited. His final bet was placed in the Great Empress Mystic Realm, but this time, he even lost his life. Yuan opening realm warriors had a certain status in the Shintu family clan, and were able to take on the responsibilities of an elder. Even Thousand Hand Granny was just at the peak of the Yuan opening realm. These years, Thousand Hand Granny had been leading the Shintu family clan's people to patrol around the eternal whirlpool in the untraversable sea. She used all of her wealth to set up several large arrays, so as to monitor a 50,000-kilometer radius around the Great Empress Mystic Realm's entrance. Not even the slightest disturbance could be hidden from her eyes. She swore to find traces of Yi Yun, and was no different from a mad demon now. As for this elder, who had been sent to the Lin family by the Shintu family clan, his responsibility was to monitor the Lin family's activity. He was in the early mid-stages of the Yuan opening realm. Vile little spawn. I ordered you to stop, are you deaf? The Li Fire sect's exterior elder was filled with murderous intent. He had been the one to shout at Yun to stop, but Yun had completely ignored him. How could he tolerate a junior ignoring him? He stared at Yun. As a Yuan opening realm warrior, he had long since opened his heaven's eye, and also had a technique to see through people. Although Yun was mysterious and seemed to use some mystic technique to conceal his cultivation level, making it look seemingly false and real at the same time, this Li Fire Sect elder could still sense that Yun's cultivation level definitely could not exceed the Yuan opening realm. He just had amazing talent. If that was the case, then Yun was just a junior. Brother Gongsun, why bother wasting words with him? Just capture him and send him to the Li Fire Sect for disposal. The Shintu family clan elder said and was about to attack Yun. And at this moment, an old man's voice was heard from the Lin family's mountain entrance. Everyone, please wait. Everyone looked towards the sound and saw a pudgy middle-aged man with round, small eyes flying out from the Lin family's mountain entrance. He may be fat, but his speed was amazingly fast. With a fast walking pace, he had already arrived. He was the exterior elder in charge of the Lin family's security. It was not appropriate for him to appear in a conflict between juniors, but now, with the opponent's junior beaten up, and the older ones appearing, he had no choice but to appear. Everyone, please do not be rash. What is the matter? The pudgy, middle-aged man took on the role of peacemaker. With his harmless looks, it made him seem like a nice person. However, Yun noticed a trace of schadenfreude in the pudgy middle-aged man's eyes when they landed on Gongsun Yang's terrible state. To be repressed by several factions, along with the martial alliance, for so many years, there was no doubt that the Lin family members were all angered. Fatty Chiao, stop acting the fool. Someone from my Li Fire Sect has been beaten up so badly at your Lin family's mountain entrance. Your Lin family must answer to our Li Fire Sect on this matter. The Li Fire Sect elder said angrily. The pudgy middle-aged man was named Lin Xiao. He was in charge of the Lin family's security, so it was natural that he knew the Li Fire Sect elder who was monitoring them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 567, Crossing the Vast Ravine. Chapter 567, Crossing the Vast Ravine. Despite Gongsun Yang and company misconduct at the mountain entrance of the Lin family, it could easily be seen how high-handed the Li Fire Sect was by demanding an answer from the Lin family over the beating. Lin Xiao's fat face twitched a few times, but he did not answer. The Shintu family clan elder standing beside the Li Fire Sect elder said, Brother Gongsun, we can settle scores with the Lin family in time to come. First we should catch this brat and bring him back for a good questioning. As the Shintu family clan elder spoke, his eyes were turning and he already had crooked ideas. He found it unbelievable that a native from the islands from the southern sea would be able to defeat Gongsun Yang so easily. However, with the facts happening in front of him, he had no choice but to believe it. Hence, he began to suspect that this native had found some amazing opportunity in the southern sea islands. It was not surprising for a warrior to possess opportunities. In fact, many Tian Yuan world geniuses had their own secrets. Typically, an important figure would not covet the opportunities of a junior. However, not everyone had such a bottom line. Furthermore, this Shintu family clan elder was technically not an important figure. Although his cultivation level had reached the mid-stages of the Yuan opening realm, he was no longer young. He had depleted his potential and would not be able to reach even the late stages of the Yuan opening realm, not to mention becoming an imperial king. At this moment, the sudden appearance of Yun, who came from the southern sea, with such amazing strength made him ponder about the chances of finding a treasure on this brat. If he were to bring Yun back and interrogate him and failed to find any treasure, it was alright. For Yun had no background and was just a young genius from the barren southern sea. Killing him would not leave any future troubles. Oh? You plan on, the Li Fire Sect elder realized the intentions of the Shintu family clan elder. Bringing him back for interrogation, and if all else fails, a soul search might even allow for me to find some treasure? When that happens, we can split it evenly amongst the three of us," the Shinto elder said nonchalantly. He was a greedy man and, although he coveted Iyun's treasure, he never thought of the possibility of Iyun possessing a treasure so valuable that it would make the three of them fight against each other for it. "All right." The Li Fire sect elder's face turned solemn as he touched his interspatial ring with a hand. Murderous intent had been ignited in his heart. "Lin family clan, I originally wanted to settle the scores with you since my Li Fire sect disciple got injured at your Lin family's mountain entrance, but I am too lazy to fuss over it. So forget it, I am taking this Southern Sea savage away." With the Li Fire sect elders being overbearing, the Lin family disciples turned worried. With Iyun heavily injuring Gongsun Yang, he had rescued them from a tough situation and as well as allowed them to vent their anger. It could be said that Iyun was stepping up for them. However, now, they could not sit idle watching helplessly as Iyun was taken away on their territory. "Elder Qiao, hurry and stop them." "Right, that Southern Sea guy saved senior sister Cheng. It is all right, even if you ignored us being bullied, but with an outsider stepping up for us, are you going to watch as these old Li Fire sect bastards cripple him?" An upright Lin family youth said in a displeased manner. He knew that Lin Xiao had been at the mountain entrance from the start of it all. He should have seen everything that had happened clearly, but he would not appear unless it was the last resort. And at this moment, Lin Xiao was also lamenting in his heart. He also did not wish to act in this manner, but it was an order from the top. Why would such an unlucky matter happen when it was his turn to hold down the mountain entrance? As for the sudden appearance of the Southern Sea genius, he had already reported it to the upper echelons. There was not much distance, so even if he did not report the matter, once the matter turned serious, Lin family experts would rush here. All he needed to do now was to delay the matter. If the news of the Southern Sea guy being taken away was spread, people would criticize their Lin family as being extremely cowardly. Not only did their family members suffer indignities, even when others stood up for them and were about to be beaten to death, the Lin family still stood idly by. This would be an extremely severe blow to the Lin family's reputation. And at this moment, the Li Fire sect elder suddenly turned his head and said to another elder behind him, "Junior brother, cripple that little bastard directly." With those words said, the middle-aged man dressed in black behind him attacked straight away. And at the same time, the Li Fire sect and Shinto family clan elders pounced at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's strength was the strongest amongst the four of them, but with two of them working together, they would be able to ward him off. They were planning on using lightning methods to directly cripple Iyun and forcibly take him away. "Oh?" Lin Xiao's expression changed. Seeing two elders attacking him together with an attacking stance like a surging tide, he could not dodge nor retreat as there were Lin family juniors behind him. He was forced to meet them head-on. And at this moment, the last Li Fire sect elder had already appeared before Iyun. He stretched out his arms and a terrifying suction force originated from him. The surrounding sand and gravel, and even the bamboo in the distance, were embroiled by this suction power, forming a huge vortex. Iyun's body was enshrouded within the vortex. He was suddenly lifted off from the ground. Engulfing laws? Iyun was alarmed. Engulfing laws were rare in the Tianyuan world. One would be extremely powerful the moment one mastered it. It was surprising that this old man, who had depleted all his potential and was stuck in the mid-stages of the Yuan opening realm for life, had such means. Indeed, no Yuan opening expert was to be underestimated. However, against the engulfing law attack, a tumultuous fighting spirit flashed in Iyun's eyes. He stabilized his body in the turbulent energy flow and forcefully retreated. Shi La. Iyun's protective Yuan Qi, as well as his shirt, was torn apart by the engulfing power, revealing his firm muscles' contours. With energy tearing across his flesh, there was a burning pain. However, Iyun gave out a long roar that pierced straight into the clouds. Clang! A katana was unsheathed, and with a roar, Yi Yun slashed with his saber, a slash that could split the mountains and divide the sea. This attack contained the saber intent he had learned from the saber tomb, as well as the sword move from the Pyongyang Sword Palace. It could be said that it was a saber attack that was exclusively Yi Yun's. Peerless saber Dao, pressing forward with indomitable will. Ka-cha! Yi Yun's saber slashed onto the Li Fire Sect Elder's engulfing vortex. An intense burst of energy shot out, and the energy the Li Fire Sect Elder gathered directly exploded. What? The black-dressed middle-aged man was astonished. At this moment, his mind went blank. He was an elder of a top faction in the Tian Yuan world. Even though he was an exterior elder, he was definitely not someone who a junior could resist. How could a sex elder not be able to take down a junior? What was the Southern Sea Brat's cultivation level? Was he really just a Dao Seed Realm warrior? He did not have time to think about it too carefully, for at this moment, Yi Yun's blade had flipped and was stabbing at his throat after breaking through the engulfing vortex. Courting death. To be forced to this point by a junior made him feel both shame and anger. He gathered Yuan Qi, and a staff appeared in his hands like a ghost. With both hands holding the staff, he smashed down at Yi Yun's saber. Usually, a staff would have the advantage against a saber, but Yi Yun's saber momentum was indomitable. Like a surging wave, it crashed down completely. There were no cracks to slip through, nor was there a way for any resistance. Boom! Like a thunderclap, Yi Yun's saber qi slashed at the Li Fire Sect Elder's protective Yuan Qi. A terrifying impact surged over as wanton Yuan Qi entered his body. With a cracking sounds, the Li Fire Sect Elder's protective Yuan Qi began to shatter. Pang! With his Yuan Qi exploding and the saber blade slicing through his body, a wisp of blood splattered out. The Li Fire Sect Elder grunted and quickly retreated. After retreating continuously for more than 10 steps, he clutched the wound on his chest. With the other hand holding the staff, he slammed it into a boulder to stabilize his body. You? How is it possible? This Li Fire Sect Elder looked at Yi Yun in disbelief. At this moment, Yi Yun was holding a blood-stained katana. Large swaths of his shirt had been torn apart. His chest and abdomen were filled with bloodlines. This was left behind by the engulfing laws that tore across his flesh. He had forcefully gone up against the engulfing law in the clash from before. All of his energy had been gathered onto the saber blade, allowing for him to defeat his enemy with one strike. Although Yi Yun did not gain much of an advantage in the clash from before, his opponent was an expert from the older generation. This was Yi Yun's first time fighting an elder from a top Tian Yuan world faction head-on. Not only did he not lose, he had even taken the advantage. How could the surrounding Li Fire Sect and Lin family disciples not be astounded upon seeing this scene? To juniors, they were separated from their family clan elders by a vast ravine that was impossible to cross. And now, this Southern Sea guy had managed to cross this vast chasm. As a member of the younger generation, he used his own strength to injure an expert from the older generation. Was this real? Ignoring the juniors present, even Lin Xiao and the other two elders from the Li Fire Sect and the Shintu family clan were momentarily dumbfounded. They even forgot to continue exchanging blows. The shock from Yi Yun's attack was too great. Someone from the younger generation matched someone from the older generation. Is he really a junior? Someone asked in disbelief. Some people might have special cultivation techniques or beauty techniques which allowed them to look like youths even with tens of thousands of years of age under them. Some people suspected Yi Yun was such a case. However, Lin Xiao rejected this theory. He knew very well that Yi Yun's strength was that of the Dao Seed realm. If an old man, who lived thousands of years, had the ability to leapfrog the Yuan opening realm with the Dao Seed realm, then how was it possible that he remained in the Dao Seed realm? He would probably have become an imperial king. This implied that he was indeed a junior. Yi Yun gently touched the blood on his saber tip as he revealed a slight smile, so this is the blood of a sage. Yuan Opening Realm. This was equivalent to a Taiya Divine Kingdom sage. And today, the tip of his saber had been stained with the blood of such a figure. As Yun looked at the blood, his eyes emitted a trace of fighting spirit. Back when he was in the Cloud Wilderness, he was still desperately cultivating for a position in the Jin Long Wei. He had been forced to death's doorstep a few times by Lian Xingyu. And at that time, sages were like unattainable myths to Yun. Now, he already had the ability to fight against sages. Translator's note: as we just reverted back to the old site software, donation buttons aren't up. If you absolutely want to donate to TMW for more sponsored goodness, click here. The amount for a sponsored chapter has been decreased to $35. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 568, Ignoring Face. Chapter 568, Ignoring Face. As Yun looked at the Li Fire Sect elder, a smile suffused on his lips. Coming to the Tian Yuan world with Lin Xintong to battle the Blood Moon, they had employed the identity of being peerless elites from overseas. And as an overseas genius, Yun had already determined his personality. That was him being publicly uninhibited and extremely proud. He emitted a stance of him being the only thing worthy in the world. As such, he separated the original impression he gave people of being quiet and contemplative. Ian slowly wiped the blood off the edge of his saber as he glanced sideways at the Li Fire Sect elder, and said lightly, "So much for the Yuan Opening Realm." This sentence was filled with contempt and scorn. It made the Li Fire Sect elder's old face redden. "Junior, you are courting death." His heart was burning with anger. The staff in his hand had already begun to bend as a result of his tremendous power. The staff had a great deal of flexibility and it could store energy. Once he fought with it, just the trembling force it emitted was very terrifying. As the staff was bending, the Li Fire Sect elder's body surged with increasing Yuan Qi. His body seemed to become a bottomless hole as he wantonly absorbed the heaven-earth Yuan Qi from his surroundings. Anyone could tell that he was about to go all out. Initially, he had taken Yun lightly because he thought that Yun was just a junior. Now, he was planning to use everything to take Yun down. At this moment, Yun gently flicked the blood stains off his sleeves. He did not even look straight at the Li Fire Sect elder, and he did not take him seriously. This kind of insolence that came from the bone made the surrounding juniors speechless. This person sure was confident enough. One had to know that in their first exchange, Yun did not retreat unscathed. He had been lightly injured. Now, with the Li Fire Sect elder about to go all out as a Yuan opening expert, it would be truly terrifying. It was very likely that an arrogant person like Yun would end up suffering. Yun nonchalantly held the saber in his hand as his eyes burned with fighting spirit. Having been in reclusion in the Great Empress Mystic Realm, Yun had spent a majority of his time pondering over the Great Empress Heart Sutra, but his cultivation level had already reached to the late stages of the Dao Seed Realm. As a 23-year-old late-stage Dao Seed Realm warrior, he had already pulled away from his peers in the Tian Yuan world. Furthermore, Yun had combat capabilities that far exceeded warriors on the same level as him. For a Dao Seed Realm practitioner to battle a Yuan Opening Realm warrior, there was one large realm separating the two. But in Yun's hands, he had changed the impossible to possible. Take him down. This guy is too terrifying. By having bred enmity here today, once he seeks revenge in the future, we will not be his match at all. The Shintu elder transmitted his voice. The three elders came to a unanimous agreement. Just now, they had already expressed their intention to kill Yun as well as taking him back to the Li Fire Sect for torturous interrogation. This sort of murderous grudge was always eye for an eye in a warrior's world. There was no other path. Naturally, they would not sit idly for their deaths, so they had to kill Yun. 3 Yuan opening realm elders transmitted their voice through Yuan Qi and they attacked at the same moment without any warning. Once a Yuan opening realm expert made his move, they would have a stance that seemed to carry the earth and was like a surging sea. These three were in the middle of their lifespans, and they had already expended all their potential. There was no way for them to advance further in their martial path, but the qi and blood within them had not weakened. With the three of them bolstered by their qi and blood, their Yuan Qi exploded like a volcano eruption as it wove together, causing the ground to tremble. Trouble! Retreat! Quickly retreat! Be it the juniors from the Lin family or the Li Fire sect, their expressions all changed when they saw this scene. A battle at this level would tear them to pieces if they were embroiled in it. How could a junior withstand such a terrifying attack? These people don't even care about their faces anymore. In the storm, Lin Xiao could clearly see that the three old men at the Yuan opening realm were about to attack a junior jointly. They were bullying him with their ages and with their quantity. Furthermore, it was a sudden sneak attack with no warning. They attacked with all they had right at the beginning. This was to ensure that Yi Yun was killed, even if they lost all face. With the situation developing to this step, Lin Xiao could no longer ignore it. He pushed out his palms as heaven-earth Yuan Qi flared, forming a large lake in the void. This was the water elemental laws that Lin Xiao cultivated. He used water that could engulf anything to stop the trio's momentum. However, as he was slow in his attack, and he was going 1 against 3, his strength was not up to the mark. The three elders' attacks had already reached Yi Yun. The Shintu elder's face was ferocious and murderous intent was revealed. Who cares about face? The victor is king. Junior, die. If there's someone you would like to blame, blame yourself for being so overbearing and arrogant. Between the two Li Fire sect elders, a staff and a saber came falling downwards. Since they had already lost all face, it was of utmost priority for them to kill Yi Yun, regardless of the means. This storm-like attack was not something a Dao Seed Realm Junior could withstand, or it would be far beyond common sense. Seeing the trio's attack about to land, Yi Yun smiled in the eye of the storm. To be so shameless to this stage, you guys are the best. At the moment of life and death, he actually managed to smile. Everyone witnessed this smile and they were stunned. Could this madman have the ability to block the combined strike of 3 Yuan opening realm warriors? In a blink of an eye, no one had the time to think too deeply. They only saw Yi Yun smiling in the storm before he suddenly turned into a blur, eventually turning into emptiness. After image. At the moment Yi Yun smiled, he had already used his extreme movement technique, Golden Crow Sun Shift. Yi Yun demonstrated a peerless technique, which was previously collected by the Azure Young Lord. As fast as the wind or lightning, there was no way to confidently find his location. Oh! He dodged them? People were shocked. It was impossible for Dao Seed Realm warriors to forcefully resist the attacks of 3 Yuan opening realm elders. However, to even manage to dodge the trio's attack was already unbelievable. An attack from a Yuan opening expert would carry the heaven and earth powers with it, locking all corners in the void, so how could it be easy to dodge? And with the three of them joining forces, they were tight and flawless. They had already blocked off all the possible directions that Yi Yun could escape through. The laws began to shine as Yuan Qi flared. Yi Yun simply tossed and twisted within the scene. His figure was erratic and seemed to pass through any hole. Such a terrifying movement technique stunned everyone. A movement technique like that far exceeded the limits of a Dao Seed Realm warrior, and it was a scene that kept the eyes fully occupied. Only a Yuan opening realm warrior could follow Yi Yun's movements. As for Dao Seed Realm warriors, all they saw were after images. They simply could not find anyone. It was really a terrifying but gorgeous movement technique. Even though Yi Yun's movement technique was graceful, the three elders were experienced in combat. Like a maggot deep in the bones, they chased Yi Yun, having never opened up a distance between them. Naive. How can our moves be dodged by the likes of you? The three elders worked hand in hand, as they resisted the interference from Lin Xiao. Slowly, they closed the gap between them. But in their hearts, they were feeling shocked by Yi Yun's movement technique. This guy was not to be left alive. This idea became firmly embedded in their minds. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 569, Internal Strife. Chapter 569, Internal Strife. As their combined attacks came closing in, and they felt they were about to corner Yi Yun at any moment and succeed in killing him, a sudden turn of events happened. The expressions on the three elders immediately changed. You vile little spawn. Despicable. Courting death. The three elders roared angrily, for at this moment, Yi Yun had suddenly rushed into the crowd of young Li Fire sect disciples. How could the young Li Fire sect disciples' speed compare to Yi Yun's speed? When the three elders began their fight with Yi Yun, the Li Fire sect and Lin family disciples had retreated. However, now, Yi Yun had rushed into the Li Fire sect disciple mass, and he used them as meat shields. You bunch of old fogies really have facial skin thicker than the Tian Yuan world continent. To fight three against a single me, and yet you say I'm despicable? In terms of shamelessness, I'm really left far behind in your dust. As Yi Yun dodged, he even had the mood to ridicule them. These Li Fire sect disciples were also geniuses nurtured by the sect at a great cost. Although they were inferior to Gong Sun Yang, they were also losses that the sect could not afford. Everyone, help shield me, thanks. Yi Yun laughed loudly as his laughter echoed through the clouds. He was extremely unbridled and eccentric. Yi Yun did not have any favorable impressions for these Li Fire sect geniuses. Just them previously making things difficult for the Lin family disciples together with Gong Sun Yang, and taking liberties with Lin Chang and even encouraging Gong Sun Yang to cripple him was already enough reason for Yi Yun to use them as shields. You! Damn it! As they were embroiled in the energy storm, these Li Fire sect geniuses glared furiously at Yi Yun. However, they had no other way. Yi Yun's strength far exceeded theirs. Even the comparison of a firefly and the radiant moon was insufficient to describe it. However, not everyone had the same realization. One of the Li Fire sect disciples, who shouted the most and had eyes burning with killing intent towards Yi Yun, suddenly flung his hand out at Yi Yun's back. 3 poison needles flew out, flying straight at Yi Yun's back. In his opinion, Yi Yun was powerful, but he was still busy dodging the combined attacks of the 3 elders, so how could he pay great attention to his surroundings? By sneak attacking in the chaos, it would be extremely easy. Furthermore, the poison needles were extremely well hidden so they could not be easily discovered. As long as it caused a slight problem for Yi Yun, allowing the 3 elders to kill Yi Yun, he would have accomplished a meritorious task. However, just as the poison needles flew out from his hand, Yi Yun's back seemed to grow eyes. Phew! Yi Yun's figure disappeared right in front of his eyes. The 3 poison needles lost their target and instead, they flew towards the Shintu family clan's elder. What? The Li Fire sect disciple was momentarily stunned, and at this moment, he felt his back turn cold. All the hair on his body stood upright as he felt enshrouded by fatal danger. That feeling was like a primordial fierce beast had suddenly appeared behind him and it was glaring at him. This sort of fear and killing intent held his heart in an icy grip. He did not dare look back. Are you considering death? I'll send you to it. As if a whisper from death itself, it echoed in the Li Fire sect disciple's ears. Accompanying that was a sharp pain in his back. It was like he had been kicked by someone. A strong force transferred to his body as his body involuntarily flew out. And right in front of him was the storm-like attacks from the 3 elders. The flying needles he had shot had already been shot down by the immense yuan qi emitted by the 3 elders. But now, he had become the first human shield to take on the attacks of the 3 elders. Careful! Make way! The 3 elders shouted together, but under the power of Yi Yun's kick, how could the Li Fire sect disciple dodge? The two Li Fire sect elders were furious. Their attacks were about to land on this young disciple. Grievance. They felt a great grievance. If they killed a disciple from their sect, they would break a sect rule, and it would greatly affect their prestige in the sect. The news of 3 Yuan opening realm elders teaming up against a Dao Seed Realm Jr., not being able to kill him immediately, and allowing him to use their own sect's disciples as shields but not being able to stop their attack and kill their own sect's disciple accidentally, would probably cause the various large factions in the Tian Yuan world to laugh their heads off. The two Li Fire sect elders naturally could not bear this responsibility. Their attacks had subconsciously slowed down, as they took the initiative to hold their Yuan Qi back. However, the Shintu family clan elder was already completely immersed in the act of killing. He swore to kill Yi Yun at any cost. Pang! With an explosion, the Li Fire sect disciple did not even have the chance to scream out as he was hit by the Shintu elder's palm. His body tore apart, as it burst into a rain of blood and minced meat. Ah! A Li Fire sect disciple shouted in alarm. For a fellow disciple to die so horribly, they mourned the loss of their friend. But at this moment, Yi Yun had already appeared amongst them, while the Shintu family clan elder's aggressive aura came surging over. Both of you, if we don't kill him today, he will definitely kill us in the future. The Shintu elders shouted and attacked without mercy. The two Li Fire sect elders were momentarily stunned. This sudden change of events forced them to weigh the pros and cons of killing Yi Yun or to give up on killing him in a tenth of a second. It was impossible for them to make a calm decision. Often at time, people would do things on a spur of the moment. And now, the Shintu family clan elder had already gone completely mad. Tornado tyrant clouds. The Shintu elder struck as his blood surged through his body, causing an immense tidal force. His Yuan Qi began to condense into a black primordial desolate beast as the void began to tremble. Ah! 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 Screams sounded one after another. How could the Li Fire sect disciples withstand such an attack as they were quickly embroiled in the attack? Their bones and muscles burst and some even exploded with their limbs flying in all directions. Rain of blood fell as limbs flew amidst the destruction. It was a horrible sight. And within the rain of blood, Yi Yun was having a stroll through the blood. He was light-footed and he did not leave a single trace. He was tethering on the borders of the Shintu elders' killing blow. It was just a tiny gap, but it was something that was impossible to bridge. The Shintu elder was going mad. If the two Li Fire sect elders had joined him in the attack, they would definitely have been able to kill Yi Yun. However, by stopping midway, they failed just as they were clinching victory. By only him attacking alone, he had killed about 9 people in a split second. However, all he killed were Li Fire sect disciples. The Shintu elder roared angrily as he gathered Yuan Qi to forcefully chase Yi Yun. However, the eyes of the other two Li Fire sect elders had already turned red. How could they allow the Shintu elder to slaughter their disciples? After all, these disciples might not become imperial kings in the future, but a number of them had the chance to be nurtured into Yuan opening realm warriors. To a sect that placed considerable weight on its own interest, them as Yuan opening warriors, who had expended all their potential, were not that much more valuable than these young disciples. If they were to be held accountable, they would not be able to bear the brunt. As such, even if they successfully killed Yi Yun, they would be severely punished by the sect. The Li Fire sect rules were extremely strict. Furthermore, what if Yi Yun had some other means, causing them to not be able to kill him, resulting in them paying an even greater price? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 570, Forcefully Charging In. Chapter 570, Forcefully Charging In. Seeing their own disciples die a horrible deaths, the two Li Fire sect elders turned worried. Shintu Shan, I am demanding you to stop. Shintu Shan, you have gone mad. The Tuli Fire Sect elders rushed towards the Shintu family clan's elder from both sides. How could they sit idly by as their own disciples were being killed? Pang! The three elders Yuan Shi clashed, causing Shintu Shan's attack to dissipate. At this point, their original agreement to kill Yi Yun together had completely fallen apart. And from the beginning to the end, Yi Yun did not do the unbelievable act of fighting 1 against 3. He had only used the Yunli Fire Sect disciples as meat shields to mitigate the attacks. Fools! You really are foolish. Shintu Shan, who had to stop in his attacks, roared in anger, "If we do not take the opportunity to kill him now, once we set free a tiger back into the mountains, we will only breed calamity for our future." Humph! The ones who died are not from your Shintu family clan. Naturally you will not be punished. You will be fine killing that kid regardless of the costs, but we will be severely punished. Our cultivation levels might even be crippled. The ugliness of the Tuli Fire Sect elders' faces had reached an extreme point. The things that happened today were impossible to mollify. With so many of the sect's disciples dead, they, as elders, would have to bear the responsibility when the sect investigated this matter. And this result was because of Shintu Shan. On this matter, how could the Tuli Fire Sect elders not feel any hatred? Just as it was about to end up in infighting amongst the three elders, a cold flash appeared in Ian's eyes. He slashed out like a venomous snake. His body instantly merged with his saber. One with the saber. And his target was Shintu Shan, right in the middle of the three. With Shintu Shan just finishing his attack, he had lost all momentum. Having used up his energy from the attack, his defense right now was at its weakest. If two evenly matched opponents fought against each other, when one party finished an attack, the other party would also have expended a significant amount of energy, hence, both parties would be in similar situations. To attack or fend required accumulating energy again. However, now, Yi Yun had barely spent any energy and had been waiting for the chance to attack a fatigued enemy. The accumulation of energy Shintu Shan previously used had failed to gain him any advantage. As a result, the gap between their energy reserves were huge. Furthermore, Yi Yun's strength exceeded that of Shintu Shan. With Yi Yun's saber attack slashing out, his entire being seemed to transform into a beam of light as it merged into the saber beam. Within Yi Yun's body, his aspect totem screeched. Yi Yun's aspect totem was the three-legged golden crow. However, while concealing his identity, he could not let the golden crow totem within his body rush out. Just seeing his aspect totem would result in people imagining and feel suspicious. And sometimes, just a bit of suspicion was enough. The golden crow burned and boiled Yi Yun's blood. When warriors reached a certain realm, their aspect totem could merge into their flesh and blood, creating a fusion with their body. At this point, Yi Yun might not have reached such a realm, but he could still let his aspect totem expound its amazing offensive strength within his body. With this slash of Yi Yun, it extracted all the heaven-earth Yuan Qi in the vicinity. The air seemed to condense onto the sharp saber beam as it whistled, finally forming into a gigantic saber image in the void. Sha! 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 The land was torn apart by the saber beam, sending up geysers of soil and gravel. Shintu Shan was the first to bear the brunt of the attack as the terrifying saber beam came towards him. Damn it! Seeing the saber beam about to hit him, he found his Yuan Qi completely expended from his previous attack. There was no way for him to resist. And at this moment, the Tuli Fire Sect elders beside Shintu Shan were stunned. Their first choice of action was to dodge. The three of them had already expended a considerable amount of energy, but if they had joined forces they would be able to withstand an attack from Yi Yun. However, they chose to ignore Shintu Shan. After all, the three of them were not considered friends. With Shintu Shan killing a few Li Fire Sect geniuses, there was already a feud between them. However, they did not let Yi Yun kill Shintu Shan. At the same moment as they dodged, they exploded their Yuan Qi and attacked towards Yi Yun. Abandoning Shin Tu-shan and taking the opportunity to kill Yi-yun was the optimal choice. If they could kill Yi-yun, then they could answer to the losses they had suffered today and would also have eliminated a future danger. The two of them attacked together. One of them used his engulfing laws and formed a powerful vortex to lock onto Yi-yun. The other person was covered in flames as he became a burning meteor as he charged towards Yi-yun. Ha! Yi-yun frowned. His sudden attack at Shin Tu-shan was like a sudden clap of thunder which left no time for one to cover one's ears. He was confident that he could severely injure Shin Tu-shan with one strike and even take his life. However, at that split second, the Tuli Fire Sect elders managed to react in time and made the right choice. If his saber made a hit by disregarding everything else, he would definitely severely injure Shin Tu-shan, but his own life would be at stake. With two Yuan opening realm warriors joining forces, Yi-yun found it difficult to completely escape without harm since he could not reveal many of his hidden cards. And at this moment, his attack had already been sent out, and all his Yuan Qi had been condensed on the saber itself. So to pull back his saber was easier said than done. The Tuli Fire Sect elders had chosen to respond with an attack at the best moment. In a split second, Yi-yun flung his hands and the saber trembled as it carried with it vast amounts of heaven-earth Yuan Qi, whistling out from Yi-yun's hands. As for Yi-yun's body, he used the recoil from throwing his saber to retreat backwards quickly. He used his Golden Crow Sun Shift movement technique and at an incredible speed, moved with unpredictability. He forcefully shrugged off the Li Fire Sect elders' engulfing law lockdown. Pang! Yuan Qi exploded as the katana Yi-yun threw out broke through Shin Tu-shan's energy shield. The saber blade pierced through and brought with it an indomitable momentum that could not be withstood. Ah! Shin Tu-shan roared and gathered all his energy, hoping to block Yi-yun's strike. However, the difference in energy was too great. Hearing a crisp sound that sounded like glass shattering, Shin Tu-shan's protective Yuan Qi was pierced through by Yi-yun's saber. The blade then pierced into his body as blood splattered out. The blade had penetrated the right side of his body and had obliquely stabbed into his lungs. With a large Yuan Qi explosion, it caused his right shoulder to tear. His scapula shattered as his arm nearly tore off. He gave out a miserable cry and slammed to the ground heavily. His face pale as a sheet. And at this moment, Yi-yun was met by the Tuli Fire Sect elders' combined attack. With the Golden Crow Sun Shift movement technique's support, he managed to avoid most of the offensive power. Boom! Energy exploded as Yi-yun's protective Yuan Qi stirred. As for his body, he borrowed the powerful recoil to fly high into the sky like a kite. His Yuan Qi and blood had turned chaotic as he suffered slight internal injuries. However, he did not stop. He made use of the momentum to go higher as he shot up straight into the sky. With the Golden Crow Sun Shift movement technique fully powering him, Yi-yun was like an eagle with its wings spanned out widely as it flew. He then disappeared into the clouds. Translator's note: there is a preview for the next chapter, smiley face. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 571, Escaping Unscathed. Chapter 571, Escaping Unscathed. Damn it! Don't you escape! The eyes of the Tuli Fire Sect elders had turned red. The moment they saw Yi-yun disappearing into the clouds, they immediately chased after him. If they let Yi-yun escape today, how were they to have any face left? However, Yi-yun's speed was too fast. His Golden Crow Sun Shift movement technique was from the private collection of the Azure Yang Lord, and was most suitable for Yi-yun to cultivate. It could even said to have been tailor-made for Yi-yun. After chasing him a distance for a while, the Tuli Fire Sect elders had no choice but to stop. This was because they could no longer find him in their perception domain. Actually, just from Yi-yun's speed, they could tell visually that there was no chance for them to keep up with him. For a Dao Seed Realm Junior to battle 3 Yuan opening realm elders and then manage to escape unscathed. And not only that, he had also chopped off Shin Tu-shan's arm, as well as caused the death of 8 Yun Li Fire sect disciples. Finally, they had to watch helplessly as he disappeared without being able to do anything. It was preposterous. Once this matter was spread, it would certainly burst the stomachs of people from laughter. The two of them were extremely depressed. When they returned, their faces were blacker than pot bottoms. What happened today could be said to be the biggest humiliation in their entire life. Not to even mention that, in the future, Yun might come seeking revenge on them. To be targeted by such a monster, in a few years, Yun would be able to kill them like cutting melons or chopping vegetables. Furthermore, Yun might not even need to do anything. They would probably be punished the moment they returned to their sect. Having lost 8 young geniuses of the sect, they would be charged with failure to protect their juniors. In addition, they had lost face for the Li Fire sect. Others would say that their Li Fire sect elders were trash, for they had been played in the hands of a Dao Seed Realm Junior. With the Li Fire sect's strict sect rules, they could not imagine the consequences. It was too aggravating. Elder. A few Li Fire sect disciples were silent. The impact Yun had on them was too great. And with their fellow disciples dying horribly in front of their eyes, their bodies torn apart, causing blood and minced meat to splatter everywhere, this visual impact had scared them out of their wits. Those who had died were not weaker than them. The only difference was that their luck was worse. If the wheel of bad luck had turned onto them instead, the dismembered corpses on the ground would be them. For them to rely on luck just to survive against a junior like themselves, while under the protection of the elders, was a blow that they could not accept. "All of you shut up!" a Li Fire sect elder shouted. His fierce gaze swept across the ground to the twitching Shintu Shan on the ground. It was completely unbearable to look at this fellow's state. The right half of his body had nearly been torn apart. An arm had nearly broken off. Although, with miraculous pills, he could still join the arm back, it was impossible to fully recover in less than half a year. However, the two Li Fire sect elders clearly would not allow for Shintu Shan to return to his family to treat his injuries. With 8 of their sect's geniuses dead, someone had to bear this responsibility. Bringing the murderer back to their sect would allow for them to suffer a lighter punishment. If the Shintu family clan wanted him back, they would naturally have to pay a price. Damn it! a Li Fire sect cursed in his heart. He suddenly slammed his palm on Shintu Shan's dantian. Yuan Qi surged into Shintu Shan's body as it eventually sealed his heart. Shintu Shan's body trembled as his gave a furious look. You. He had already sustained serious injuries, and now his cultivation level was sealed. When the Li Fire sect elder's Yuan Qi entered his body, it had caused his weakened body to suffer a second blow. Now, he was like a wretched stray, with no ability to resist. Take him away. I will bear the brunt if there is anything. The Li Fire sect elder stared at Shintu Shan. He could not be bothered to say anything more as he ordered the Li Fire sect disciples to drag him away. In his opinion, Shintu Shan was most likely crippled. The Shintu family clan might even abandon him as compensation to the Li Fire sect. The Li Fire sect elder naturally could not be bothered to be courteous with such a person. As such, this unlucky Shintu elder was dragged away. No one is to say anything about what happened today, got it? The other Li Fire sect elder shouted. It was an agonizing sight for them to end up with this outcome after 3 of them attacked a junior. Although it was because the junior was vicious and did not defeat the 3 of them face-on, but had used schemes and sneak attacks, people would not care about that, as all they would see was the outcome. Once this matter was spread in the Tian Yuan world, how were they supposed to stay in the martial circles? How were they supposed to remain in the Li Fire sect? But a few juniors subconsciously glanced in the direction of the Lin family. Outside the Lin family mountain entrance, there were more than 10 young Lin family disciples, Lin Xiao as well as 2 Lin family elders who had just arrived, who had witnessed this scene. And from the looks of it, Lin Xiao was transmitting his voice through Yuan Qi to inform the two newly arrived elders of all that had happened. From their expressions, they were clearly shocked by Yi Yun's performance. Immediately, the Li Fire sect elder felt a headache. With so many people aware of the matter, it was naturally difficult to curb the spread of the news. He frowned, and although he was extremely unwilling, he bit the bullet and walked towards the Lin family. He was contemplating on how to persuade them to keep a secret, for example a soul contract, but it was not easy to let the Lin family obediently abide to his wishes. Cough, cough. The Li Fire sect gave a few dry coughs. The three Lin family elders were slightly stunned seeing his reaction, as they guessed his intentions. For a young man to force two Li Fire sect elders into such a predicament and causing Shintu Shan to reach a state beyond redemption due to a momentary error, was too frightening. Not only was his talent shocking, his timing in battle was equally stunning. He could react instantaneously against a siege of three elders and used an ingenious movement technique to temporarily dodge them. And when he was in a situation of not being able to match them, he had used the Li Fire sect disciples as meat shields to resolve his crisis. He had then taken the opportunity to forcefully charge in, injuring Shintu Shan despite two other elders attacking him. And even so, he still managed to escape unscathed. To be able to do so was amazing. Brother Qiao, I let a joke be displayed before you. A Li Fire sect elder said awkwardly. Usually, he was aggressive and flaunted his prowess before Lin Xiao. However, now, he had to eat humble pie. The moment he went forward, he took a position of a weakling, making him feel extremely aggrieved. However, he had no other way. He could ignore his shame, but he could not ignore the Li Fire sect's reputation. If he curbed the news, it would look better for the Li Fire sect on the surface. Then, it would be easier to brush away the fact that they had lost a few young disciples. After all, for a large sect like the Li Fire sect, when their power reached such a level, reputation was extremely important. This would also allow them to receive a lighter punishment when they returned to their sect. Brother Gongsun, what is the matter? Lin Xiao's eyes smiled, as it narrowed into a slit. Seeing the Li Fire sect and Shintu family clan in this predicament, he was overjoyed in his heart. What had happened today was really a pleasant surprise full of climaxes. It felt splendid. As he was watching the fight, he nearly gave his kudos to the mysterious young man. About the matter just now. Before the Li Fire sect elder finished speaking, Lin Xiao interjected in feigned ignorance, "Oh? The matter just now? Don't you worry. I have already recorded a video of everything and submitted it to the upper echelons of the family. To prevent this matter from becoming unmanageable, the family clan has already informed a majority of the Lin family disciples to rush here. Brother Gongsun, please rest assured. We will definitely be cleaning up the battlefield in a proper manner." Lin Xiao deliberately said these words to disgust the Li Fire sect elder, whom nearly choked on those words. He did not notice the sarcasm in cleaning up the battlefield, he only paid attention to the first words Lin Xiao had said. Already, informed the entire family clan? The two Li Fire sect elders blinked their eyes as they momentarily were at a loss. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 572, Lin Xiao's video. Chapter 572, Lin Xiao's video. The two Li Fire sect elders were most afraid of the knowledge of the incident being spread. People who caused the Li Fire sect to lose face would definitely not be spared. As for Lin Xiao, he said that he recorded a video and informed a large number of Lin family disciples. How many people of his family clan did he need to inform for cleaning up the battlefield? Counting all warriors of the Lin family, excluding the mortals by the exterior perimeter, there were about 10,000 of them. How could they inform so many people? The two Li Fire sect elders were not fools. They understood that Lin Xiao was intentionally embarrassing them, but they could do nothing about it. Previously, they could use the support from the Martial Alliance to put on airs at the Lin family, but now, with them being forced by the situation, they could only be submissive. Brother Qiao, did you really record a video? A Li Fire sect elder probed. He felt that Lin Xiao was blackmailing them, and under normal circumstances, how could anyone be bothered to record while watching an exciting battle? Were they just too free? Besides, it was impossible for Lin Xiao to guess from the beginning that the bold Southern Sea Kid actually had the ability to fight Yuan opening realm warriors, and cause them to suffer greatly. Under such circumstances, did he really use a video disc array? However, under the Li Fire sect elder's probe, Lin Xiao slowly took a black video disc array out of his interspatial ring. He seemed to have guessed their thoughts and he purposely took a disc array out. He swayed the disc array in front of the Li Fire sect elders and used an extremely indifferent tone. For me, I usually have to watch the Lin family door. As for martial arts, I don't have much future in it. I can't even improve if I train, so it's so boring while I sit by the mountain entrance. Hence, I have some hobbies that others don't like, such as collecting video disc arrays and record my daily life. Just now, I saw a Dao Seed Realm Junior fighting a Yuan opening realm warrior, and I really recorded it due to my hands turning itchy. The quality is still pretty high in definition. As for the quality of the disc array, it's impeccable. Both of you, do you want to see it? Lin Xiao had a round face, and when he spoke, his eyes constantly blinked. It made people, who saw him, feel like they want to beat him up. The two Li Fire sect completely lost their will to be angry. According to what Lin Xiao said, it was extremely possible. After all, at their age, training in martial arts was pointless, so it was common for them to find some other hobbies. As for the shameful video, if it was played in full view of others again, they could no longer hold on to their faces. They hurriedly said, there's no need. Brother Lin, excuse me. The two Li Fire sect elders could only eat humble pie and invite Lin Xiao to a corner like he was a god. After this, none of the juniors present knew what they were discussing about. They only knew that the negotiations lasted a very long time, and that the two Li Fire sect elders paid a heavy price to obtain the disc array. This was because when the two of them walked away, their expressions was that of their hearts feeling the pinch. All the juniors present saw this clearly. As for Lin Xiao, just to look at his smiling expression showed one that he had ruthlessly ripped the two Li Fire sect elders off. And when the two Li Fire sect elders returned to their sect and watched the video disc array, they immediately flew into a rage. There was no video of their fight with the Southern Sea Kid on the disc array. What was recorded was just miscellaneous stuff, such as the teasing of furry animals. These furry animals were well liked by rich, mortal families. Few warriors liked them, but from the darn fatty's dreadful smile in the video, he obviously looked like he was having a good time. That darn old fool. Such a video disc array was completely blackmail. I'll never spare him. One of the Li Fire sect elders crushed the disc array out of anger. Just thinking of the huge price they paid to exchange for this item and what had happened in the day made him feel like vomiting blood out of anger. The other Li Fire sect elder was also so angry that his intestines were all twisted together. However, when he heard that the other elder wanted to seek revenge on Lin Xiao, he could only suppress his anger to stop him. Have you not disgraced yourself enough? If we were to make a ruckus at the Lin family, wouldn't we be acknowledging that fact that it happened? Now, it's best that we think of how to deal with the sect's punishment. The battle today definitely could not be covered up. They had to give an honest account to the sect. And just thinking of the punishment from the sect made the two elders feel some bitterness. They might not even be able to seek revenge on Lin Xiao, because they might be punished severely and imprisoned for 1,000 years, living to a ripe old age without being freed. By the time that happened, settling scores with Lin Xiao would be pointless. As for the matter of Lin Xiao scamming them, they definitely would not dare report it to the sect, because the sect would think that they were incorrigibly stupid. Their punishment would only be worsened. They could only suffer in silence. Just thinking of the scoundrel Lin Xiao made the two Li Fire sect elders quiver with rage. there was no other way out. It was like despite having their teeth knocked out, they still had to swallow them, so they bit the bullet and went to meet the upper echelons of the sect. The two Fire sect elders tried to cover up the matter as much as they could in order to reduce their punishments, and they had done a lot of arrangements. However, the news was still leaked out eventually. After all, there were too many people who knew about it. Quickly, many of the large factions neighboring the Lin family got wind of a Southern Sea genius saber user who at the Dao Seed realm, who managed to withstand the combined attack of 3 Yuan opening realm elders from the Li Fire sect and Shintu family clan. They also knew of how he caused the Li Fire sect to lose about 8 geniuses, and even seriously injured a Shintu family clan elder. A young and brash Dao Seed realm saber user had blocked 3 Yuan opening realm warriors alone. To compare Shintu Nantian from the past to such a genius, he would appear extremely average. It was like comparing a firefly with the radiant moon. However, after some proliferation of the rumor, it was doubted by many. When did the Tian Yuan world have such a genius? Could the savage lands of the Southern Sea produce such a figure? Many people specifically went to the Li Fire sect and Shintu family clan to confirm the matter. The Shintu family clan did not respond and the Li Fire sect categorically denied it. What battle? What death of juniors? None of that happened. Because of that response, more people found the rumor fictitious. After all, it was quite ridiculous for a Dao Seed realm junior, who came from the Southern Sea and had no background, to be able to trouble 3 Yuan opening realm elders. Seeing was believing, so for such rumors that went beyond common sense, the first reaction from people was disbelief. The young elites were especially dismissive of it. Something they couldn't do was accomplished by a Southern Sea savage? Wasn't that a mockery to them? There were people who guessed that the rumors were spread by the Southern Sea kid so he could earn some fame. Such despicable behavior made them find him shameless. Hence, these rumors was treated as a joke. These matters no longer had anything to do with Yi Yun. With his Golden Crow sun shift, after he retreated in a relaxed manner, he and Lin Xintong arrived under a waterfall. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 573, Temporary Parting. Chapter 573, Temporary Parting. The mountain reached high above the clouds, as mountain spring water crashed down from 1,000 feet. The waterfall was not very wide nor was the water moving at a fast speed. It was just from a high distance that made it seem like a jade belt was floating in the wind. On a rock beneath the waterfall, Yi Yun was sitting cross-legged, while Lin Xintong was behind him. With a hand pressed lightly on Yi Yun's back, and by circulating her Yuan Qi once, she fully probed Yi Yun's meridians and Dantian injuries. They were just minor injuries and they were no big deal. Lin Xintong slowly injected her purine Yuan Qi into Yi Yun's body, healing him bit by bit. With their yin and yang Qi complementing one another, it was a simple task to healing his injuries. Yi Yun felt like fresh spring water was flowing into his meridians, as it slowly nourished his wounds. As Lin Xintong treated Yi Yun's injuries, she said, "Yi Yun, you were in such a rush to fight 1 against 3 Yuan opening realm experts. It was too dangerous. If they ignored the lives of the Li Fire sect disciples, and were bent on killing you, the consequences would be unthinkable." If the situation like Lin Xintong had described happened, with Yi Yun being forced into a corner, he would either be severely injured or would have to reveal some of his hidden cards. For example, a divine weapon like the Pure Yang Sword Palace's broken sword which he had previously used in public. Now, if he used it again, it would be very easy to expose his identity. Yi Yun said, "I have a clear idea about it. Some things can't be used, but the Blood Moon doesn't know about some of the divine items we obtained from the God Advent Tower, so they can still be used. Even if they attack me by disregarding everything else, it wouldn't have been a problem for me to completely evade them." Over the past 7 years, Yi Yun's strength had increased so much that he did not have an idea where he stood. By battling 3 Yuan opening realm elders, he could test his strength. He had previously wondered when he could fight sages in a direct battle, and today, at the age of 23 years old, he had managed to do so. If he returned to the Taiya Divine Kingdom at this moment, he was completely qualified to become the Taiya Divine City's city lord. Lin Shintong could guess what was on Yi Yun's mind, and she smiled. Her palms were still gently placed on Yi Yun's back as she continued healing him. To Yi Yun, this injury was nothing, but Lin Shintong still meticulously healed every meridian that was injured with extreme care. Yi Yun gently closed his eyes as he enjoyed the wondrous feeling of the yin-yang energy exchange. He said, "Shintong, although we have the Star Transference Heaven-Changing book supporting our return to the Tian Yuan world this time, we still need to be careful. We cannot let the blood moon link our current identities to our original identities. Maybe it is not best for the both of us to travel together." When Yi Yun said this, he also sighed. He naturally wished to travel together with Lin Shintong. However, as a man and woman duo, it was quite outstanding. And their strength far surpassed the elites of the Tian Yuan world. Besides, Yi Yun's performance was already unexpected. If he appeared together with Lin Shintong, this would inevitably make people suspect that they were the successors of the ancient Great Empress and the Azure Yang Lord. If the blood moon were to be suspicious, it would be very dangerous. Lin Shintong gently pulled her hand back and said sadly, "I have the same thoughts. It might be alright if we don't appear, but with us appearing, the Lin family might suffer as a result of it. I have already made my decision to take a trip to the Divine Wilderness." Divine Wilderness? It struck Yi Yun because the Divine Wilderness was extremely vast. There were even terrifying primordial true spirits lurking in its depths. Training in the Divine Wilderness was extremely dangerous, but with Lin Shintong's abilities, it was likely for her to cope. A warrior's training experience was firstly to open up one's horizons and perceive the heaven and earth, so as to find inspiration in martial arts in a constantly changing environment. Secondly, it was to hone one's skills in actual combat, and to constantly experience head-on battles with strong enemies. In the Divine Wilderness, there was no lack of the 2 points. Besides, the Divine Wilderness was far from the Tian Yuan world, so Lin Shintong's whereabouts would be difficult to discover. "Yes, I'm going to break into the Yuan opening realm," Lin Shintong said softly, as if it was a very common matter. The Yuan opening realm was to many Tian Yuan world geniuses the last realm in their entire lives. To break through into the Yuan opening realm was significant. People would even invite friends to join in a breakthrough ceremony. But to Lin Shintong and Yi Yun, the Yuan opening realm was nothing at all. Breaking through into the Yuan opening realm was no different to breaking through into the Dao Seed realm. The only thing they needed to be careful about was to do it steadily and lay a solid foundation. Yuan opening realm. Yi Yun lightly gasped. When warriors practiced martial arts, small realm gaps were not huge. For example, although it was not easy for a mid-stage Dao Seed realm to fight a late-stage Dao Seed realm, it was still not shockingly amazing. But for a large realm gap, it was a heaven and earth difference. The gap of going from the Dao Seed realm to the Yuan opening realm could be said to be an insurmountable vast ravine. Even for the top geniuses of the Tian Yuan world, who perfected their Dao Seed realm and deliberately suppressed their own cultivation levels by laying a solid foundation, it was still impossible for them to beat the weakest Taiya Divine Kingdom sage, who barely managed to break through into the Yuan opening realm. To be able to escape unscathed would already be something that one could be proud of. Hence, once Lin Shintong broke through into the Yuan opening realm, her strength would surge. It was impossible to say what she could achieve. Yi Yun was also full of anticipation regarding his matter. Yi Yun said, "Shintong, since you are going to the Divine Wilderness, I'll remain in the Tian Yuan world. I want to investigate what the Blood Moon is plotting. I already have some preliminary plans." As Yi Yun said this, his eyes flashed with a strange glimmer. Be it the entire Tian Yuan world's safety, the people most important to him, or the unfulfilled behest of his benefactor, the Azure Yan Lord, Yi Yun had to fight the Blood Moon. It was not easy to lurk in the dark and destroy their plans, but it was not impossible. Yi Yun and Lin Xintong stayed for a few more days under the waterfall. Finally, Lin Xintong flew towards the Divine Wilderness, while Yi Yun flew towards the southern part of the Tianyuan world continent. Before he began his plans, he first had to do something. He had to completely draw a line between his present identity with the original Yi Yun. Actually, the Star Transference Heaven-Changing Book was a peculiar disguise technique. A low-grade disguise technique could change one's external looks, which warriors could see right though. Slightly higher-grade disguise techniques would not only change one's looks and facial features, they could even change one's body shape, such as fat to thin, tall to short. However, even such a change could not change a person's aura. A true master would be able to see through it. However, the Star Transference Heaven-Changing Book transformed a person from one's basic origins of life. It could cause the person to be born again, as if they were reincarnating. Even the soul's aura would change as a result. Furthermore, it could even change one's bone age. Unless one had Mystic Realm prohibitions like the Great Empress Mystic Realm, any typical bone age detection method would not be able to tell a Yun's actual age. It would be very difficult to see through such a mystic technique. Back then, when the Azure Yang Lord traveled the Yang God Empyrean heaven freely, he found this mystic technique in the sinkhole. He did not use it, but he kept it anyways. He never expected for it to play such a critical role for Yi Yun and Lin Xintong in this day and age. However, although the Star Transference Heaven-Changing Book did not have any flaws, what was worrisome was that the Blood Moon would suspect Yi Yun under no evidence. And the sole reason would be because both of them were peerless geniuses. That would be problematic. Hence, to completely change his identities, Yi Yun had to do something first, which was to change his aspect totem. The Star Transference Heaven-Changing Book could allow Yi Yun to be reborn, but it could not change Yi Yun's aspect totem form. Hence, Yi Yun had to change it himself. The golden crow totem from before was too eye-catching, and it was the symbol of Yi Yun. Once an aspect totem was formed, the basic form was fixed. Even if one's aspect totem evolved, the connection to its original could still be seen. It was impossible for others to change aspect totems. However, Yi Yun cultivated the 10,000 Beast Totem. It was an extremely special totem mystic technique. Just using the 10,000 Beast Totem to change his aspect totem's form was not difficult at all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 574, 10,000 Calamity Sea. Chapter 574, 10,000 Calamity Sea. To cultivate the 10,000 Beast Totem, one needed to kill large numbers of top-grade desolate beasts to form their aspect totem. The so-called 10,000 number was actually fictitious. Warriors who cultivated the 10,000 Beast Totem could change the form of their aspect totem, or they could even produce different types of aspect totems. Every aspect totem form could constantly absorb and condensed power of desolates, gradually improving and evolving itself. With the aspect totem evolving, every different aspect totem could give a particular boost to the cultivator. For example, it could give the cultivator greater speed, greater offensive power, or an improvement in a particular law. Yi Yun's golden crow totem allowed Yi Yun to grasp and use pure Yan laws better. Now, Yi Yun wanted to choose another totem. Although it was just a temporary measure to match the change in his identity, Yi Yun was definitely not going to be perfunctory about it. He wanted to choose a powerful aspect totem, so that there was value in nurturing it. After all, one needed a lot of effort to nurture an aspect totem. Although he could enjoy greater boosts to his overall strengths with more aspect totem forms, the difficulty of nurturing them would increase. It could lead him to becoming a jack of all trades, with losses outweighing the gains. 10 days later, Yi Yun came to the southernmost tip of the Tianyuan world. About 50,000 kilometers far into the untraversable sea, it went past the Misty Face Sea and into a region of sea called the 10,000 Calamity Sea. The 10,000 Calamity Sea was a land fraught with dangers. At the southern end of the Tian Yuan world, several small sects would treat this region of sea as out of bounds. Even elders from the sects did not dare venture into the 10,000 Calamity Sea, not to mention juniors from sections. There were sea fae lurking in the deepest depth of the 10,000 Calamity Sea. If they were on land, they could easily destroy a sect. 10,000 Calamity Sea. This sea is actually very different from many sectors of the untraversable sea. Ian looked at the sea and the gloomy sky hanging above it. The seawater was a dark black color, while the seawater in other sectors of the untraversable sea were a blood-red color. However, the dead silence of the 10,000 Calamity Sea was similar to that of the untraversable sea. The entire sea surface was motionless. It was as quiet as a tomb. Let's see what's here. Ian took out a extreme-grade fey luring grass. He got it from one of the interspatial rings of one of the elites he killed back in the Great Empress Mystic Realm. The quality of the extreme-grade fey luring grass was excellent. It was in a different league to the fey luring pill the people from the White Soaring sect used back when he met them. The moment the fey luring grass was taken out, it emitted a strange smell. This smell emanated deep into the black seawater. Yi-Yun sat cross-legged above the water surface and waited quietly. He spread his perception out and locked onto his surroundings. Any change in the 10,000 Calamity Sea could not escape Yi-Yun's perception. After nearly an hour, a gigantic shadow slowly emerged under the black sea surface. Yi-Yun knew that in the past few minutes, there were 6 sea fae who had arrived underneath the sea surface. However, after a confrontation between the sea fae, only one of them remained. It was the strongest amongst the 6, and it had won the right to devour the fey luring grass. Boom! A gigantic and ferocious mouth, filled with the smell of blood, opened up on the water surface. It went straight for the fey luring grass. This sea fae was a giant turtle. Its neck was hundreds of feet long. It revealed dense rows of sharp teeth when it opened its gigantic mouth. Yi-Yun recognized the turtle to be a bone-eroding turtle. From the name bone-eroding, one could guess that this type of turtle was highly toxic. It could erode one's bone. Be it its blood or the saliva on its teeth, they were all extremely toxic. The bone-eroding turtles emitted a fierce gaze as if it wanted to devour both Yi-Yun and the fey luring grass. To it, both the human elite and the fey luring grass were extremely nourishing. However, just as the bone-eroding turtle stretched out its neck with its jaws wide open, a cold beam flashed across its murderous eyes before it could swallow Yi-Yun. Bam! The bone-eroding turtle's mouth was slashed right open from the middle. Its neck opened, splitting into two, and as blood gushed out its head, it slumped back into the sea in a disjointed sort of way. In a blink of an eye, the sea was dyed red by the fresh blood. The moment the bone-eroding turtle's corpse landed on the water surface, the sound of the surface of the water breaking came from behind Yi-Yun. A shadow shark leaped out of the water and took advantage of the moment to sneak up on Yi-Yun. This shadow shark was one of the 6 desolate beasts who had swam alongside the bone-eroding turtle. It was extremely savage, but it was apparently low in intelligence. It could not sense the terrifying power contained within Yi-Yun's tiny body. Sha! There was another cold flash as the shadow shark's body stopped midair. Immediately following that, a shower of bloody rain pattered down. Yi-Yun slanted his long saber towards the sea surface. Fresh blood dripped down his blade onto the sea surface, mixing with the sticky blood that was already there. When the other 4 desolate beasts saw this scene, they fled in fear. Yi-Yun allowed them to leave and he did not chase after them. He was not interested in these desolate beasts as they didn't have much value in condensing his new aspect totem. He casually did a few hand seals to extract the beast marks from the 2 sea fae. He then fed them to his golden crow totem as supplements. Following that, Ian activated the fey luring grass again, letting its smell spread even further. There were numerous sea fae in this area. Even the 8-limbed sea dragon was nothing when placed in the 10,000 Calamity Sea. Ian stood there with the fey luring grass in hand, and he was as eye-catching as a bright beacon in the middle of the night. However, the blood in the seawater and the corpses of powerful sea fae became a cautionary warning. Although the fae-luring grass was extremely tempting, all it attracted were mostly sea fae with low intelligence like the shadow shark. Yi Yun was not in a hurry. He stayed above this sea for a few days. He was a patient hunter. He knew that human experts may even take several years to find a primordial herb or to hunt a primordial species they needed. It was nothing for him to stay here for a few days. As time passed, the sea fae Yi Yun that were killed were all used to condense beast marks, and used as supplements to his golden crow totem. Over the days, the golden crow totem also became more lifelike, but the second totem still did not show signs of appearing. Slowly, even low-intelligence desolate beasts like the shadow sharks seemed to deplete in numbers. Yi Yun frowned slightly. He looked at the fae-luring grass in his hand and he was pondering. Although the quality of the fae-luring grass was extremely good, it was still not enough. Thinking back to the moment when he and Lin Shintong came out of the great Empress Mystic Realm, he had attracted the eight-limbed sea dragon. With that, an idea emerged in Yi Yun's mind. Maybe he could attempt to open the Great Empress Mystic Realm's entrance here? The Great Empress Mystic Realm's entrance was just locked onto a general area. It was not impossible for him to shift it here. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 575, 9 Neonate. Chapter 575, 9 Neonate. The 10,000 Calamity Sea was notorious for its dangers. Many powerful desolate beasts lurked within its deep waters. To these desolate beasts, the temptation emitted by the fae-luring grass was not that great. However, if the pure Yuan Qi from the Great Empress Mystic Realm was to be used instead, that would be a different matter. Yi Yun took a deep breath and shot directly down, like a meteor, into the sea. The seawater was separated on two sides under the Yuan Qi impact. With this, Yi Yun went 100,000 feet deep down into the sea. This depth had tremendous water pressure and resistance. All of this was quite a burden on Yi Yun's body. While withstanding this kind of pressure, Yi Yun's offensive and evasive abilities would be greatly reduced. However, Yi Yun could only take this risk because the most horrifying desolate beasts lurked in the deepest parts of the sea. When common warriors encountered sea beasts of this level, they would be powerless against them above the sea surface, what more under the sea. Hence, to choose to be underwater was almost equivalent to suicide. Even for Yi Yun, if he encountered a desolate beast that was equivalent to a peak sage, he would have no chance of winning. He might not even have the chance of escaping. Yi Yun acclimatized his body to its peak and spread his perception all around. He was alert of any sudden dangers. After making sure there were no desolate beasts in a 50-kilometer radius, Yi Yun interfaced his mind with the God Advent Tower disk array and slowly opened the Great Empress Mystic Realm. Opening the Great Empress Mystic Realm from such a distance required him to expend a large amounts of Yuan Qi. Yi Yun swallowed an ancient relic and used all of his pure yang energy to gradually open the Great Empress Mystic Realm entrance through a great deal of difficulty. In the dark depths of the sea, a faint light appeared and slowly increased in size, as it formed a purple vortex. Under the huge pressure, the seawater began to swirl around rapidly, as it surged towards the vortex. A beam of light burst out and pierced through the 100,000 feet thick seawater, past the sea surface and into the sky. A large door of light appeared in the deep depths of the 10,000 Calamity Sea. The entrance to the Great Empress Mystic Realm was now completely opened. Yi Yun was not afraid of others discovering his opening of the Great Empress Mystic Realm entrance in the deep depths of the 10,000 Calamity Sea, where no one treaded. He was free to do as he pleased. As the door of light enlarged, the pure heaven-earth Yuan Qi from the Great Empress Mystic Realm slowly began to emanate out of the entrance. It has begun. Yi Yun interfaced his spiritual energy with the purple crystal and activated his energy vision, as he locked onto every change in the surrounding sea. With the energy vision, no matter how dark it was, Yi-Yun could easily see any sign of disturbance within a 50-kilometer distance. The more powerful a desolate beast was, the greater its energy fluctuations would be, hence, they could not escape Yi-Yun's perception. It could be said that Yi-Yun's perceptual acuity under the sea exceeded that of underwater desolate beasts. Deep in the 10,000 Calamity Sea, there were not as many sea beasts as compared to the surface of the sea. From the dark and silent depths, slowly, Yi-Yun noticed three figures appearing in his energy vision. They had been attracted by the pure heaven-earth Yuan Qi from the great Empress mystic realm. Yi-Yun could see these gigantic black figures clearly, but he did not recognize them. The untraversable sea was too deep and too vast. The desolate beasts that lurked deep within it were numerous in species. And some of these desolate beasts might never surface, so it was normal for people not to know of them. The three underwater desolate beasts before Yi-Yun were about tens of meters to 100 meters long. He had never seen any indication of these desolate beasts in the records he had read. Maybe in the long history of the Tian Yuan world, there were people who had seen these sea beasts, but those witnesses had already died within the sea beasts' bellies. Without them returning, they naturally could not record down their sightings for the future. Although he did not recognize these desolate beasts, Yi-Yun could sense how terrifying they were from the powerful energy fluctuations emanated by them. Yi-Yun measured his strength against them. He felt that if he faced a desolate beast head-on, he could handle it, but if the three sea beasts attacked him together, Yi-Yun could only escape. Compared to these three deep-sea desolate beasts, the eight-limbed sea dragon Yi-Yun shot to death was nothing. Yi-Yun touched his interspatial ring gently and pulled out the rusty broken sword. He did not make a move, but patiently waited. The three sea beasts did not move either. They surrounded Yi-Yun from three corners, forming a triangle. These three undersea overlords clearly had a high intelligence. They could tell that something was amiss about the sudden rich heaven-earth Yuan Qi appearing underwater. They were not only wary of Yi-Yun, they were also wary of the other sea beasts. If these sea beasts really fought against each other, it would be hard to tell who would win. And the more careful these sea beasts were, the more difficult they were to handle. Yi-Yun silently waited as he tightly clenched the broken sword in his hand. He had also taken out the sun-shooting 9 death's bow. It was hanging on his left shoulder, ready to shoot out an arrow at any time. Of course, the power of the sun-shooting 9 death's bow was greatly weakened underwater. The three undersea overlords slowly revolved around Yi-Yun. This process lasted for 15 minutes, after which, they suddenly stopped. This was not the prelude to them attacking, on the contrary, they began to slowly recede. The three massive sea beasts suddenly retreated. And this retreat went far into the distance. This unusual circumstances made Yi-Yun's heart sink. He saw a black shadow, that was a lot smaller in size, approaching from the deep depths of the 10,000 Calamity Sea. It was because of this sea beast, which was smaller in size, that the three undersea overlords retreated. In his energy vision, Yi-Yun clearly saw that this black figure was about slightly more than 10 meters wide. It had 2 heavy black claws and a black scaled tail. On its robust body, there were 9 snake-like long necks. Every neck grew a head. These 9 heads were all in different shapes. Some of the heads had a single horn. Some of the heads grew 3 eyes. Some had long sharp fangs as teeth. Some of the 9 heads had single eyes or 3 eyes, but all eyes were now staring at Yi-Yun. The sound that resembled a baby crying came from this undersea beast. Yi-Yun held his breath, for he recognized this desolate beast. He found it unbelievable. The Azure Yang Lord had left behind several books, and Yi-Yun had seen the records of this desolate beast. In the Tian Yuan world, deep in the untraversable sea, there were powerful 9-headed Hydra desolate beasts. The moment a Hydra was born, it would be at the level of a primordial species. As it matured, it would become a primordial true spirit that even imperial kings would find difficult to withstand. And amongst the Hydras, there were a very small number who could awaken their ancient bloodline, evolving into the next stage, 9 neonate star. The black figure before his very eyes was a 9 neonate. The moment a 9 neonate was born, its strength would be weaker than a hydra, but instead, its growth allowed for it to far exceed a hydra. With time, when a 9 neonate truly matured, it would become an existence that could destroy the world. However, not every 9 neonate could mature. Such a powerful desolate beast's growth and evolution could attract heavenly tribulations. A 9 neonate had a need to constantly devour heavenly materials and absorb the essence of the world to increase its strength so as to resist the heavenly tribulation. If it could not withstand it, the 9 neonate would be struck to death by the tribulations, turning into ash. However, in the Tianyuan world, there was not enough heavenly materials, so it was easier said than done for a 9 neonate to evolve there. In the history of the Tianyuan world, there was no record of a 9 neonate that managed to truly mature. Hence, Yun did not expect that, in the untraversable sea, there was a 9 neonate. He originally thought that 9 neonates would exist in the 12 empyrean heavens. As such, for a hydra in the untraversable sea to evolve into a 9 neonate was not a blessing but a curse. And if it was in the Yang God empyrean heaven, this evolution would be no trifling matter. If such a 9 neonate was intentionally domesticated, and a supply of heavenly materials were provided to it, then giving it sufficient training experience and opportunity, the 9 neonate could even survive 9 heavenly tribulations, becoming a 9 tribulation 9 neonate. Then it would become a true divine beast which could compete with true dragons and true phoenixes. 9 neonate. To think that I would encounter a 9 neonate deep in the 10,000 calamity sea. At the same moment of feeling pleasantly surprised, Ian also felt that he had a great crisis on his hands. The 9 neonate was extremely powerful. If it were a 9 tribulation 9 neonate, killing him would be as easy as killing an ant. There was no doubt about it. Of course, it was impossible for a 9 tribulation 9 neonate to be born in the Tianyuan world. It was like how a normal small mortal village would not produce a great emperor. Ian clenched his broken sword and Sun Shooting 9 Death's bow tightly. He was extremely nervous, for this battle would be him facing the strongest opponent in his life. 9 neonate, Joeying, you can see a depiction of this mythical beast here. 9-headed and 9-tailed amphibious giant serpent, 2 types of attacks, poisonous water and flames. Escaped China to the east after one of its head and tail were shot off by an arrow from a legendary archer, Hoi, the same archer that shot down the 9 suns. Speculated to be the Orochi in Japanese myths. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 576, Luring the Enemy In. Chapter 576, Luring the Enemy In. The 9 neonates slowly drew closer. However, about 5,000 feet away from Yun, it stopped. It quietly observed Yun and the Yuan Qi that was being spewed out the great Empress mystic realm. With the 9 neonates' intelligence, it could already tell that the sudden appearance of the great Empress mystic realm was dubious, but it could not withstand the temptation of the pure Yuan Qi. After all, for it to grow, it required substantial amounts of heavenly materials. If not, once its heavenly tribulation came, it would end up in ashes. And now, its heavenly tribulation was already drawing near. In the dark depths of the sea, it glared at Yun. There were a total of 19 eyes on its 9 heads. The eyes were either in an eerie green or blood-red color. Its eyes were all extremely cold. From its perception, this human was not extremely powerful, but this human had a special body. The smell emitted from the human's body was very attractive. Slowly, the 9 neonate was about 1,000 feet away from Yun. From this distance, even without the energy vision, Yun could see the 9 neonate's shape with his naked eye from the light emitted by the great Empress Mystic Realm's entrance. This was a young 9 neonate. There was a blood-red streak across its body. This marking emitted a faint glow, and Yun knew that this was a vitality pattern that was related to the 9 neonates' evolution. Once this pattern fully matured, it would instigate a heavenly tribulation. After being tempered by the heavenly tribulation, this pattern would become a Tao pattern that gathered heaven-earth grade Tao within it. With such a Tao pattern, it would cause the 9 neonate's strength to make a quantum leap. A 9 neonate could at most have 9 heaven-earth Tao patterns in its life. And the 9 neonate before Yun had not experienced a single heavenly tribulation. A 9 neonate that had not experienced a heavenly tribulation could not control the laws of nature, so its threat was much smaller. However, just the powerful physique of the 9 neonate was already frightening. The 3 undersea overlords from before had retreated the moment this 9 neonate appeared. Yun quickly analyzed the situation. And at this moment, the 9 neonates suddenly attacked. A sharp scream, that resembled that of a baby's, went straight into his ear. The high-pressure seawater around Yun began to resonate strongly from the scream, as if it was boiling. Intense pressure enveloped him from all sides as the seawater condensed a sharp sword that stabbed at Yun. Yun focused his gaze. In the sea, there was no room for him to dodge. With his Yuan Qi surging, he formed a Yuan Qi protective layer around his body. Bam! 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 Thunder-like thuds could be heard. The seawater tumbled around as it swirled around Yun in a crazy fashion, as if it had become a giant whirlpool. Yun found it hard to stand in the middle of the whirlpool. His body was sparkling with golden radiant sunbeams. Deep in the dark sea, his presence was extremely eye-catching. So, at this moment, a shadow pierced through the chaotic seawater rapidly. A cold lone eye appeared from the seawater as it glared at Yun intently. One of the 9 neonates' head had forcefully hit out at Yun. Its serpent mouth opened up as a black tongue whipped at Yun. Despite a fishy smell being immediately blocked by his Yuan Qi, it still managed to assault his olfactory senses. This fishy smell was highly toxic. It would cause the people who smelled it to have a splitting headache and block their meridians, resulting in them losing the ability to resist. Yun gathered Yuan Qi and burned his pure Yang Yuan Qi. Pure Yang was best at subduing poisonous gases, so instantly, all the toxic gas was burned into cyan smoke by pure Yang Yuan Qi. Just after Yun finished dissipated the toxic gas in his body, the 9 neonate's serpent tongue pierced into the whirlpool like a bolt of lightning, and penetrated Yun's protective Yuan Qi. Yun's pupils constricted. So fast. The water droplets that got stirred up from the tongue's penetration were like projectiles that could kill. Dang! Feeling death draw close, Yun used the broken sword to parry the serpent's tongue. Pure Yang Yuan Qi surged out from his body as he evaporated the water droplets. The serpent's tongue was invulnerable, but Yun still managed to parry it with the tiny broken sword, as a clear, rasp sound of the sword's clash echoed out. Yun's Yuan Qi was immediately extracted out like a tidal flood. The hand that held the sword went numb. A huge, circular ripple moved away, with him being the center of it and far into the distance. The moment the fish far away met the ripple, they immediately turned in massive clouds of blood. Just an attack from the serpent's tongue was so terrifying. Retreat! Yun immediately retreated. Just as he left his spot, a shadow stabbed it where he was an instant ago. The head was held high up, and its gaze was cold. The single horn on the top of its head emitted an evil yet sharp aura. That was a narrow escape. Yun focused his gaze. The 9 neonates' attacks came like a barrage and were as fast as the blink of an eye. If he had been struck a moment ago, the consequences would have been unthinkable. In just a few seconds, Yun had already walked the tightrope between life and death twice. If this carried on, it was unlikely he would emerge from this fine. Yun's perception looked onto the 9 neonate. After the terrifying beast realized that the puny human was still alive after 2 of its attacks, it was also somewhat surprised. However, it did not hesitate in its attack one bit. It swung its thick tail, bringing with it a large swath of seawater. The speed of the water flow formed an underwater hurricane under the high-pressure deep sea. The hurricane surrounded Yi Yun as a terrifying tearing force attacked him. Yi Yun's protective Yuan Qi was nearly torn apart while within the hurricane. The moment an opening opened up in his protective Yuan Qi, his body would have no way of resisting such a force. The nine neonate's body reappeared within the whirlpool from time to time, its gigantic eyeballs staring at Yi Yun whenever it appeared. So, one of the nine neonates' heads suddenly charged into the whirlpool. A golden beam flashed. At the moment the nine neonates' head appeared, Yi Yun had pulled open his sun-shooting nine death's bow and shot out an arrow. The pure Yan Yuan Qi shot right at the nine neonates' long neck. Feeling the pain, the nine neonate gave out a deafening scream as the seawater turned turbulent. Yi Yun's ears immediately began to bleed. However, he ignored it, and with a sudden twist of his body, he pulled the sun-shooting nine death's bow once again within the whirlpool. Whoosh! 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 3 consecutive golden beams. Every beam hit the nine neonate's head that had probed inside the whirlpool. The nine neonate's body began to toss around as it kept screaming. The horrible sound waves spread out a few hundred miles far. Countless numbers of fish were torn to pieces by this sound wave. Even some sea beasts 50 kilometers away could not endure the sonorous sound wave, as they died from their organs rupturing. Yi Yun's protective Yuan Qi was agitated as several bloody wounds appeared on his body. The fingers and arm that he used to pull open the bow string had already shown signs of tearing, with blood bleeding from his wounds. Shooting the sun-shooting nine death's bow consecutively was a huge burden on Yi Yun's arm. And although the nine neonate had been injured from being hit thrice by the arrow, its injuries were less severe than Yi Yun's. The one who was the most injured from Yi Yun's attack on the nine neonate was Yi Yun himself. Such an astounding physical defense made it quite hopeless. Yi Yun gritted his teeth while his body was covered with blood. Taking advantage of the moment the nine neonate retreated, he suddenly circulated his Yuan Qi, and used the Golden Crow Sun Shift movement technique to retreat. He moved towards the Great Empress Mystic Realm's entrance. In front and behind him, the seawater had split apart, as the other heads of the nine neonate also aimed at him. Yi Yun pushed his Golden Crow Sun Shift to its limits, and at the critical moment, his body managed to fade into the Door of Light. Boom! 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 The Great Empress Mystic Realm's Door of Light endured all the attacks. Although the nine neonate was extremely powerful, it did not manage to rock the Great Empress Mystic Realm's entrance. The moment he passed through Door of Light, Yi Yun immediately took out an ancient relic and swallowed it. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as he looked towards the Door of Light. His eyes glimmered with fighting spirit. The true battle had just begun. At a 100,000 feet deep under the sea, Yi Yun knew he was no match for the nine neonate. His first choice of the battleground was the Great Empress Mystic Realm. Only here did he have the chance to battle the nine neonate. However, the nine neonate had a certain level of intelligence. If Yi Yun faded through the Door of Light right at the beginning, the nine neonate might not chase after him. Yi Yun had fought the nine neonate once, resulting in him being injured so as to completely infuriate the nine neonate. When the strength Yi Yun displayed was not the nine neonate's match, yet by wounding it, it would very likely chase him due to rage. This was Yi Yun's plan, and also the greatest reliance Yi Yun banked on to dare to fight alone in the 10,000 Calamity Sea. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 577, Battling the Nine Neonate. Chapter 577, Battling the Nine Neonate. Deep in the sea, the nine neonate stared intently at the Door of Light with its 19 eyes. It was infuriated. This human had not only made it suffer, it had also caused it to lose a portion of chi and blood. The nine neonate would have to eat several heavenly treasures just to replenish what it lost. In the untraversable sea, this region of sea was barren enough. The heaven-earth Yuan Qi was relatively thin, so for it to find a heavenly treasure? Difficult. Most of the time, the desolate beasts of the untraversable sea would rely on absorbing the worldly essence or draw energy from the bodies of the desolate beasts they feast on, to help their growth. And now, the 9 neonates' heavenly tribulation was around the corner. It could not waste a single ounce of energy, so it was accumulating energy so it could tide over the first calamity of its life. It was also because of this, that it rushed over here from the deep depths when it sensed the pure energy. It never expected that its hunt had failed, and instead, it ended up losing large amounts of energy. How could the 9 neonate tolerate this? The 9 neonates stared at the great Empress Mystic Realm entrance with indignation. It could sense a rich heaven-earth yuan-qi fluctuation coming from the entrance. It had better intelligence than the average desolate beast, so it could sense a possible danger from the entrance, and it was not as safe as the untraversable sea it was familiar with. However, if it did not enter, the loss it suffered would make it indignant. And the accumulated energy it had was not enough to withstand the heavenly tribulation. Instead of waiting for the heavenly tribulation to strike it to death, it was better for it to stake a bet. The 9 neonates screamed as its massive body caused the seawater to split into a white line, and it charged into the great Empress Mystic Realm's entrance. Wah! The 9 neonate felt dizzy as it was being transported through space. Instantly, the scene before its eyes changed. It went from the high-pressure deep sea into the great Empress Mystic Realm. The 9 neonate was not prepared for this. Although it had intelligence, it had never left the deep sea. In the deep sea, the pressure the 9 neonate experienced was immense. But now, with sudden teleportation to the great Empress Mystic Realm, if it was a desolate beast that was lacking in power, it would instantly explode into flesh fragments. Even though the 9 neonate had a strong body and it was not afraid of the sudden change in pressure, the sudden pressure gradient caused its blood vessels to enlarge as large amounts of blood flowed into its brain. This caused its mind to go blank momentarily. At this moment, there was a sharp whistle that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. A blinding golden beam came tearing through space from one side. It was a pure yang arrow condensed from yuan qi. It flew forward while a terrifying sonic boom followed its wake. With the atmosphere torn apart, the arrow burned in flames as it shot straight into the 9 neonate's chest. About 200 feet away from the 9 neonate, Ian was standing there with the sun-shooting 9 death's bow in hand. He shot that arrow. He had gathered energy for a while and he had fully powered the Great Empress Heart Sutra, and gathered the powerful pure yang energy over to form an arrow that resembled the sun on the sun-shooting 9 death's bow. To pull the bowstring open required immense amounts of energy, and this nearly ripped the muscles on Ian's arm apart. However, even at the point of having to shoot the arrow, he was still waiting. He was waiting for the moment that the 9 neonate appeared in the Great Empress Mystic Realm. He had experienced the terrifying offensive power of the 9 neonate, and he had escaped into the Great Empress Mystic Realm on the brink of death. But he did not back away immediately. Instead, he calmed down and waited for the right moment to launch a sneak attack. As the difference in strength between Yun and the 9 neonate was too great, he could not miss any opportunity to truly injure the 9 neonate. Pang! The bowstring's bounce brought with it a powerful reverberation, cutting Ian's fingers in the process, and causing blood to splatter. However, he did not feel the pain as his eyes were lit. He was staring intently at the arrow. If a head of the 9 heads of the 9 neonate was cut off, another will appear to take its place. Hence, the target Yun chose was the 9 neonate's heart. And at this moment, the 9 neonate, who had just regained its consciousness, had no way of dodging this arrow. It let out an angry roar. Boom! 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 The arrow penetrated its chest, and there was a yuan qi explosion in the 9 neonate's body, with tremendous amounts of pure yang energy spreading out. The 9 neonate's flesh was mangled and scales flew around. Ian's arrow had broken through the perverse bodily defense of the 9 neonate. The arrow had embedded itself in the 9 neonate's body. Blood began to spew out as pure yang flames surged into the sky and they wrapped the sky. The 9 neonate repeatedly cried in the flames. The sound was akin to a billion babies crying. The terrifying sound waves emanated in all directions for 1,000 miles. This was in the Great Empress Mystic Realm. If it was the Tian Yuan world, an entire city could crumble from the sharp bellows of the nine neonate. Every life form in the city would be flattened into smithereens by this sound wave. Terrifying. Yi Yun was already prepared and he had used his Yuan Qi to enshroud his entire body. However, he still felt like he was a tiny boat in a squall while in the sound wave's region of influence. It constantly pounded him, making his organs feel like they had turned to sauce. This force made him spit a mouthful of blood out. It was already like this fighting in the Great Empress Mystic Realm. If Yi Yun was in the deep sea, he had no chance of winning. Although the nine neonate had its chest pierced by the arrow, this injury was nothing with its substantial vitality. Yi Yun was also well aware of this. After he shot the arrow, he did not stop. With a long roar, he charged at the nine neonate with the nameless broken sword in hand. A sword beam flashed like lightning and slashed through the inferno, flying at the wound on the nine neonate's chest. The sword beam was silent, but when it sank into the wound at the nine neonate's chest, it instantly changed into thousands of needle-like sword chi that pierced the nine neonate's flesh. The 9 heads of the 9 neonates stood erect. Every head showed its pain and anger. Bam! 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 The 9 neonates smashed around, lashing its tail crazily. The Great Empress Mystic Realms land was extremely robust, but after receiving such an impact, it also gently trembled. However, at this moment, Yi Yun had already distanced himself. He did not even take a look at the outcome of the sword attack. By the time the 9 neonate recovered from its shock, the hateful human had already disappeared from its surroundings. This infuriated it even more. However, the 9 neonate had keen senses. It sensed Yi Yun's breathing from the air and locked on towards that direction and chased after him. The 9 neonate had never endured such serious injuries. This human had really irritated it. Yi Yun hurriedly escaped as he pushed the Golden Crow Sun shift to its limits. He did not even stay for a single moment. He could hear the rumbling noises that were behind him as danger fast approached him. Although he had escaped fast enough, the 9 neonate's speed on the ground was still extremely terrifying. And from the pressure that he experienced, he knew that the 9 neonate was determined to kill him at all costs. Yi Yun did not even turn back. He circulated his Yuan Qi to his limits and controlled a disc array with his mind, as he summoned the God Advent Tower. Boom! A huge tower fell from the sky and landed before Yi Yun. With Yi Yun's present strength, he was still unable to use the God Advent Tower as an attack, but it was not a problem for him to control its flight. So, Yi Yun had entered the God Advent Tower. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 578, Desert of Death. Chapter 578, Desert of Death. As the furious 9 neonate chased Yi Yun, it did not stop despite seeing Yi Yun enter the God Advent Tower. It rushed into the God Advent Tower immediately. At this moment, the 9 neonate had stirred up its primitive beast-like instincts. There was no more intelligence left. All it wanted to do was to swallow Yi Yun up. Boom! The injured 9 neonates smashed into the God Advent Tower's staircase. However, the staircase stood motionless. Instead, it caused the 9 neonate to hurt all over. The God Advent Tower was extremely spacious, and the materials used to refine the God Advent Tower were extremely strong, and its strength was boosted by array techniques. Although the 9 neonates' destructive power was great, it could not cause a stir in the God Advent Tower. As such, Yi Yun let it enter the God Advent Tower without any worries. After the infuriated 9 neonate entered the God Advent Tower, its 9 heads turned around, as 18 of its 19 eyes scanned every corner of its surroundings. However, it did not discover any trace of Yi Yun. The enraged 9 neonate lashed its tail, sweeping across the area indiscriminately, hoping to level the place. However, when its tail hit the ground or walls, they remained intact. Not even a mark was left on them. On the contrary, the scales on the 9 neonate were lacerated and blood spewed out. Anger. The 9 neonate's eyes were blood red. As it wandered in the grand hall, it roared. Its body was like a simmering volcano, ready to erupt at any moment. Suddenly, the 9 neonate looked up and stared at the door of light that gave passage to the second level of the God Advent Tower. That human's presence seemed to come from that door of light. A flash of ferocity lit up in the 9 neonate's eyes as it immediately charged towards it. At this moment, on the 5th floor of the God Advent Tower, Yun appeared in the familiar Yin-Yang cultivation chamber with a fluctuation of a door of light. The door of light behind him disappeared immediately after. This cultivation chamber was where Yun and Lin Shintong had spent 6 years in together. Now, I can temporarily relax. Yun's face was pale. He wiped the blood of his mouth. He had walked the tightrope of death a few times just to finally reach this result. Not only the door of light behind him, even the entrances to the God Advent Tower and the Great Empress Mystic Realm had closed just a moment ago. The 9 neonate had been locked in the God Advent Tower by him. According to his senses, the 9 neonate had already appeared in the God Advent Tower's second level's desolate lands. And after it crossed through the first door of light, Yun had sealed the door shut. The 9 neonate was trapped in the second level. There was a vast expanse of space in there, allowing the 9 neonate to go crazy in there. With a thought, the God Advent Tower's a hologram from the disk array that he had refined hovered in front of Yun. With a gently graze across the disk array with his fingers, a stream of light emitted out of the disk array. Following that, Yun no longer bothered about the 9 neonate. He sat down on the ground with his legs crossed, before gently closing his eyes. In the desolate lands of the God Advent Tower's second level, the 9 neonate was shuttling through it at a rapid pace. Its appearance made many desolate beasts shiver in fear. They hid in their own caves and they did not dare to move. The 9 neonate raged on the ground, anxiously looking for traces of Yun. When it just entered, it could still sense Yun's presence coming from somewhere in here, but in a blink of an eye, Yun had completely disappeared without a trace. This extremely agitated the 9 neonate. A plankton-like existence that it could devour easily had inflicted such serious injuries on it. Yet, after chasing him so far, it had not been able to find a trace of him. With the 9 neonate's intelligence, it slowly sensed that it had been fooled by the puny human. It destroyed everything in front of it in rage. It charged around, but suddenly, it entered a stretch of desert. This desert was endless, and it was extremely hot. When it entered the desert, the 9 neonates seemed to be lost. When it looked back, the desolate lands behind it had disappeared. It remembered that it had just rushed into the desert, and logically speaking, it could still see the road back to the desolate lands. However, it was as if the desert had suddenly expanded, replacing the original desolate lands. The 9 neonate felt that something was amiss. Now, it was furious and panicking. It began to bellow and run. It felt an instinctive fear of this desert. It wanted to escape from it, but no matter how long it ran, there was no end to the desert. As time passed, there was no trace of the human, and the 9 neonates' wounds did not recover. Blood kept flowing, dyeing the yellow sand red. The pain in its chest lingered, with no signs of reduction. The 9 neonate was stunned as doubt appeared in its eyes. Its body had an amazing recovery rate, and in principle, the wounds should have recovered, but they had not yet recovered. As the 9 neonate pondered about it, it opened its 9 mouths and sucked in the air. As long as it absorbed enough worldly essence, its wounds would quickly recover. Desolate beasts which reached a certain level, as well as humans who reached a certain cultivation realm, could avoid eating anything. They could even survive even without breathing. Their bodies possessed powerful self-healing abilities, allowing them to heal many injuries by themselves. But this scenario had a premise. That was, one had to be able to interface with the heaven-earth energies. Warriors expirated Yuan Qi, while desolate beasts absorbed the worldly essence. This was the source of the energy that powered their lives. If this connection was severed, even the strongest warriors and most fearsome desolate beasts would slowly lose the energy within their bodies. Their life force would grow weaker, and eventually they would die from a lack of energy. This was the same principle as how mortals starved to death. And it was because of this that the untraversable sea was given its name. If one went far into the untraversable sea, the heaven-earth Yuan Qi would become increasingly thinner. Then, without energy complementing or supporting a person, even a great emperor would be powerless against it. Once a person lost all his energy, he would lose every magical power he possessed. Hence, the nine neonate, who had lived in the untraversable sea for all its life, was so tempted by the pure energy in the great empress mystic realm. With this energy, it felt it could successfully survive a heavenly tribulation. However, now, when it opened its mouths in an attempt to absorb the worldly essence from the desert, it froze. Its 19 eyes stayed fixed in their sockets. It was stunned for a moment before it stretched out its neck once again, trying to suck in the air. A wind howled as sand dunes were moved by the nine neonate's suction. The sand on the ground began to fly. However, what it wanted to absorb did not exist. This world had air, sky, and yellow sand, but it didn't have a single ounce of heaven-earth energy. Blood was still gushing out of the nine neonate's chest. Without energy, its wound would heal even slower as its body's energy and blood kept depleting. It would only feel weaker over time. But even at the deepest ends of the untraversable sea, there would be a tiny amount of heaven-earth energy. The nine neonate never expected that it would enter such a treacherous place. An unprecedented sense of danger immediately enveloped the nine neonate. This powerful desolate beast felt fear. As it ran frantically over the vast lands, it stretched out its 9 heads high up. The serpent mouths constantly opened, in an attempt to find heaven-earth essence. However, all of this was to no avail. Exactly 7 days passed as the nine neonate was still running around searching. At this moment, it no longer could be bothered with Yun. All it wanted to do was leave this desert of death. For the past 7 days, it could only maintain its life using the accumulated energies within its body. There was not much energy left in its body as it became hungrier. The scales on its body began to dull. Its aura had also weakened drastically. Now, as it crossed a sand dune that it had gone past countless number of times, in search for a way out of the desert, a twinkle of light appeared. The dot of light expanded rapidly into a door of light as pure energy emanated from it. The 9 heads of the nine neonate immediately twisted towards it. It saw a human with a golden bow in his hand, walking out slowly from the door of light. It was that human. The 19 eyes of the nine neonate turned red immediately. The anger it had pent up for 7 days instantly exploded. It could faintly sense that this human had lured it into the desert. And this human definitely knew of the way out of the desert. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 579, Beast Mark of Life. Chapter 579, Beast Mark of Life. Ian stood upright, and his Yuan Qi stirred while he was holding the sun-shooting 9 death's bow. 7 days of healing allowed him to fully recover to his peak condition. And he had even slightly improved himself compared to before. The life and death battle with the 9 neonate helped Yun gain new insight into his own martial arts. When the 9 neonate saw Yun, its eyes stared so widely that they looked like they were going to crack apart. It was this human who caused it to be pushed to the brink. It was desperately in need of heaven-earth Yuan Qi. Devouring this human would give it some replenishment. So, the 9 neonate pounced on Yun. Die! Yun's eyes lit up as he pulled the sun-shooting 9 death's bow open, shooting a pure yang arrow. The arrow shot straight at the 9 neonate's heart. The 9 neonate now feared the arrow. Noticing the arrow flying at it, it hurriedly dodged. It knew that if its body had another wound, its condition would take a turn for the worse, and the consequences were unthinkable. At the moment the 9 neonate dodged, Yi-Yun drew the unnamed broken sword and slashed out. Instantly, the brilliant sun above the desert seemed to infuse in Yi-Yun's sword as a sword beam sent a tear across the 9 neonate's body. The 9 neonate roared out frantically as energy surged out. Its 9 heads opened their respective jaws as fiery flames, icicles, and purple lightning spewed out. The 9 neonate was a darling of the heaven-earth laws. Each of its 9 heads controlled one of 9 laws. These 9 laws consisted of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, as well as the creation laws: wind, rain, thunder, lightning. There were exactly 9. Having struck once, Yi-Yun retreated immediately. The 9 neonate's frantic attacks put immense pressure on his protective Yuan Qi. It caused his blood to turn turbulent as he sustained minor injuries. However, the 9 neonate had sustained greater injuries. Yi-Yun had opened up a deep gash on its chest. Another wound was added to the already injured 9 neonate's body. "We'll battle another day." Yi-Yun laughed loudly as he leaped into the sky, before disappearing. "Ah!" The 9 neonate screamed sharply. Its huge body began to hover as it attacked Yi-Yun. However, Yi-Yun's disappearance caused its thick tail to sweep through empty space. He had disappeared. The 9 neonates stared widely. This plankton had disappeared in front of its very eyes. It was feeling enraged as it crazily attacked the void where Yi-Yun disappeared. Sand dunes were toppled as it left behind claw marks on the vast desert. However, it quickly forced itself to calm down. It knew that without the heaven-earth essence supplementing it, wasting energy was equivalent to suicide. Its wounds would become even more severe as its life force gradually weakened. At this moment, Yi-Yun had already returned to the 5th level of the God Advent Tower. He checked his injuries and he could not help but sigh. The 9 neonate was really too fearsome. It still could have such great offensive power despite being weakened so drastically. He sat down cross-legged and swallowed a relic. "Once I've recovered, I'll look for you again." Yi-Yun closed his eyes. 3 days later, Yi-Yun appeared in front of the 9 neonate once again. This time, the 9 neonate was further incensed. It had long been waiting for Yi-Yun to appear. However, Yi-Yun used the same tactics. He shot an arrow and slashed at it with his saber, before using his movement technique to leap into the door of light that appeared in the void. The vast land was covered in Yi-Yun's saber scars and the 9 neonate's blood. The 9 neonate was extremely mad, but it was powerless. This time, the 9 neonate did not even rage. It knew that it was useless. 2 days later, Yi-Yun appeared for the 3rd time. While fighting against the 9 neonate, Yi-Yun was inflicted with fewer injuries. His recovery speed was also speeding up. The time gap between his battles with the 9 neonate also shortened. As for the 9 neonate, its injuries had become more severe, and it began to lack energy in its battles. It was an overlord of the untraversable sea, a ferocious desolate beast of the seabed, and even without any heaven-earth Yuan Qi supporting it, it was still a force to be reckoned. However, this human came and went as he pleased. The movement technique he employed when he left was strange. He came without warning and left without a trace. And his attacks were becoming more powerful. The 9 neonate was intelligent. It had already sensed that this human was completely probing its attacks and laws so as to improve his sword and saber techniques. Hence, his attacks were becoming more powerful by the day. Eventually, Yi-Yun could visit it twice a day. There were even times when he rested for an hour before appearing in front of the 9 neonate again. The 9 neonate went from angrily waiting for Yi-Yun to appear to slowly hoping that Yi-Yun would not appear, and then finally, to the point of feeling anxious and fearful the moment Yi-Yun was about to appear. When Yi-Yun finally appeared once again, it had already slumped on the ground. "Oh? Have you given up on resisting?" Ian held the unnamed broken sword in his hand as he hovered in the air, whereas the 9 neonate was slumped on the ground. None of its 9 heads moved. Have you succumbed to your fate? Ian landed in front of the 9 neonate. One of the 9 neonate's heads turned and looked at Ian with its sole eye. Its gaze was blank, without any glimmer in it. Ian pondered a while before throwing a relic to the 9 neonate. However, the 9 neonate did not even look at it. You don't even want a chance to replenish your yuan qi? Ian rubbed his chin. The 9 neonate was clearly on its last breaths, and not only so, it had completely lost all its will to fight. It also knew that swallowing the relic was pointless. How could this crafty human, who had all sorts of unscrupulous means, give it liberation? It was already afraid of Ian and it only wished for death. Even if Ian slashed his saber on its neck, it could not be bothered to move one bit. Ian stood in there and watched the 9 neonate who had lost all ability to resist. However, he did not enjoy the pleasure of a victor in his heart. The reason why the 9 neonate landed in his hands was because of the coercion of the heavenly Tao after all. The 9 heavenly tribulations were like 9 curses that restrained it. It forced the 9 neonate to constantly need to grow and mature. It spent its entire life in the untraversable sea looking for heavenly treasures to devour, so it could express its potential. And because of this, it had taken all sorts of risks. As a result, it had risked entering the God Advent Tower, and landed in the hands of Ian, who was much weaker than it. The 9 neonate had been fighting hard all its life, but even so, the heavenly treasures that could be found in the Tian Yuan world were not enough for it to successfully survive a heavenly tribulation. It was of royal descent amongst the 9-headed Hydra species, but due to being born in a wrong world, it was destined to end in tragedy. Ian could somewhat see a hint of himself on this 9 neonate. He too was being forced by his life circumstances. He had to grab every chance to improve his strength, or he would end up in ashes. Ian walked to the 9 heads of the 9 neonate, while holding the nameless broken sword in his hand. This sword had previously killed gods, and it would be extremely easy to kill a 9 neonate who had lost its energy with it. However, Ian did not plan on killing it. Typical totem mystic techniques required the beast to be killed in order to condense the beast mark. However, there were 2 types of beast mark recorded in the 10,000 beast totem. One was a beast mark of death, while the other was the beast mark of life. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 580, Yielding. Chapter 580, Yielding. The beast mark of death was identical to other totem mystic techniques. It was achieved by killing a desolate beast, extracting the essence of life from it and merging that life essence into one's body. Previously, when Ian killed the golden crow species, he used the beast mark of death to condense his aspect totem. In fact, the 10,000 beast totem remnant copy that the Taya Divine Kingdom had only had the procedure regarding the beast mark of death. However, in the God Advent Tower, after Ian obtained the complete 10,000 beast totem, he found another procedure to condense a beast mark, that was the beast mark of life. Under the situation of not killing a desolate beast, but condensing it into a beast mark of life, the entire desolate beast's spirit, soul, chi and blood would merge with his body. In a certain way, this was similar to a contract beast. After beast masters tamed a spirit beast, they could form a contract with the beast, keeping the spirit beast in their bodies. They could then summon their contract beasts in battle when required. The difference between a beast mark of life and a contract beast was that the refined desolate beast would never be able to recover its form as a desolate beast. It would become another form of life, similar to item spirits and sword souls. After a beast mark of life merged into a refiner's body, the refiner would obtain many benefits. He could draw upon the desolate beast's strength and a small portion of its nomological properties. Furthermore, the refiner could constantly nurture the desolate beast that was in beast mark of life form. With the desolate beast becoming stronger, the cultivator's strength would correspondingly increase as well. There were many more benefits that could be derived from the beast mark of life than from the beast mark of death. But in comparison, a condensed beast mark of life had numerous limitations. Beast marks of death could be condensed from killing tens of thousands of primordial species, and form thousands of them. However, a person who cultivated the 10,000 beast totem could only form 3 beast marks of life. In the small success stage of the 10,000 beast totem, he could condense 1, 2 when in the large success stage, and 3 when it was completely mastered. The 10,000 beast totem was an extremely profound and intricate totem mystic technique, so it was not easy to completely master it. Hence, every beast mark of life allocation was very valuable to Yi Yun. Yi Yun chose the 9 neonate only after deep consideration. A young 9 neonate may not be powerful, but it had potential to grow. If he could let the 9 neonate beast mark survive its 9 heavenly tribulations, this 9 neonate beast mark would grow into an extremely terrifying one. However, it was too difficult to nurture a 9 tribulation 9 neonate. It might not even be possible in the Yang God Empyrean heaven. The price to pay was extremely large, so even the mighty figures in the Yang God Empyrean heaven might fail to do so. However, Yi Yun believed that human effort was the deciding factor. As long as he had perseverance, fated luck, and hard work, even an ordinary mortal had the chance to become a peerless great emperor. Furthermore, Yi Yun had the purple crystal origins. The 9 neonate had the potential to grow, so from this point alone, it was already enough for Yi Yun. 9 neonate. Yi Yun stood in front of the 9 neonate's centermost head. The huge head was slumped on the ground, but its 3 eyes were looking at Yi Yun. You were born in the Tian Yuan world. The heaven-earth Yuan Qi there is impoverished, so the heavenly treasures it produces are lacking in number. It is nearly impossible for you to survive the heavenly tribulations. The 9 neonate did not understand human speech, but with Yi Yun's spiritual communication, it understood what Yi Yun meant. Although it was indignant, it had to admit that the human was right. Trapped in the Tian Yuan world, it was like a carp in shallow waters, impossible for it to transform into a divine dragon. Your first heavenly tribulation is nearing, and there's no chance for you to survive it. As 9-headed Hydra royalty, who has awakened your ancestors' bloodline, are you willing to just turn into ashes this way? When Yi Yun said this, the 9 neonate became agitated. It contorted its weak body as if it was extremely emotional. Yi Yun's words had hit the indignation that the 9 neonate was feeling on the head. As 9-headed Hydra royalty, it was meant to enjoy infinite glory as king amongst its species. But now, its blood had turned into a catastrophe. A 9 neonate who could not mature was even weaker than an ordinary 9-headed Hydra. It had no standing amongst the 9-headed Hydra species. How could it feel reconciled for it to be labeled as a low-class desolate beast while being that of royalty? I give you 2 choices. 1, I'll kill you, and then refine you into a beast mark of death, becoming my second aspect totem. 2, you yield to me, and be refined into a beast mark of life. You will carry on surviving in the form of a beast mark. When the time comes, I will nurture you and let you tide through each and every heavenly tribulation to become stronger. Maybe you will lose some dignity and freedom, but you will live on, and you might even become a 9 tribulation 9 neonate. You can leave the Tian Yuan world, and travel the cosmos to see different things and experience a wider world. You will witness the millions of years of history developing before your very eyes, as you become a top existence of this world. Yi Yun described the magnificent future. It was his promise to the 9 neonate, as well as a goal he set for himself. The 9 neonate turned silent. What Yi Yun described was what it had yearned for. Yi Yun was in no hurry. He stood beside the 9 neonate and silently waited for its decision. The 9 neonate's 19 eyes opened and 19 gazes landed on Yi Yun. It seemed to be discerning if this human could create the miracles he said. Although the 9 neonate had little contact with humans, it could still tell that the human in front of it had terrifying talent and potential. After a long while, Yi sensed that the animosity in the nine neonates' spirit had disappeared. Yi knew that this meant that the nine neonate had agreed. Even if it was unwilling, it was the best choice that it could make at the present moment. Some desolate beasts would rather choose their dignity over life. However, the nine neonate would not because it was afraid of death, but because it was indignant. It felt indignant that it would silently die despite having such a powerful bloodline. Seeing the nine neonate agreeing to him, Yi heaved a sigh of relief. Although he had already decided that even if the nine neonate did not agree to it, he would still refine the nine neonate into a beast mark of life, the effects as a result of that was inferior to a willing nine neonate. After all, to nurture a nine neonate required its cooperation. He adjusted his mind and formed hand seals one after another as they covered the nine neonate. These seals slowly condensed on the nine neonate, deeply imprinting themselves on it to form profound-looking Tao patterns. The Tao patterns spread and covered the nine neonate's entire body. Finally, the nine neonate emanated a reddish-gold light. In the light, its body gradually reduced in size till it was the size of a baby's palm, before it entered Ian's body. With that, a beautiful nine-headed hydra tattoo appeared on Ian's arm. He had successfully refined a beast mark of life. The moment the nine neonate merged into his body, Ian felt his blood begin to boil. An immense amount of energy surged through his body as his body slowly transformed. The nomological seed buried deep in his Yuan foundation seemed to move from this amount of energy, and it appeared to begin to slowly sprout. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 581, Heaven Marshal City. Chapter 581, Heaven Marshal City. The moment the nomological seed sprouts and breaks out of the Yuan foundation, that was the Yuan opening realm. The Yuan opening realm was still a distant matter for the present Yi. However, there were many talented Tao Seed Realm warriors whose nomological seeds had already accumulated energy and had hints of germination just before breaking through. Once the Yuan foundation was broken out of, the seed would rapidly grow into a towering divine tree. So although Yi was far from breaking out of the Yuan foundation, his nomological seed had already accumulated an alarming amount of energy. The increase in cultivation level was one aspect, but the beast mark of life gave Yi even more benefits, such as a boost to his physical body. The nine neonate beast was a nine-headed snake that had awakened its ancient bloodline. Its body was strong, and it was not something that humans could compare with. Previously, in the battle with the nine neonate, Yi had shot at it with the sun-shooting nine death's bow several times, but all he got in return of slightly injuring the nine neonate was his fingers being cut by the bowstring. He did not even manage to fully penetrate the nine neonate's body. Even the arrow did not fully embed itself in the nine neonate. This showed how abnormal the nine neonate's defensive power was. Now, having refined the nine neonate into a beast mark of life, Yi had only received a tiny boost from the beast mark, but it was a quantum leap for his physical body. Pi pi pa pa. Yi clenched his fists as all his veins began to bulge out. His bones issued continuous explosive sounds. He could not help but shout from this pleasant feeling he experienced. It was too comfortable. It seemed like he had endless energy and he needed to vent it. With a roar, he punched out. Boom! This punch was not powered with any laws, it was just his physical strength alone. The moment his fist made impact with a sand dune, the entire sand dune exploded, causing sand to rain down from the sky in a dense manner. In terms of his bodily strength, Yi had never been very strong. For speed, he had the Golden Crow Sun Shift movement technique, so his speed was very fast. For laws, he cultivated pure Yang laws, and he had a minor focus on pure Yin laws. Yin-Yang laws were considered great Tao laws. The level of profoundness was above the 5 elemental laws. For offensive strength, Yi dual cultivated sabers and swords, and he also had the sun-shooting 9 death's bow. As for cultivation techniques, he had the Great Empress Heart Sutra, which came from Supreme Great Tao manuals, so it was obvious. However, in contrast, defense was Yi Yun's weakness. During fights, he needed to initiate his protective Yuan Qi to cover his entire body. If a sword pierced his head, Yi Yun would die. With his physical defense lacking, he had to be careful at all the time, preventing him from being able to fight in a free manner during battles. And now, after merging the 9 neonate beast mark, Yi Yun's body had begun to transform. With the 9 neonates' growth, Yi Yun's body would become even stronger. It's time to leave. From the time Yi Yun came to the southern sea to conquering the 9 neonate, as well as fully merging the beast mark of life into him, he took a month's time. Before I absorbed the 9 neonate beast mark, the 9 neonate was about to experience a heavenly tribulation. With its current level, there's no way for it to survive it. It was doomed to die. If the 9 neonate beast mark is destroyed by the heavenly tribulation, then there's no way of nurturing this beast mark anymore, and I'll be back to square one. Yi Yun muttered to himself. He naturally would not allow such a thing to happen. He wanted to search for heavenly treasures for the 9 neonates so it could tide over the heavenly tribulation. At the same time, he wanted to investigate the schemes of the Martial Alliance. Yi Yun opened an exit and flew up into the sky, before disappearing from the Great Empress Mystic Realm. In the eastern regions of the Tian Yuan world, there was a city. It was built on a towering tree, and it was known as Heaven Martial City. From afar, the gigantic tree looked like the scene of two people fighting. And at the roots of the gigantic tree, as well as its branches, there were many warriors standing there or mediating. Many of them had stayed here for long periods of time. Their goal was to gain some insight from the images generated by the gigantic tree. This gigantic tree had existed many years before. Now, it looked like it had died, but it did not wither. Such a divine tree was said to be formed naturally from heavenly Tao. Later on, an imperial king built a city here, naming it Heaven Martial City. The Heaven Martial City was the biggest city closest to the Martial Alliance in the Tian Yuan world. The Martial Alliance was not open to anyone, so the Heaven Martial City became a place for many Tian Yuan world warriors to gather. Many sects and factions in the Tian Yuan world had set up branches in the Heaven Martial City. With more people, there were a greater turnover of treasures. The Heaven Martial City was also the most important trading location in the Tian Yuan world. The treasure house established in the Heaven Martial City was famous to many mortals. In a mountain forest a distance away from Heaven Martial City, there was a white flash. Following that, a figure walked out of a door of light. Yi Yun landed gently on the ground. His destination was Heaven Martial City. As a city closest to the Martial Alliance, there were many organizations of the Martial Alliance in it. Hence, this place became Yi Yun's first destination. Before arriving here, Yi Yun had done some research of Heaven Martial City beforehand. Tens of millions of years ago, the ancient Great Empress had traveled around the Tian Yuan world, and in a notebook she left behind, she had previously mentioned this divine tree. She had even reviewed it, but the ancient Great Empress did not mention the city. It was most likely that the city was built after the Great Empress era. There were countless numbers of warriors in the Heaven Martial City. There were many warriors training in the surrounding mountains and forests also. Yi Yun flew towards the Heaven Martial City and he met a few groups of cultivating warriors. These warriors were mostly in the Yuan Foundation realm, so they could not even detect Yi Yun's aura, much less see his figure. As Yi Yun proceeded, he observed these young warriors. Many of them came from the various factions of the Tian Yuan world, but some of them wore black martial suits, and on them, there were embroidered Blood Moon logos. The Blood Moon logo was extremely striking to Yi Yun. Clearly, these people came from the Martial Alliance. These people may not be directly related to the Blood Moon, and were just exterior members, but even so, they enjoyed a certain status amongst the cultivators. Yi Yun could sense that many people were extremely deferential towards them. Amongst the many warriors, Yi Yun saw a small team of about 8 young warriors. They were dressed in bright-colored clothing, and from their direction of travel, they were also heading to the Heaven Martial City. Ian stopped and looked at their clothes. They turned out to be people from the Fire sect. The Fire sect could be considered as an accomplice of the Shinto family clan. They stationed themselves with the Shinto family clan outside the Lin family, and they monitored the Lin family's actions. However, 8 young disciples were killed as a result of Ian's actions. In this team, there was a young warrior who dressed very nicely. He was saying to a female warrior in his team, after killing another 2 more desolate beasts and letting you absorb 2 beast marks, we will need to rush to the Heaven Martial City. Martial Uncle Gongsun will not be happy about our tardiness. What's there to fear? However, Martial Uncle Gongsun wants to join in the Treasure House's event this time. If we get back early, he might even let us follow him to widen our horizons. I heard that there will be many heavenly treasures that no one has ever heard of. The female warrior said in excitement. The young warrior smiled and he said in a self-satisfied manner, those are nothing. The main star of the show this time is a longevity extending pill. Many elders from large sects, and even grand elders are coming in person, all for this longevity extending pill. Just looking at it can increase a year's lifespan. Really? The female warrior's eyes lit up. Was it possible to increase one's longevity just by looking at it? Then she had to go to the treasure house to take a good look. Soon after, when she saw how her senior brother was unable to hold back his laughter, she knew that she had been fooled. The two began to quarrel, and they finally embraced each other. Their training experience this time had included having a clandestine love affair. Yi-Yun, who was hidden in a corner, no longer paid attention to the couple. However, their conversation made him frown slightly. Longevity extending pill. This could only be used by low-level warriors. It extended one's lifespan by severing one's future martial path. It was not valuable in the 12 Empyrean heavens, but it was coveted greatly by numerous people in the Tian Yuan world. Just by selling it generously at the treasure house, the Martial Alliance was able to win over the people's support. Ian let out a light gasp. The Martial Alliance had existed for too long, so it would be very difficult to topple it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 582, Entering the City. Chapter 582, Entering the City. With Heaven Martial City in front of him, he could see the towering divine tree. The gigantic tree's trunk was as thick as a mountain, and on its branches, there were vines that wound around mountains in all directions. No one knew how many tens of thousands of years these vines had existed. Despite the elements, they remained as strong as ever, not rotting one bit. On the gigantic tree, there was a vast expanse of flat land with numerous pavilions on it. The streets were filled with people, and the crowd was bustling. Entry is 1 low-ranked relic per person. The moment Yi-Yun arrived to the entrance, the guards demanded an entry tax from him. A low-ranked relic was nothing to Yi-Yun. But if it were warriors from some desolate land, a relic was enough to transform their bodies fully and change their fate. After all, back then, Lian Xingyu went through a great deal just to obtain a piece of desolate bone. And despite the cost of sacrificing the lives of many of his tribesmen, the quality of the desolate bone relic he obtained from refining the desolate bone through backward methods was not even comparable to a low-ranked desolate bone relic. To receive 1 relic per person, with a countless number of people entering each day, the amount of wealth obtained over thousands of years was very substantial. And Heaven Martial City was controlled by the Martial Alliance, so this wealth also flowed into the Martial Alliance. One could imagine that over these years, the foundation which the Martial Alliance had built up was immeasurable. Not only that, the roadside stalls and shops in Heaven Martial City were all taxed. There were auction houses established here which similarly charged a fee. And the biggest trade center, the Treasure House, was directly set up by the Martial Alliance. In the Treasure House, there were large amounts of heavenly treasures sold. Their prices were 20 to 30% higher than the normal trade value in the market. But even so, there were still large numbers of warriors who traveled from all corners of the Tian Yuan world to buy the items they needed from the treasure house. Firstly, it was because the treasure house had a full range of items. Many of the items were priced so high that there was no market, but they could be found in the treasure house. Secondly, the treasure house was reputable and the items were guaranteed to be genuine, so there was no fear of being cheated. As a result, people were willing to spend a bit more. Just as Yun was about to pay the relic, he heard a clear voice that came not far from him. "Ah, so expensive." Yun turned around and saw a guard stopping 3 people at another entrance fee collection point. They consisted of a youth dressed in animal skin, a young man in his 20s, and a 16 or 17-year-old blossoming girl. The exclamation came from the girl. "We are a group of 3, doesn't that mean we need to pay 3 relics?" The girl amongst the 3 was embarrassed. She was dressed in cyan-colored clothes and she had a floral scarf over her head. She exuded a rural village girl's delicate charm, but from her shabby appearance, she looked slightly haggard. From their shabby dressing or their manner of speech, it was easy to tell that these 3 people did not come from a large faction. The elites of large factions were always adorned with 1 or 2 treasures, and they wore nice clothes. Those who wore the clothes of mortals most likely came from unimportant backgrounds. The Heaven Marshal City Guard glanced at the 3 people in disdain. By collecting relics here every day, he had seen warriors from all over the Tian Yuan world, so he was impatient with warriors who dragged their feet by being unwilling to pay. This is the Heaven Marshal City's rule. Everyone has to comply with it. If you can't pay a relic, then you can't to enter. After the guard said this, he impatiently waved his hand. "Stop blocking the way. There are many people behind you." Next. The 3 people were pushed to one side. The youth in his 20s smiled obsequiously and tried to be in the good books of the guard. "Brother guard, my dear brother guard, please calm down. We come from a small area, so we did not know the rules." You, hurry up and pay the relic," the youth urged the girl. The girl gritted her teeth as she tightly clenched the cyan-clothed bag hanging on her body. This girl did not even have an interspatial ring. A bag that mortals used was not only inconvenient to carry around, its capacity was not large. It was imaginable how tiring it was to carry these things while traveling long distances. "Elder sis." The youth dressed in animal skin tugged at the girl. The youth was not very tall. His skin was dark, and his facial features looked average. The girl felt the pinch in her heart as she grabbed the bag. She turned to the youth and said, "Anyo, it's all right. Our trip here is to bring you to Heaven Marshal City. Our family clan might be small and unable to nurture you, but out of good luck, you have such good qualifications. It's worth it to invest the entrance fee for you. Besides, don't we still have a herb? After selling it, we will also be somewhat wealthy. When that happens, it's nothing to buy my dear little brother some pills and relics. As long as you amount to something, it is better than anything." The youth, who was addressed as Anyo, knew that the girl was putting a front to put him at ease. He bit his lips and did not say a word. However, one could see the stubbornness in his eyes. He knew very clearly that his elder sister had put in a lot of effort into this trip to Heaven Marshal City. And these relics were a large amount of the family clan's fortune. It could be said they were staking it all on him. So it's a brother-sister duo. Yun sighed lightly. As he looked at the girl's expression, his mind could not help but recall his time back in the Cloud Wilderness, especially the humiliated expression of Jiang Xiara when she pleaded to obtain food for him. That girl had sacrificed a lot for her younger brother, and this made Yun miss his own elder sister, Jiang Xiara. "Let me pay your city entrance fee," Yun suddenly said. Yun would not bother about strangers. Everyone had their own difficulties, and with the world so big, he could not care about everyone. However, Yun was filled with emotions when he saw this sister-brother pair. When he opened his mouth, the guard gave Yun a stunned look. As for the youth in his 20s behind the siblings, he was slightly taken aback before he looked pleasantly surprised. This esteemed brother sure is chivalrous. You are really making us feel embarrassed. We come from a humble background, so our wealth embarrasses us. For you to spend on us, we are really so thankful. Before the youth finished his words, he was interrupted by the girl. Thank you to the generous sir, but we can't accept your relics. The girl answered very seriously. Beside her, the youth in animal skin also blinked with his dark but bright eyes. Clearly, he endorsed the actions of his elder sister. To not receive generosity that came out of nowhere was not a matter of face, but one of human principle. This was what their deceased parents taught them. Yi-Yun was stunned for a moment. He was quite surprised by the siblings, but as a result, he had a favorable impression of them. He smiled gently and said, "All right, I was being reckless." He nonchalantly said that before keeping the relics. He believed that even if the youth did not soar in the future, it was likely he would amount to something. Suffering a bit now was nothing. The youth in his 20s, that had accompanied the siblings, wanted to stop him, but he was too late. He was naturally upset and he was naturally grumbling about the foolishness of the siblings in his heart. At this moment, the girl had taken out 2 low-ranked relics from her cloth bag. These 2 low-ranked relics looked to be polished clean, but their quality was the lowest of the low. It was probably refined by a rookie desolate heaven apprentice. The guard looked at such relics in disdain, but he patiently accepted it. Following that, the guard looked towards the youth in his 20s. However, the youth looked on helplessly at Yi-Yun. This esteemed brother, do you think? His meaning was very clear. The siblings might have rejected it, but he did not, so he could still be helped. Yi-Yun did not have any good impression towards this youth. Although a relic was worth nothing to him, he would not give it to such a person. Yi-Yun entered the city directly, leaving the youth standing there, stunned. Very soon, Yi-Yun heard from behind him, "Aya, look what you have done. I can't afford the city entrance fee. If not for me leading the way, both of you might not know how to get to the Heaven Marshal City. Besides, after entering the city, aren't you hoping that I will introduce Anyo to a large sect? You need me to find a place for you to sell the herb to, right? Without me, won't you be flying blind? I might not have done anything meritorious, but I had put in some hard work. Are you expecting me to pay this kind of petty money? Cousin, you can't say such words. You wanted to come to the Heaven Marshal City yourself. Along the way, we have spent a lot of money. In the future, when Anyo enters a sect, there are further expenditures. Are you fussing over that bit of money of yours I spent en route? In the future, when I succeed, even a bit of resources I give you is enough for you to break through to the Yuan Foundation. When that happens, you can return home veiled in glory. Alright, if we want to enter the city, hurry up and pay so as to not block the people behind us, or Big Brother Guard will urge us again. As Yi-Yun carried on moving forward, the voices of the 3 people turned distance. He stopped suddenly and turned back to take a glance. He saw the girl named Ayu, red in the face as her eyes seemed to be welling with moisture. Finally, she bit her lips and used her snow-white hands to reach into her cyan bag after some hesitation. Yi-Yun let out a light sigh and stopped watching them. The world was filled with anguish. Everyone ate the same 5 grains and expirated the same heaven-earth yuan qi, however, everyone's character was different. This matter that Yi-Yun encountered was just a trifling matter on his martial path, but it made him reflect. Other than reclusive training, endless killing and exploring mystic realms, warriors also needed to have some ordinary reflection. By seeing human suffering, birth, death, illness and old age, and even experiencing the great sorrows and joys in life, was a part of martial arts. Using a sword, one could form one's heart of the sword, while those who used sabers could gain insight into saber intent. For instance, the Azure Yang Lord's sword Dao was a result of merging the ups and downs of his life's joys and sorrows. And all of that was what Yi-Yun lacked. His previous life was mediocre and unexciting, but after his reincarnation, he had experienced the poverty of the cloud wilderness. And he had experienced the life and death setback at the Taya divine kingdom. However, that was not enough. He needed even more experience, a longer life filled with even more sorrow and happiness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 583, Wanted Poster. Chapter 583, Wanted Poster. Heaven Marshal City was a flourishing city. The moment Ian entered the city, he was given a map of Heaven Marshal City. The map indicated the various regions of Heaven Marshal City. Towards the south of a city, there was a trading area, with shops set up along the city lanes. In turn, there were all sorts of people here, both good and bad. It was not uncommon for there to be cases of fraud. One could only blame oneself for a lack of discerning skill if one was cheated while trading here. The northern part of the city was owned by the Marshall Alliance. It was usually heavily guarded, preventing people from entering if they had no good reason. In the middle of the northern and southern regions of the city was the Treasure House. It was also the tallest building in Heaven Marshal City, and it was located in the very center of the city. As for the eastern and western regions of the city, they were lands belonging to large sects or residences of important figures in the Tian Yuan world. Heaven Marshal City was only built on the gigantic tree, so it did not cover a huge area, resulting in the property prices to be staggering. A normal Yuan opening realm warrior would not be able to afford a mansion in Heaven Marshal City despite using his entire fortune. Those who could own property in Heaven Marshal City were either wealthy tycoons in the martial world or were famous Yuan opening realm warriors. They were the best amongst the Yuan opening realm. Of course, there were no lack of imperial kings who settled in the Heaven Marshal City. And no matter where, experts at the imperial king realm were considered feudal overlords, respected by the people. Ian booked a room in an inn in Heaven Marshal City, which cost 5 low-ranked desolate bone relics a day. It made Ian sigh. This was certainly not something the sibling pair could afford. The differences between people in this world was too large. I'll go to the treasure house first. Ian had things to do in his trip to Heaven Marshal City. His first stop was the treasure house. As the largest trading platform in Heaven Marshal City, the treasure house building was extremely striking in the city. It was a pagoda more than 10 stories high and it looked very palatial. Flying was forbidden in Heaven Marshal City, so one had to walk through the city lanes to reach the treasure house. And these city lanes were where the most of the trading happened in the Tian Yuan world. There was a countless number of warriors going in and out every day. After Ian entered the city lanes, he did not pay much attention to them. Despite there being many shops and stalls here, displaying all sorts of interesting and strange merchandise, Ian guessed that there were most likely nothing he needed despite the quantity. The level of the treasures available was not much use to him. And deeper into the city, other than looking at the various merchandise, he also got to see many warriors from all over the Tian Yuan world. The cultivation techniques, laws and weapons they had were all different. It was quite an amazing sight. As he casually toured through the streets, Ian noticed that some shops had a sign hanging on them, saying what sect or family clan they were from. Many powerful family clans and sects in the Tian Yuan world had set up shop here. Firstly, they could sell the resources found by their disciples or sell products manufactured by them, such as relics or cultivation techniques. Secondly, these shops could be used for the acquisition of goods required by the family clan. Ian casually browsed through the shops before stopping in front of a store. Lin Family. On a plaque hanging above a store's door, there was a large Lin character. It was the Lin family's store. However, the store was cold and lonely. Most of the shelves in the store were empty, and there was no one tending to the shop, as there were no customers. And on both sides of the shop, Shin 2. Li Fire. When Ian saw the signboards and symbols of the Shintu family clan and the Li Fire sect, he immediately understood that these stores were previously properties owned by the Lin family, but now, a large portion of the commercial property had been occupied by the Shintu family clan and Li Fire sect. It was unknown why they had left the Lin family a small empty room. Maybe it was because the Lin family absolutely refused to let go of the last store they owned, or it was even likely that when the Shintu family clan and Li Fire sect split the Lin family's stores evenly, there was only this store left. They decide to leave it there, without touching it, even letting the Lin family's signboard stay. The signboard was covered in a layer of dust, and with the empty shelves, it looked like a scene filled with decline. This empty room had become a mockery of the Lin family. Many people, who came to Heaven Marshall City, would recall the bustling scenes back when the Lin family set up shop in Heaven Marshall City. And compared to the current situation, they could understand what falling from grace looked like. Yun let out a sigh. With the Lin family being restricted and marginalized, with them even having problems entering and exiting their territory, how could they spare the effort to take care of the shop in Heaven Marshall City? Oh! A wanted poster. On both sides of the Lin family store, there was a wanted poster. And the alleged criminals on the wanted posters were Yun and Lin Shintong. Reward for capturing human race traitor, Yun, and witch girl, Lin Shintong. These two people have colluded with the desolate race. They use sinister tricks to sneak up on and kill many geniuses of the Shintu family clan, Li Fire sect, Beast Control sect and Totem Mystic clan in the Great Empress Mystic realm. They plotted to steal the Great Empress vault that originally belonged to the geniuses of the various large sects as well as the Great Empress inheritance. The Great Empress inheritance is a treasure of the human race, but now, it had been acquired by despicable means. If the Great Empress were to know of this in her afterlife, she would not stand for it. Yun and Lin Shintong have stolen the important treasures of our human predecessors, and they seeked refuge with the desolate race. And by using the desolate race, they are planning to destroying our human race's inheritance in the Tian Yuan world, and then dominate the Tian Yuan world. Their nefarious plots have to be curbed. Henceforth, the Martial Alliance is putting up this notice to recruit all martial practitioners and heroes to apprehend Yun and Lin Shintong. Anyone able to provide hints to the Martial Alliance or any of the above family clans and sects will be awarded with 10 longevity extending pills, 10,000 supreme grade relics and entry into the Heavenly Tao Union as an internal disciple. If anyone can kill the two, maim their limbs or destroy their dantians, the rewards will be increased 10 times. Entry into the Heavenly Tao Union as a core disciple will be given. In addition, Yun has an elder sister, Zhang Xiao. She is a witch girl of the desolate race. The rewards are the same if any clues are provided or if her death is caused. Note, Yun and Lin Shintong have the Great Empress inheritance and treasures of the Great Empress Vault. If you can kill them, the Martial Alliance would not take a single bit of the treasures. Other than that, Yun has a perfect pure yang body, with pure yang blood and pure yang soul. His body is of great value. As a perfect purine body, Lin Shintong would be perfect to be used as a cultivation slave. Zhang Xiao is of royal descent from the desolate race, so her bloodline is special, allowing the refinement of perfect desolate pills. These three people are enemies of the human race. They were inhumane or they might be the devils in disguise. Such people should not be treated with respect, so they can be dealt with through any means. Mission of the Martial Alliance, Shintu Family Clan, Li Fire Sect, Beast Control Sect, Totem Mystic Clan. Portraits of Yun, Lin Shintong and Zhang Xiao were placed beside the long-wanted poster. Human race traitor? Used sinister tricks to sneak up on and kill many geniuses of the various large sects and stole the Great Empress inheritance that originally belonged to the geniuses of the various large sects? Stealing the Great Empress inheritance, seeking refuge with the desolate race, and planning to massacre the Tian Yuan world, severing all the inheritance of the various large sects in the Tian Yuan world? Nice, really nice. Yun's pupils constricted as his gaze shot at the wanted posted like an arrow. After the Azure Young Lord and ancient Great Empress died, the Blood Moon had taken root in the Tian Yuan world. Over the millions of years, the faction they controlled was already entrenched in the Tianyuan world. By instigating conflict between the desolate and human race, the human race had slowly come under the control of the Martial Alliance. As for his sister, she had become a witch girl. Previously, when Yi Yun came out of the Great Empress Mystic Realm, he was only concerned for the Lin family's safety. He had not asked about the situation regarding himself or Lin Xintong. He did not know why so many factions, including the Li Fire sect and Shintu family clan, were blatantly standing guard at the Lin family's entrance, inspecting the Lin family disciples. Now, he understood the reason. It was because the Martial Alliance had confounded Black and White, and had pushed all the blame on them. No one in the Tianyuan world knew of the Martial Alliance's plot. Furthermore, with their status being extremely high in the Tianyuan world, and with them controlling vast amounts of resources, it was equivalent to them controlling the attitude of the Tianyuan world. Whatever they said was the truth. Many people were envious or jealous about him and Lin Xintong obtaining the Great Empress inheritance. But now, with the Martial Alliance making such claims, the geniuses from large family clans, who refused to submit to anyone, would have long believed that Yi Yun and Lin Xintong had used despicable tricks to obtain the recognition of the Great Empress Mystic Realm. As for the rewards offered by the Martial Alliance, they were worth going insane for. Other than keeping the Great Empress Mystic Realm's treasures and inheritance, they were even given longevity-extending pills from the Martial Alliance and given treatment akin to core Heavenly Dao Union disciples. Who wouldn't be tempted by this? And to make it even more attractive, the Martial Alliance had even incited the various factions of the Tianyuan world to not treat them as humans. Pure Yang blood. Pure Yang soul. As for Lin Xintong, she was to be freely used as a cultivation slave with a purine body. As for Jiang Xiaro, who was of royal descent, her blood could be used to refine into supreme-grade desolate pills. Ian clenched his fists tightly as killing intent increased in his eyes. Throughout his life, he hated when his enemies did two things. First was to touch his loved ones, and second was to take over public opinion, framing him and preventing him being liberated of his accusations. Previously, Shintu Nantian had done one of the two. However, the Martial Alliance had done both. The Great Empress Mystic Realm's main entrance was most likely filled with people from all the various large factions, waiting for Lin Xintong and him to come out, just like standing by a tree stump waiting for a hare. If not for the Great Empress Mystic Realm's exit in the far southern sea, the consequences would be disastrous if they were discovered by these people. Blood Moon. Yi Yun gritted his teeth. He swore to slowly uproot this faction with his own hands. In addition, Yi Yun scanned the sects listed after the Martial Alliance. Shintu Family Clan, Li Fire Sect, Beast Control Sect, Totem Mystic Clan. Yi Yun burned these names into his memory. Many of these factions already had deep seeds of discord with Yi Yun. Back then, they had clashed in the Great Empress Mystic Realm. Genius disciples from these factions had coveted the inheritance gained by Yi Yun and Lin Xintong, and they had tried to rob them of it through murder, but they ended up being killed by Yi Yun. Now, they distorted the facts by saying that Yi Yun had used despicable means to kill geniuses of their sects, stealing the inheritance that originally belonged to them. They were really shameless. As Yi Yun was looking at the wanted poster, he suddenly heard a voice behind him. My friend, looks like you are a hot-blooded person too. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 584, Zhangidao. Chapter 584, Zhangidao. Ian turned around and saw a man with a long face. He was smiling while watching Yi Yun, as if he was laughing at Yi Yun's reaction. Back when I saw the wanted poster, I was infuriated too. That Yi Yun and Lin Xintong are human scum. But speaking of which, that little babe, Lin Xintong looks pretty good. The wanted poster says she has a purine body, and she could be a top-grade cultivation slave. It would be thousands of times better than those supplementary concubines. the long-faced man said as he gave Yi Yun an expression any man would understand. The killing intent in Yi Yun's eyes disappeared immediately. He slowly buried it. He had to hide his feelings of anger from before, but this other person had treated it as the outrage of a hot-blooded youth. Fire emblem, someone from the Li Fire sect. Yi Yun narrowed his eyes and immediately identified the long-faced man's background. He was in the vicinity of the Li Fire sect store, so he was naturally from the Li Fire sect. This esteemed brother, how should I address you? Yi Yun smiled at the man and asked with an amiable voice. No one could feel the coldness contained within it. I'm Gongsun Lai. I'm the general manager of the Li Fire sect's man-ranked store in the Heaven Marshal City. I seem to notice that your foundation is quite solid, so it's also fated that we can get to know each other. How about it? Do you want to come to my Li Fire sect store to take a look? The man said proudly. He was in his 30s, and the Li Fire sect had a few stores in the Heaven Marshal City, so for him to be in charge of one store meant that he had some ability. He had noticed that Yi Yun's foundation was solid and he seemed to have some strength, which was the reason why he was being so courteous. For a businessman like him, having wide connections was good, of course. By getting to know a person by exchanging a few words, who knew if he would be of use in the future? Even if the other party did not live up to expectations, they would still be able to give him some business. If it was any ordinary person, he would not have bothered. All right. Yi Yun agreed immediately. From his calm look, the man could not tell what he was thinking. He even cheerfully talked to Yi Yun about the wanted poster. He had noticed that Yi Yun seemed interested in it, and one of the best tactics a businessman employed was to appeal to the customer's preferences. Speaking about the devil pair of Yi Yun and Lin Xintong, they are definitely scum amongst scum. They caused harm through despicable means, causing the deaths of many geniuses of my Li Fire sect. Now, we have set up a formation at Untraversable Sea. It could be said to be an extensive net that has a radius of 5,000 kilometers. Even a fly would not escape the eyes of our elders. Once the devilish pair appears, they will definitely be apprehended. What a pity that I can only take care of a few shops in Heaven Marshal City, and can't go to the Untraversable Sea. If not, getting some credit in their apprehension would be great. Ha ha ha. Let's not talk about the great Empress inheritance and the rewards, just the little babe, Lin Xintong. Zay zay. The man said with a perverted look. He was lecherous, and with his business acumen, he felt that talking about women and saying sexual jokes would easily close the distance with men. Unfortunately, he was completely wrong this time. Right, I still have not asked for this esteemed brother's name? Gongsun Lai asked Yi Yun. Yi Yun smiled and said lightly, my surname is Jiang, as for my name. I haven't used it in a while. When I was in the Southern Sea, I only had a title. Yi Yun changed his surname to his elder sister, Zhang Xiao's surname. When the man heard Yi Yun say that he was involved in the Southern Sea, he could not help but raise his eyebrows. The Southern Sea was a remote and desolate region. Most people from there lacked ability. Could it be that he had made a mistake and that this black-clothed youth's only saving grace was his outward appearance? If that was the case, why was he wasting time speaking to him? As the head of a Li Fire sect man-ranked store, there was no reason for him to waste time pandering to such trash. What's your title? The man asked in a perfunctory manner, but he already lacked interest in his heart. My title is Zhang Yidao, One Saber. This is because amongst the warriors of the same realm as me, no matter who it is, I never need to strike with my saber a second time. All I need is one saber strike, and my opponent will be defeated. Yi Yun answered very calmly, as if he was mentioning words like I just ate in passing. When the man heard it, he stared widely at Yi Yun. This rascal. Could he be a retard? The long-faced man had seen many eccentric people in the past. Many geniuses that came to Heaven Marshal City were especially insolent. As a businessman, he would usually carefully accompany them and pander to them. However, these eccentric people usually had true ability. As for the rascal in front of him, his outfit just looked average. And for Yun to come from some nook and cranny like the Southern Sea, it was alright if Yun was not worldly in his views, but it was preposterous for Yun to brag in front of him. He could neglect Yun's bragging, but for Yun to do so while being so calm and as if a matter of fact? Jian Yidao? Are you ***king kidding me? Do you really think you are some big shot? The man immediately felt like he had done something extremely foolish to speak with a retard for so long. He was no longer interested in Yun. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something and smiled. Southern Sea. I recall something. I was wondering why it's so familiar. Just recently, a retard went to the Lin family and injured a few of our Li Fire sect disciples who were patrolling the Lin family, and then, he proceeded to brag about it. He said that he had used his Dao Seed Realm cultivation level to defeat the combined attacks of 3 Yuan opening realm elders that came from my Li Fire sect and Shintu family clan. Are all you Southern Sea warriors so unworldly? For a Dao Seed Realm to battle against 3 Yuan opening realm elders and still win? It's so funny. Ha 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 ha. The man began to roar with laughter. His words were meant to deride Yun. Weren't you bragging? Then let me tell you what sort of people warriors of the Southern Sea were. One retard after another. Dao Seed Realm defeating the combined attacks of 3 Yuan opening realm elders? Yun was amused hearing this. This man clearly did not know that this so-called rumor was true. Although the man was the general manager of a store and had certain standing, he was nothing compared to a core disciple of the Li Fire sect. All the core disciples were cultivating in the Li Fire sect, so how could they be sent to take care of business? Hence, the man was completely unaware of the confidential information held by the Li Fire sect. To prevent losing face to the Tian Yuan world, the Li Fire sect had already locked down all information. Even several exterior elders did not know of the matter, let alone exterior disciples. Dirty linen was not to be aired in public. The other disciples of the Li Fire sect naturally laughed their heads off when they heard such a rumor after their sect denied this matter. However, no matter how the man mocked him, Yun appeared calm. He was clearly not putting it to heart. The man was a bit stunned seeing this. Either this rascal's skin was too thick, or he had reached a whole new realm of stupidity. Couldn't he tell that he was mocking him? What a top-grade fool. Translator's note, can I ask for some donations? T.T. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 585, Mysterious Rock. Chapter 585, Mysterious Rock. As the long-faced man was thinking, he suddenly heard a sound coming from a shop. Dear sir, this mysterious rock was dug up especially by us from inside a deep cave. The cave was extremely dangerous and abnormal. It is unknown how many years this mysterious rock has been buried underground. It cannot be ordinary. No matter what item it is refined into, or what research it is used for, it will be extremely useful, but you are only giving me 20 low-ranked relics for it. Isn't that too little? This voice sounded extremely familiar to Yun. As he had a good memory, a simple recall identified the voice to belong to the man who was in his 20s, out of the trio who he met when he entered Heaven Marshal City. Yun raised his eyebrows as he looked inside. He saw 3 figures standing at a counter inside a bright hall. A fist-sized dark golden rock was placed on the counter. And across the counter sat a round shopkeeper in his 40s. This fat shopkeeper was dressed in a resplendent ingot costume. He was holding a white smoke pipe made out of desolate bone in his hand. The thumb ring on his hand was made out of heaven frost water jade. His clothes stood in sharp contrast to the 3 shabbily dressed customers. At this moment, the shopkeeper squinting his eyes. He was not looking at the rock on the counter, but was instead sizing up the girl named Ayu as well as the youth named Anyo. He was not calculating the value of the rock, but was curious as to what sort of encounter allowed for the trio to manage to dig up such a rock. This sort of rock was rare, even in Heaven Marshall City, so he too could not fully recognize it. However, there was a similar rock that had appeared in Treasure House in the past. However, that rock's size had been as big as a millstone, while this rock was about the size of a fist. Also, the color was slightly different. Back then, the millstone-sized rock at Treasure House was sold at an astronomical price. As for this piece of rock, he was unsure. However, it was definitely worth more than 20 low-ranked relics. However, the more valuable such a rock was, the more he could not reveal his desire for it. This would make the seller alert, and make them suspect of him swindling them. Especially that young man, who chattered non-stop. He had a glimmer of greed in his eyes. He had even previously transmitted his voice, telling the shopkeeper to lower the price and from that, give him a rebate. Such a person, who was unscrupulous just for his own benefits, thinking he was being clever, but he too did not know the true value of the rock. The shopkeeper could make good use of this person, but this made it more pertinent to not appear tempted. Putting on a play with him to get the rock in hand through deceit was what was important. "I will measure it," the fat shopkeeper said as he lazily opened his eyelids. A clerk beside him grabbed the rock and threw it on a small, shallow golden tray. This rough handling of the rock made the girl wince. The moment the dark gold rock landed on the golden tray, the tray immediately lit up, sending a burst of light. It completely bathed the rock in light. In this light, every pattern on the rock could be seen clearly. The dark gold color began to shimmer on the rock's surface. It looked like the highest grade gems of the mortal realms. The patterns were runes, formed by nature, and were very profound. As for right inside the rock, it was a complete darkness. There was no way of seeing through it. However, the man in his 20s was focusing his gaze on the tray that analyzed the rock, without leaving it from his sight. He knew that this tray was called the Heaven's Eye Compass. It was a magical treasure that could distinguish treasures, and was extremely valuable. The Leafire sect was too rich. If he had the opportunity to join them, it would be great. The girl and the youth beside her, Anyo, were staring intensely at the rock on the tray. Very soon, the light dimmed. The fat shopkeeper gave a glance and then said nonchalantly, "The light dimmed, so the value is average. 22 low-ranked relics. This is the highest price I can give. It is up to you if you want to sell or not." Although the results of the Heaven's Eye Compass was ordinary, the fat shopkeeper knew that the Heaven's Eye Compass had limitations in its analysis. Upon hearing this price, Ayu's eyebrows frowned. She actually did not know the value of the rock, but believed that it should be invaluable. The price of 22 low-ranked relics greatly disappointed her. However, there really was no special transformations during the magical treasures measurement of the rock. "Why don't we go elsewhere and ask?" The girl shook her head. Only by going elsewhere and getting quotes from others would she be convinced. However, the cousin beside her began to worry. Just now, the fat shopkeeper had already transmitted his voice, promising him 5 low-ranked relics as a rebate. He naturally wanted to close this trade. Since the rock had been appraised, and was not some marvelous treasure, him being able to earn a tiny bit from it was not bad. He immediately transmitted his voice, "You, just now what I said was to scam the shopkeeper. The price of 22 relics really is not low. It is just an ordinary gem. It might be precious to mortals, but to warriors, it has typical usage. With my years of experience, can I be wrong? Besides, I would not scam you. Past this village, there will not be another shop like this." However, her cousin's voice did not change the girl's mind. This rock was obtained by risking her and her brother's life before they managed to dig it up. To dig this rock, Anyo had to climb up a steep cliff, and he had even injured himself. She was heartbroken over this for a long period of time. Initially, she planned on using the money she obtained from selling the rock to buy pills and relics for Anyo. If not for discovering this rock and digging it out, she would not have made the firm decision of bringing her brother, Anyo, to Heaven Marshal City with her cousin. However, if the rock was only sold at the price of 22 low-ranked relics, then all her plans would fall through. On the way here, they had already spent 10 low-ranked relics. From just entering the city, to finding a place to stay made Ayu deeply aware of the expensive prices of Heaven Marshal City. It was a place warriors like them, who came from remote places, could not survive. "Sis, let us go." Anyo noticed her sister's expression and saw her hands trembling. He immediately grabbed the rock and pulled his sister's arm in an attempt to leave. Upon seeing this scene, the fat shopkeeper frowned. How could he let a deal that was in the bag escape his grasps? He looked towards the young man in his 20s. The young man immediately put on a flattering smile and stopped the stubborn youth. Young children do not know any better. They think their rock is something awesome. Let me speak to them. Saying that, the young man pulled the sibling aside and whispered, "Anyo, what are you doing? You, can you discipline him? Where do you think you are? This is the Li Fire Sect's shop. The Li Fire Sect is an extremely powerful sect, we cannot offend them." Anyo disliked this cousin of his as he turned his head away, saying, "We did not offend them, we just are not selling to them." Ayu, the young man looked towards the girl again and gave an annoyed look. "The two of you are always so obstinate. Do you think if you go elsewhere, you will sell it for a better price? The treasure house is big, but they would never allow rural people like us to enter. They would not even think anything of what we have. The stores in these areas have similar prices. The Li Fire Sect has done business all these years, and they have a reputation to uphold. Do you think they will scam minor figures like us?" As the young man was urging them, a jovial voice sounded, "This young brother. How old are you? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 586, Leaping onto a God's Head to Make Trouble. Chapter 586, Leaping onto a God's Head to Make Trouble. Upon hearing this voice, the trio looked towards the door and saw the long-faced man walk into the shop with a smile. He was the general manager of this Li Fire Sect shop. He was dressed fabulously and his body was covered in treasures. Just a simple pendant he wore was worth several hundred low-ranked relics. Although the two siblings did not know him, they could feel a pressure coming from the long-faced man. He was a person with prominent status. As the girl had this thought, she saw the arrogant-looking fat shopkeeper turn respectful to the long-faced man. "Young Master Lai, I gave an additional 2 low-ranked relics because I pitied these two siblings. Yet, they were ungrateful. I am really..." "Hi!" The fat shopkeeper gave an expression of being doubted despite his kind grace, while shaking his head. He knew that with Gongsun Lai's discernment abilities, he would long since have seen the value of the rock, hence, he began to put on a play with him. The long-faced man gave a dismissive look. "Old Luo, you are in the wrong. The way our Li Fire Sect do business, we must also do kind deeds while pursuing profits. A mere look at this siblings, and you would know they have come from afar. They likely come from an average background. Are you here in Heaven Marshal City to search for your martial path?" The long-faced man had been in business for many years, so he could guess the siblings' purpose in Heaven Marshal City at a glance. It was not any wonderful ability, because he had seen numerous people like them over the years. They would come from some rural place, and would sell off all of their assets before coming to Heaven Marshal City to chase their dreams at all costs, but in the end, most of them ended in misery. The siblings before him would likely end up the same. Besides, they also had a mysterious rock that they lacked the capacity to protect. This was not something good for them. This was how the long-faced man came to this conclusion as his smile turned warm. Taking this mysterious rock away from the siblings was in a way averting any disaster that might later befall them because of it. This was also a reflection of his own words, the Li Fire sect would do kind deeds while pursuing profits in business. "Hey, sister, it is that generous sir." The youth saw Ian standing behind the long-faced man. From the matter of entering the city, the siblings had a good impression of Ian. With Ian standing behind the long-faced man, the siblings assumed they were friends. Since birds of a feather flock together, and Ian was a nice person, willing to help the weak, then the long-faced man was likely not bad himself. They subconsciously felt a little more trust towards the man. "Yes, to be honest with this young master, I brought my brother out because of his good talent. I wish for him to enter a large sect to learn their crafts." "Oh?" The long-faced man's smile was that of approbation. He said, "Not bad. To have a martial heart despite coming from poor origins. This sort of intent is rare and deserving of praise. It seems that this little brother has pretty good talent. Let us do this. I will introduce you to enter the Li Fire sect to become a Li Fire sect disciple. However, I need to make it clear first that although you have good talent, your origins have limited your growth. You have already been surpassed greatly by warriors your age. Although I can admit you into the Li Fire sect, you will not be able to become an official disciple. You can only start from being a miscellaneous chores disciple. You might even become the servant of an official disciple. However, if you can prove your worth in the future, there is a possibility you can become an official disciple." The moment he said those words, the siblings were momentarily at a loss. Enter the Li Fire sect? That was a top sect in the Tian Yuan world. In a sect, there were many cultivation techniques, numerous resources, and deep foundations. It could not be any better if one entered one. They had never even dared to think of entering such a large sect before now. Although it would only be a miscellaneous chores disciple, it did not matter. There was still the possibility of becoming an official disciple. As long as hard work was put in, there would be a chance. The girl held her younger brother's hands in excitement. The youth's eyes were lit up. He swore to work hard to make something out of himself. "Young master, we..." The girl stopped mid-sentence again, as the long-faced man roared with laughter. "Ha, you don't have to be so excited. This is what you deserve. Your brother's talent is passable and enough to become a miscellaneous chores disciple. After that, it will all depend on him in the future." Old Luo. As the man spoke, he turned towards the fat shopkeeper. It was not easy for this pair of siblings to get the rock. "So take it in and pay them 100 low-ranked relics from the books." The shopkeeper looked embarrassed when the long-faced man said those words, but he still accepted the order. However, just as old Luo was about to keep the mysterious rock, a hand pressed down lightly on the rock. The fat shopkeeper was stunned and looked up, as he saw Ian's smiling face. "What's the meaning of this?" The fat shopkeeper paused for a moment as he looked towards his boss. He was still unsure what Ian's relationship with his boss was. However, from the long-faced man's expression, he knew that Ian was no friend of his boss. "Nothing really. I am just interested in this rock and want to buy it. To be able to exchange this mysterious rock for a spot as a miscellaneous chores disciple and 100 low-ranked desolate bone relics is such good business, so count me in too." The siblings were startled when they heard what Ian said. They could read in between the lines. The fat shopkeeper's face sank as the long-faced man's eyes emitted a cold gaze. This kid was here to mess things up. He had clearly already noticed something special about the mysterious rock. "Who do you think you are? I was just courteous with you beforehand, and you are already crossing the line? Sales depends on a chronological order. Do you know what this place is?" Moments ago, the long-faced man had already begun to deride Yun. He had already wasted his breath on a madman from the southern seas who claimed himself as Jiang Yidao. If not for the siblings suddenly appearing, he would have chased Yun away. Now this kid actually dared to leap onto a god's head to make trouble. He was courting death. "I know, it is merely a shop of the Li Fire sect after all," Yun said indifferently. His tone showed how little value the Li Fire sect had in his eyes. After all? Ha ha ha. That's so funny. The long-faced man turned wrath into laughter. To think this Jiangyida was so arrogant despite knowing about the Li Fire sect. People from the southern seas really had shallow worldviews. The ignorant are fearless. You savage from the southern seas with shallow worldviews. You may have heard of the Li Fire sect, but you do not know how big the Li Fire sect is. A tiny figure like you is not even considered an ant before the Li Fire sect. Where did you get the courage to come here and cause trouble? The savage lands in the southern seas was not much better than the backwater east. The young man in his 20s, who was standing behind the long-faced man, was stunned when he heard this. He originally thought Yi Yun was someone formidable. He never expected him to come from the savage lands in the southern seas. Then, he was not much better than them. In fact, in terms of where they originated from, he was inferior to them. Yi Yun was so generous likely because he had received a windfall and thought of himself as a rich man. Upon coming to this conclusion, the young man felt discontented. Life was so unfair for such a savage to obtain such an opportunity. Why couldn't he be the one to encounter a chance to become rich? It was not easy for him to get the opportunity to cling on to the Li Fire sect, but this savage had appeared to mess up the situation. Upon saying this, the young man said, "Hey, you rascal from the southern seas, you might want to buy the rock, but I don't want to sell." Just as he finished saying those words, the girl pulled him back. "Cousin, what are you doing? This generous sir helped us before." "What do you mean help? Didn't you not accept it?" the young man said without any care. He was still taking the city entrance fee to heart. "You are mistaken. The rock is ours. It is not up to you." At this moment, Anyo stood forward from the girl's side and spoke up. "You." His cousin stared at him and became worried. The long-faced man narrowed his eyes. He looked coldly at the youth named Anyo. "Then who are you selling to?" The long-faced man suddenly spoke. Yi Yun also looked towards Anyo. Yi Yun appreciated this youth, but the choice was up to him. He was after all the owner of the mysterious rock. If he chose the Li Fire sect, then Yi Yun would have nothing to say. Anyo took a deep breath. He could sense that the long-faced man was definitely not a person of goodwill. It was very likely that he was intentionally deceiving him. All of this could be a scam from beginning to end. If he really entered the Li Fire sect, he might really end up only becoming a servant. However, the faction behind the long-faced man was too terrifying. Anyo glanced at Yi Yun and saw him looking indifferently. He was also watching him make his own choice. He knew that by holding down the mysterious rock to prevent the trade, Yi Yun was warning him. Against such a massive entity like the Li Fire sect, a young man from the southern seas probably experienced quite a bit of treasure, yet, he still spoke up to warn him. To risk danger to warn a stranger was not something any ordinary person would do. And Nyo felt gratitude towards Yi Yun. And Nyo looked towards his elder sister, but she did not speak a word. She only nodded, clearly letting her younger brother make the decision. The long-faced man hung a smile on his lips. Although he had been exposed by Yi Yun, just using the Li Fire sect was enough pressure to force their hand. He did not believe this pair of siblings from rural places dared to rebel against the Li Fire sect. However, just as he revealed a smile, it froze. This was because the backward-looking youth dressed in animal skin minced his words. "I have changed my mind. I am not selling the rock." "Ha!" The long-faced man's eyes squinted. "Not selling?" In Heaven Marshal City, there were trading rules. Even though the Li Fire sect was a powerful force, they could not blatantly rob treasures from others, or it would affect their reputation. No one would dare come to their shops if news of such an incident spread. However, the Li Fire sect's area of influence was not limited to Heaven Marshal City. There was no good outcome in offending the Li Fire sect. Upon hearing the youth's decision, Ian smiled and said, "Little brother, since you are not selling, why not sell to me?" This mysterious rock was still pressed under Ian's hand. He picked up the rock easily since the fat storekeeper had a weak cultivation level, so he could not stop him. Anyo pursed his lips and said softly, "This elder brother, actually. I do not know how much this rock can be sold for." He spoke honestly. At this moment, there was no reason to hide. Ian smiled and said casually, "As for the exact value, I cannot estimate it well myself. However, I will definitely not take advantage of you. I will temporarily pay the price of 10 Empyrean relics. If it is proven in the future that the price is higher, I will make it up to you." "What?" The fat storekeeper froze. He even forgot to put the desolate bone smoke pipe back into his mouth. Empyrean relics? He couldn't have heard wrongly, right? The long-faced man's expression also froze. Although he could tell that the mysterious rock was worth something, he was also not sure of its exact value. As for Iyun, he had immediately offered 10 Empyrean relics. He was actually that rich? And the crux of the issue was, where did he get the Empyrean relics? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 587, Empyrean Relics. Chapter 587, Empyrean Relics. Desolate bone relics were important resources used in cultivating martial arts amongst Tian Yuan world warriors. Be it cultivation or breaking through cultivation realms, there was no lack of uses for them. Usually, the basic currency used was low-ranked relics. These were actually relics that did not make the mark. They were not even a grade and were typically produced by Desolate Heaven apprentices or the lowest grade Desolate Heaven masters. These would only be effective when used by Mortal Blood or Purple Blood realm warriors. Those people still stuck in the stages of body strengthening were usually treated as mortals. Further up the rankings, there were inferior grade, common grade, and superior grade relics. These were used by Yuan Foundation realm or Dao Seed realm warriors. For a top sect like the Li Fire sect, geniuses within the sects, like Gong Sun Hong, would usually cultivate while using superior grade relics. These three relics did not have an exact exchange ratio, as different relics had different qualities. If one needed to really exchange between them, there was a need for appraisal and a fair agreement between mutual parties before the exchange was made. The exchange ratio was usually in the tens, and seldom exceeded 100. However, when there was really a need to exchange in practice, it was easy to exchange a higher grade relic for lower grade relics, but to exchange lower grade relics for higher grade relics? Difficult. This was because those warriors, who were rich and were at a high enough cultivation realm, did not have any uses for low-grade relics. So there was no need for them to make the exchange. Those who did these exchanges were usually major merchants, who needed to make change while doing business. Typically, they would sell it on the black market and raise the prices as high as possible. As for relics that ranked above superior grade relics, they were supreme grade relics. Supreme grade relics were also known as sage relics. They were used by Yuan opening realm warriors, and could even be used all the way until one broke through to a higher realm, eventually becoming an imperial king. Previously, the rewards offered for killing Lin Xintong and Yi Yun by the Martial Alliance were supreme grade relics. And above supreme grade relics was the highest grade of relics, known as Empyrean relics. These sort of relics were typically imperial king level. Maybe a few of the best peak Yuan opening realm Desolate Heaven masters could refine them. The materials used were the rare treasures that had to be sought for everywhere in the Tian Yuan world. Every Empyrean relic refinement in a furnace only produced 10 a time. These sort of relics were used for the cultivation of imperial kings. Using a supreme grade relic for a typical imperial king's cultivation would already be ineffective. Each imperial king was an anchors of a top faction in the Tian Yuan world. Hence, to many large family clans, imperial king relics were extremely precious resources. It could be said to be an accumulation of their heritage. Even at the lowest exchange rates, an Empyrean relic could at least be exchanged for more than 1 billion low-ranked relics. And in fact, there was no way for such an exchange to occur. What use was there for 1 billion low-ranked relics? This astronomical figure made Ayu, and the young man in his 20s dumbfounded. With their knowledge of the world, they found it hard to image such a bewildering mass of fortune. Yun placed the relics on the table. Anyo and Ayu were stunned. As for their cousin, the young man, he was staring straight at it. He nearly even drooled. The 10 relics shimmered in rainbow colors. They emitted a dreamlike glow, and this was to him the most beautiful thing in the world. He couldn't even help but sniff in deeply. To be able to breathe in the smell of such a relic in his life allowed him to die without regrets. The 10 relics were laid out in a line on the counter. Yun's wealth was undeniably massive. Previously, he had robbed the 1,000 Han granny in Shintu Nantian, taking away all their assets. However, those were just nothing but a drizzle. Yun's real wealth came from the Great Empress mystic realm. Back then, when the ancient Great Empress and the Azure Yang Lord left their inheritance behind, they had also left a vast amount of wealth in the God Advent Tower. Within the God Advent Tower, there were hundreds to 1,000 large arrays. They required large amounts of sage relics and Empyrean relics, or even higher grade relics to function. As these relics maintained the large arrays, they also used the arrays to gather the heaven-earth essence to power themselves. Over millions of years, not only did they not lose energy, in fact, they became even purer. These relics were used as the energy source for these arrays, so Yun could not take them away. However, there was a small portion of relics that did not play an important role. Yun could bring these out the God Advent Tower. Even scooping off a tip of the iceberg, these relics were already an unimaginable wealth on their own. Just speaking of the Empyrean relics, Yun had chose the ones of the worst quality, but they were already top grade in the Tian Yuan world. As to say that these Empyrean relics would stir up a storm in the Tian Yuan world, that was unlikely. Although Empyrean relics were very valuable, those imperial king patriarchs of various large factions would actually use 100 of them in a year if they really cultivated. Empyrean relics were considered wealth to them, but not true treasures. People who were envious of Empyrean relics would mainly be Yuan opening realm warriors. And if these people schemed against Yun, he would not worry that much. Hence, Yun took out these Empyrean relics without hesitation. However, in the eyes of the long-faced man, the scene was completely different. He had been running the man-ranked store for many years, but he had never seen people use Empyrean relics to buy items. Under normal circumstances, people who came to man-ranked stores were warriors below the Yuan opening realm. Who of them would use Empyrean relics as currency? True imperial kings would directly go to the treasure house's guest level. There were dedicated important figures at Treasure House who would tend to them. It was common to see Empyrean relics in Treasure House. These are all top-grade quality. The fat storekeeper's eyeballs began to rotate from all the staring as he opened his dried mouth. As for the long-faced man, his gaze was staring straight at the 10 Empyrean relics on the table. He had previously thought the self-claimed Zhang Yidao was purely a mad savage and idiot from the Southern Sea. However, in front of the 10 Empyrean relics, his eyes began to flicker to the point of them dropping out of his sockets. This Southern Sea savage really had the goods. To come up with 10 Empyrean relics in one shot, did he dig out some imperial king's ancestral grave? The long-faced youth did not believe Yun had the ability to earn so much wealth. It was likely that he had explored a certain mystic realm in the Southern Sea, and made a fortune doing so. He glanced at Yun, and noticed the indifferent look on Yun's face, as if he had just taken out a handful of stones. This idiot probably did not know the value of Empyrean relics. To think he splurged on it so freely. In this world, there were many poor people who had limited worldly horizons. When they fell into a windfall, they would correspondingly be wallowing in money, but their worldly horizons did not receive any improvement. This sort of people were pure suckers. They would quickly dissipate all their wealth because they got carried away with their wealth. As such, they would also lose the concept of wealth. The long-faced man categorized Yun as such a person. For such a person to obtain the legacy of an ancient imperial king's treasures was an effrontery to that imperial king. If such precious inheritance entered his hands, he was confident that he could break through to the Yuan opening realm. When that happened, he too would be a sect elder. Then, would he be assigned to Heaven Martial City to run the business? Those core sect disciples who had despised his martial talent would then have to suck up to him. He would be able to walk with his head held high and experience a total change in his life. The more the long-faced man thought about it, the more he felt a burning sensation in his heart as he began to be tempted by greed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 588, Man Gets into Trouble Because of His Wealth. Chapter 588, Man Gets into Trouble Because of His Wealth. Only now did Ayu and Anyo experience a rude awakening. Ayu said with a trembling voice, Are these for us? This amount of wealth was so much that her mind had gone blank. To poor warriors, this amount of wealth was ridiculous. With these, their lives as siblings would be completely different. Anyo would be able to enjoy the same perks as descendants of large family clans, such as nourishing his body and cultivate good cultivation techniques, without leaving any hidden injuries. When Anyo then becomes someone mighty, they would be able to lead good lives in the future. There was no fear of others bullying them again. However, sis, we cannot accept these relics, Anyo said with great difficulty as he bit his lips. Although he was stunned by the Empyrean relics, and had fantasized the changes this vast amount of wealth would bring him, he slowly calmed down. Although he was young, he knew the principle of how a man gets into trouble because of his wealth. Such a large sum of wealth was not something he and his sister could bring along. Once he left Heaven Martial City, their lives would be in danger. Oh! Ian glanced at Anyo and showed eyes of appreciation. Although the principle of how a man gets into trouble because of his wealth was simple, when great wealth befell a person, not everyone could still remain calm. You don't want them? Are you silly? Ayu's cousin suddenly shrieked. He had been completely immersed in his fantasies of wealth. He wanted to use this wealth to establish a sect, taking in talented and beautiful girls to be his maidservants or concubines and lead a luxurious and palatial life. However, when he heard Anyo's rejection, he stared straight and pounced towards the Empyrean relics. He said incessantly, he is a young child without any good sense. I will decide for him. This rock shall be sold to you. With riches before him, this person had already lost his head. Other than the relics before his eyes, he cared for nothing else. However, just as he was about to touch the Empyrean relics, he felt a powerful force surge at him, blocking him from moving further. It caused him to retreat several steps. With a stagger, he nearly fell to the ground. The cousin was stunned before he recovered. He saw Ian looking at him without emotion, but his eyes flashed with a trace of disdain. You? The cousin swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He had been in a euphoric mood, but it had now cooled down significantly. This Southern Sea savage looks down on me. You only got lucky, and made a fortune. What is there to be arrogant about? If not for that F*** king luck of yours, you would be inferior to me. He was having such thoughts and started feeling more depressed. Why would such a savage get those Empyrean relics? Heaven is so unfair. It would be so good if he was the one who got those things. Supreme grade pills, supreme grade women, majestic palaces. That kind of life would be awesome. Although he felt a grudge against Iyun, the cousin was still hoping to depend on Iyun to get rich. He suppressed his anger and put on a smile on his face. He obsequiously said, "Aya, look at me. I was too much in a rush. I was overjoyed for Ayuan Anyo and lost my sense of propriety. I should just let you complete the deal, after all, it is such a huge matter." Ian gave him a stern glance and ignored him. He only looked towards Anyo and Ayu, saying, "Keep it. Thank you to this big brother's kind intentions, but we cannot accept it." Anyo looked at the Empyrean relics in envy, but he still firmly shook his head. He greatly wished for those relics to change his life and lead a good life with his sister. However, he was too weak. These relics were things he could not hold on to. Ian said easily, "Do not worry. You can keep the relics. In Heaven Marshal City, I will ensure the safety of you too. After this, I will bring you to Treasure House. These relics cannot be protected by the two of you, but you can spend them, and then it will no longer be a problem. Your name is Anyo, right? You have very good talent. It is not lacking compared to the geniuses of large sects. Unfortunately, you were born from a poor background, which delayed your cultivation time. Besides, you have eaten too many low-quality herbs. A lot of foul qi has accumulated within your body. If this carries on, your martial path will be unlikely to have much success. However, I know there are certain wonder medicine that can allow for you experience a rebirth and cleanse your marrow. They can be used by low-level warriors without any side effects. These sort of medicines can remove the foul qi accumulated after birth, and improve on one's constitution. It will let your cultivation talent improve another level. When that happens, entering a large sect would be an easy task. As for the remaining fortune, you can purchase mortal treasures for your sister, allowing for your sister to practice martial arts as well. Her lifespan can then go beyond 1,000 years. I do not have such wondrous drugs for low-level warriors. If not, I would have given them directly to you. As long as you finish spending the 10 Empyrean relics, and exchange them for pills and eat them, then those large factions would not scheme against you. Catching you would be useless then. What do you say? When Yun took out the relics, he had already decided on such a plan. There existed wondrous medicine that allowed for low-level warriors to cleanse their marrows and improve their talent. They were just very expensive. Back then, Ian's talent was very average. He had used top-grade treasures to slowly improve his body, until he owned a perfect pure yang body. His cultivation talent today had long since surpassed the Tian Yuan world's elites. As for drugs that extended a mortal's lifespan, there were even more of those. A mortal's life potential was not developed, so to extend their lives was much easier than extending the lives of imperial kings. This, Anyo's lips wavered. Yun's idea was feasible. However, if he ate so many top-grade pills at once, it would be such a waste. However, with him being so weak, there was indeed no other better method. Anyo looked towards Yun and felt sincerely grateful towards him. He had no idea what the worth of this rock was after obtaining it. Yun could have bought it with just a tiny bit of benefit, but he instead offered to pay 10 Empyrean relics. Yun did not scam weak people like them. This was not something an average person would do. Anyo said softly, "Actually, you do not really need to pay so much for this rock." Yun gave a light smile. These pair of siblings were simple and kind. Even in the face of enormous wealth they had never seen before, they could still maintain their original intentions. It was a very valuable trait. "It is all right. This is what you deserve. I might even have taken advantage of you." Yun's horizons were already above the Tian Yuan world's imperial kings. Since imperial kings would not go crazy over Empyrean relics, to Yun, these relics were nothing much. However, that mysterious rock would serve great purpose. Just as Anyo was planning to hand the mysterious rock to Yun, suddenly a sneer echoed, "Are you still sleeping? Or are you treating as if we don't exist?" Yu and Anyo were startled as they turned their heads towards the long-faced man. Yun also narrowed his eyes as he looked towards him. The long-faced man said, his eyes cold, but with a smile, "You have not asked if we are agreeable to it?" This was 10 Empyrean relics, a large sum of wealth. Wasting it on trash that had missed the opportune time for cultivation for marrow cleansing? That was practically destroying heaven's property. In the long-faced man's opinion, he was already looking up to him by making a person like Anyo a miscellaneous chores disciple in the Li Fire sect. These Empyrean relics and that mysterious rock should all belong to him. Only in his hands would they be able to reveal their true value. Anyo already hated this long-faced man, for he had mistaken this smiling tiger, who was filled with nefarious ideas, as a good man. He gritted his teeth and said with his anger suppressed, "Why would we need to get your agreement in selling our rock?" Although he said it firmly, Anyo revealed a disturbed expression. After all, he was on the Li Fire sect's territory, and compared to the Li Fire sect, they were too weak. The long-faced man gave a teasing smile as he said in a laid-back manner, "Your rock? Are you mistaken? Haven't you just sold the rock to my Li Fire sect? Trying to get money from both sides for a single item, aren't you too greedy? This mysterious rock is already property of the Li Fire sect. These 10 Empyrean relics should be handed over to me. As for you, I can still help you. I can let you report to the Li Fire sect and become a miscellaneous chores disciple. If you work hard in the future, you still have a chance to become an official disciple. Isn't entering a large sect your dream?" The long-faced man gently kneaded his wrist and gave a condescending look to Anyo, as he gave a face full of mockery. The Li Fire sect may be powerful, but in Heaven Martial City, fighting was prohibited unless for special reasons. If not, they would receive punishments. These shops of theirs had to consider this, but with sufficient benefits before it, those did not matter. Furthermore, as long as a reason for making a move was found, then there would be no problem. The long-faced man's eyes glimmered as he had such thoughts. Yu and Anyo's faces turned flushed. They had never seen such a shameless person ever. The trade from before was not closed. How did this rock become his? And he had turned the tables on them and said they were greedy? That youth in his 20s began to panic. Was money flying away? Not only so, it seemed like something was going to happen. You turned nervous. This is Heaven Martial City. Are you going to violate Heaven Martial City's rules to rob us in broad daylight? Ever since Heaven Martial City was established a long time ago, there had been very few incidents of forced robbery. It was taboo. Ha ha. The long-faced man laughed. "I am doing my business properly. What do you mean violate Heaven Martial City's rules?" He waved his hands, and the fat shopkeeper behind him understood, as he shouted, "Close the doors." Pa! 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 The shop's doors were closed. Following that, the fat shopkeeper shouted again, and several stout men dressed in security uniforms appeared behind the long-faced man. These people were wardens of the Li Fire sect, in charge of the Li Fire sect store's security. Every warden had an aura full of vitality. Their breathing were restrained, and their eyes looked fierce. It was clear at a glance that they were martial arts masters. It was imaginable how powerful they were at maintaining security for a man-ranked Li Fire sect store. With a group of experts standing in a line, the sense of oppression given off by them was imaginable. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 589, Blood-Dyed Relics. Chapter 589, Blood-Dyed Relics. Against so many guards, the girl's cousin immediately turned pale. Anyo's heart sank. He had never seen so many experts back in his family clan, and each and every one of them far exceeded him in strength. He could feel the pressure. "What do you want to do?" Yu held her breath as her heart began to beat rapidly. Were they going to plunder them for their wealth? Was there still any law here? Do not worry. These guards may look a bit fierce, but they are not planning on doing anything to you. Just now, we already closed our deal. 100 low-ranking relics and sending you to my Li Fire sect as a miscellaneous chores disciple. These people are here to escort you to my Li Fire sect. I am a man of my word. The long-faced man did not dare murder someone within Heaven Marshal City, and to answer to the public and to be on the side of reason, he was indeed going to send Anyo and Ayu to the Li Fire sect. However, once they reached the Li Fire sect, it would no longer be up to this pair of siblings. It would be wishful thinking for them to think that they would live peacefully as miscellaneous chores disciples in the Li Fire sect, for the moment they entered, they were very likely to be tortured to death. And for the Li Fire sect, causing someone's death, that was no different from stepping on an ant, so who would care? Ayu, who had also came to this realization, turned tragically pale. Don't pull me in. This has nothing to do with me. Ayu's cousin, who was standing beside her, suddenly jolted from his beautiful dream. He sensed that once the long-faced man lost all decorum with them, he would be silenced. Killing 2 was no different from killing 3. It is all that idiot, Zhang Yidao's fault. If not for him, he could still survive, but now, he was probably doomed. Upon seeing this scene, Yi sneered, "You finally cannot hold it in anymore?" He had long since expected things to turn into such a situation. In fact, he was waiting for this to happen. From the moment the long-faced man insulted Lin Xintong, Yi Yun had already wanted to settle scores. From what you just said, are you treating my Li Fire sect as a tortoise? I can endure this? You cannot expect me to watch on helplessly as someone behave atrociously within my Li Fire sect's territory, and then remain indifferent, right? As the long-faced man spoke, the strong warriors silently surrounded Yi Yun and company. This situation made Anyo and Ayu panic and feel angry. The long-faced man standing in the middle smiled and looked extremely calm and confident. He formed a sharp contrast with Ayu and company's unease. You violated the trading rules and tried to sell one item to 2 parties. I did not hold it to you, and will even fulfill my side of the deal. I will send you to the Li Fire sect, which is already extremely generous. As for you... The long-faced man looked towards Yi Yun, and an overpowering sense of greed flashed in his eyes. You Southern Sea savage dared to make a mess inside my shop. The use of force is prohibited in Heaven Marshal City, but, if someone causes trouble, such as... As the long-faced man spoke, he suddenly punched out, the force from his fist smashing into a shelf, causing it to explode. The things inside scattered onto the ground. The herbs within were all damaged. Zay. Take a look. You were unhappy that this pair of siblings sold the mysterious rock to us and thus wanted to cause trouble with my Li Fire sect, and destroyed things inside my shop. When the Li Fire sect does business, we value the principle of how amiability attracts riches, but if someone causes trouble, we will definitely act. An arrogant savage like you daring to come to my Li Fire sect to destroy things, even if I accidentally kill you, Heaven Marshal City's Lord Zhang would understand. However, disrupting the calm of Heaven Marshal City still requires me to treat Lord Zhang to tea, so as to amend my misdoings. His words sounded indifferent, but Ayu and company could tell that the long-faced man was hinting that he knew the person in charge of Heaven Marshal City, and that there was some friendship between them. This was not surprising, since the Martial Alliance was in charge of Heaven Marshal City. Any place with humans responsible for it, there would be nepotism. For the Li Fire sect to be in cahoots with Heaven Marshal City's in charge, was something extremely normal. If the long-faced man gave Lord Zhang some benefits, such as a few Empyrean relics, to sweep the matter under the rug, it would not be surprising. Rules were set by people. In this world, it was not uncommon to see people bullying others while disregarding the rules as long as things were properly covered up, with no knowing of it. If the Li Fire sect messed up the store and insisted that small figures like them were responsible for the mess, who would know the truth? Upon thinking of this, Ayu's petite body began to tremble from both grief and indignation. As for Anyo, he clenched his fists tightly that his nails lodged into his palm, causing it to bleed. He was too weak. If he was stronger, how could he have been bullied? Now, he was under the mercy of others. Actually, I really do not want to do anything to you. If you obediently hand over the rock and make a statement, by being a witness, I can let you leave. The long-faced man smiled as he looked towards Ayu and Anyo. He took out a video disc array. He was planning to doing the necessary steps to cover up the matter. At the same time, he took out a bunch of low-ranked relics and threw them. Ding ding dang dang. The low-ranked relics scattered on the floor, rolling towards the siblings' feet. 100 relics. If there are more, keep the change. I am an honest businessman after all. The long-faced man said with a smile. The fat shopkeeper also sneered as he looked at the siblings who were rooted at their spots and said, "Hurry up and pick them up." Yu and Anyo did not move. They only felt like their eyes were about to bleed. And at this moment, someone moved. Ayu's cousin hung a terrified and fawning smile while squatting down to pick up the relics. I will pick them. I will pick them. Thank you to the Lord's gift. The rock is yours. We do not want it. I will scram once I have picked up the relics. Please do not kill me. To stoop to this level, he really did not want to die. Ha ha ha, a wise man submits to fate. As for you, Jung, why not help pick them up? Zay Zay, what Jianidao? What a joke. Did you not say you did not need to use a second saber strike against anyone? The long-faced man roared with laughter. He wanted to rob Yun of the opportunities he had obtained in the Southern Sea. How could a person who could take out 10 Empyrean relics not have any opportunities? Yun chuckled. He gently tapped the floor with his feet and 4 relics seemed to be infused with energy and were caught by Yun when they bounced up with a tsing sound. He had really picked up a few relics. With these relics, which were mixed with impurities, in hand, Yun began to slowly play with them. That is when unsheathing my saber against elites at the same realm as me. Do you know what elites are? For trash, I usually do not even need to use my saber. Ha! The long-faced man flashed coldly. He never expected that at this moment, the Southern Sea savage would dare to say such provocative words. He could tell that Yun was roughly in the Tao Seed realm, and his own men were all in the Tao Seed realm as well. In Heaven Martial City, other than a Yuan opening realm elder holding the ground at the Heaven Rank store, the otherly fire sect stores were run by peak Tao Seed realm disciples. As for the wardens in their stores, they were all in the Tao Seed realm. Although their talent was lacking, they were masters at joint attacks with formations. By setting up a formation, their strength would multiply. This was sufficient for Heaven Martial City, which had relatively good security. A Tao Seed realm warrior like Yun from the Southern Sea apparently did not know the terrible power of a top faction in the Tian Yuan world. He probably thought that he could fight people above his realm in the Tian Yuan world just like he could in the Southern Sea. He was foolish to the extreme. The long-faced man pulled out a scimitar from his interspatial ring. With a flash, a cold beam reflected in all directions. Do you know how Southern Sea savages typically die in the Tian Yuan world? Let me tell you. They usually die from their foolishness. Today, I will kill you and feed your corpse to the dogs, then no one will know the truth. As the long-faced man said, he stepped forward and slashed his scimitar straight towards Yun's neck. At the same time, the guards behind the long-faced man moved. They came to Yun with the intent to kill from all directions. The long-faced man led the charge. His position may seem dangerous, but it was actually the safest. The guards behind him had already set up a joint formation, and the long-faced man was centered right in the core of the formation. At the core of the formation, he could gather the power of the 12 guards, giving him the most powerful offense and defense. In this state, the long-faced man felt that he was invincible. If God was in the way, he would slaughter him. If Buddha stops him, he would slaughter him too. The power of the 12 guards gathered towards his body as his body's joints began to give off explosive cracking sounds. The large amounts of energy made him feel extremely comfortable. He could not help but cry out loud. Meet your death. The long-faced man loudly roared as the saber beam turned extremely resplendent. However, at that instant, before Ayu and Anyao even had the time to exclaim, a few golden, divine beams pierced through the long-faced man's saber beam. These divine beams did not look very eye-catching, but their speeds were extremely fast. They instantly brushed past the long-faced man's body. Oh! The long-faced man's pupils constricted as his ears buzzed. These few beams of light were like sharp needles. It felt like they were stabbing his eyes, making his eyes go blind, giving him an inexplicable headache. However, this feeling only lasted for 1/100th of a second before it disappeared. The long-faced man broke out into cold sweat as the saber beam he slashed out was somehow broken. He still had not pulled himself together. It felt like he had already died, but when he checked his body, it seemed like he was not really injured? He heaved a sigh of relief. What just happened? He looked towards Yiyun, who did not seem to have moved at all. He was not even sure if the move from before had been sent out by Yiyun. Just as this thought appeared in his head, he suddenly heard continuous pang-pang-pang sounds coming from behind him. He turned his head and immediately turned pale. The 12 guards behind him had lifeless expressions. Foam was coming out of their mouths as they began to fall down one after another like dominoes. In a blink of an eye, the guards were lying on the ground in disarray. In the entire shop, there was only him and the fat shopkeeper left on the Li Fire sect's side. WH. What? The long-faced man stared on with wide eyes. He still did not know what had happened. You. He turned his head towards Yiyun, and noticed that Yiyun was still playing around with the 4 low-ranked relics in his hand, but now, the 4 relics were covered in blood. Relics mixed with impurities are not crystal clear, but after these relics were dyed in blood, they turned red like a blood rubies. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 590 Great Disparity. Chapter 590 Great Disparity. What just happened? Seeing the bloodied relics, the long-faced man's face immediately turned ashen. This Southern Sea savage. Could he have used those 4 relics to kill the 12 guards in his store? How is that possible? He had gathered all of the power of the 12 guards, so the formation's tiny weak point was actually the 12 guards. However, even so, it should be impossible for someone to use a few low-ranked relics to instantly kill 12 guards. Pang! At this moment, there was a deafening sound as a shelf crashed to the ground, scattering all of its items on the floor. It was because the fat shopkeeper's legs had turned limp from fright. He had planned to run, but in his haste, he collided into a shelf. More. Murder. Don't come forward. If you come, I'll report to the officials. The fat shopkeeper was just a purple blood realm warrior. He had only reached this realm by eating pills and had never really practiced any martial arts. He had never seen such a scene, so with 12 Dao Seed realm warriors dying instantly in front of his eyes, without him even knowing how they died, he had wet himself from fright. Seeing Yiyun walk over, he was already speaking incoherently. As for his hands, he was still holding onto a token. This was a token used to alert the officials when one was in danger in the city. It had not been used for years. However, even while watching Yiyun walk towards him, his fat hands continued trembling and did not dare to crush the token. Yiyun stepped on the fat shopkeeper's hands with a deadpan expression. Ka-cha! The sound of broken bones could be heard as the fat shopkeeper squealed like a pig in a slaughterhouse. His hand had been crushed as easily as a broken twig by Yiyun. Don't kill me, don't kill me, I am just a shopkeeper, this has nothing to do with me. The fat shopkeeper was already in tears. The alert token in his hands had already tumbled to the ground and was picked up by Yiyun. Now you recall that Heaven Marshal City does not permit murder? However, I am a law-abiding citizen. I did not kill these people at all. I only maimed them of their soul. See. In that split instant, Yun had shot out 4 desolate bone relics, blasting through the soul seas of those guards, annihilating their souls. They were considered brain-dead, but still alive, with no perception at all. There was no real difference from dying. And you? Yun looked towards the long-faced man who was trembling. You? The long-faced man's face was covered in sweat. He had never seen such a terrifying person. He could not gather the courage to resist. His eyes quietly glanced towards the door of the shop. After the doors were locked, they had been automatically sealed shut by an array. He wanted to forcefully break through the array and rush out into the streets to scream for help. To chase after someone on the streets of Heaven Marshal City in a bid to kill was a heavy charge. It would definitely alert Heaven Marshal City's law enforcement team. However, just as he had this thought, Yun suddenly disappeared before him. Almost at the same time, a black shadow appeared right in front of him. Yun seemed to instantly teleport, as if death himself had arrived. Ah! The long-faced man did not even have time to scream when a pang sound exploded. Yun had pressed his palm on the long-faced man's dantian. With the yuan qi exploding from his palm, it meandered along the long-faced man's dantian and surged through his meridians. Pa! 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 Like the sound of fried beans, the long-faced man's dantian and meridians were completely destroyed. His cultivation had been completely crippled. His muscles and tendons had also been broken and torn apart by Yun. He would not be able to walk, and would have to spend the rest of his days bedridden. For a warrior who could previously travel just about anywhere, this outcome was 100 times more tragic than death. The long-faced man vomited a large mouthful of blood. His body quivered, a result of his muscles involuntarily contracting after they were destroyed. When he realized what had happened to his body, his face turned ashen. A life worse than death. In a blink of an eye, he had gone from a fire sec manager of certain status, to a cripple that would live a living death. I said that I was a law-abiding person. Since you cannot kill in Heaven Marshal City, I kept you alive. As Yun spoke, he threw the bloodied relics in his hands at the man's long face. I am returning these to you. I have returned the relics you have given. Treat it as me returning the merchandise. This rock is still mine. As Yun spoke, he picked up the mysterious rock, and then glanced at the fat shopkeeper. Just this glance contained the intent of Yun. Boom! The fat shopkeeper felt his ears experience a deafening roar as his mind went blank. He then passed out immediately. His soul had been severely injured by Yun's intent. When he woke up, he too would be a retard. Yun had crippled everyone in the Manlang's shop in a short period of time. Only then did he turn to face Anyo and Ayu. Everything that happened before happened in only a few seconds. The youths, that came from a poor background, were completely dumbfounded upon seeing such a scene. Previously, when they entered the city, Yun had taken the initiative to speak to them. They only felt that Yun was generous and good-willed. As for Yun's clothing, they were also very common. It was unlike the sons of heavens from large family clans, who covered themselves in treasures. With Yun's young age, they never expected that Yun would have such terrifying strength. A person with such strength usually had an extraordinary background. These sort of people did not need to use the common gates into Heaven Marshal City, for there would be dedicated entrances with people welcoming them. However, Yun had mixed in the crowd, and looked nothing special. To Anyo and Yu, Yun was like the legendary reclusive masters that hid himself in the city. Big brother Jiang, you are. Anyo and Ayu looked at Yun with their emotions going through upheavals. Anyo was especially agitated after seeing Yun's moves. The long-faced man had taken advantage of the situation and had held their lives in his hands. From that, he deeply understood how powerless he was, in which he could be slaughtered according to their whims. He had wanted to have the power of an overlord and mercilessly beat up the long-faced man. However, he was currently unable to do so. Yi Yun, however, had easily accomplished everything Anyo had desired. It seemed as easy as wiping away spider webs. This was extremely impressive and filled him with admiration and adulation. We have to go. The Li Fire sect will quickly discover the situation here. In Heaven Marshal City, many shops sold valuable treasures, so to prevent theft or robbery, some family clans would set up arrays in the head office to monitor the situation at the branches. For such a serious matter to happen in a man-ranked branch, the Li Fire sect's heaven-ranked branch would be quick to notice. The person in charge of monitoring the array would report to the Li Fire sect elder, which would not take long to arrive. Including Heaven Marshal City itself, they would discover some conflict happening here. The action they did here before had already sparked some yuan qi fluctuations, and very quickly, law enforcement teams would lock onto this shop. To erase all traces of what happened here to not let them discover that it was done by Yi Yun was impossible. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 591, 10 times the payback. Chapter 591, 10 times the payback. Since he knew there was no way of covering up the matter, Yi Yun did not bother to do so. He just walked out of the store openly, not afraid of anyone. Although Yi Yun was not bothered, Anyo and Ayu were too weak. If he fought the people that rushed here from the Li Fire sect's heaven-ranked shop, the siblings were most likely going to be affected. Especially Ayu, who was practically immortal. She was too weak. With a wave of his hand, Yi Yun used a wave of yuan qi to cover Ayu and Anyo. Following that, he kicked the door to the shop open and strode out. The moment the door opened, many people on the streets looked over. A while ago, although the Li Fire sect's shop closed its doors, many warriors on the streets already discovered that something odd was happening in the shop. They were also curious as to what sort of person dared to fight the Li Fire sect. Now, when they saw a person walk out, those who had been loitering outside all looked inside the shop. In these people's point of view, anyone who dared to cause trouble in a Li Fire sect shop, forcing the Li Fire sect to come to arms, would probably be a corpse by now. However, when the door opened, they were completely dumbfounded. Inside the store, it was in utter chaos. There were more than 10 people lying all around in a half-dead fashion. There were Li Fire sect emblems embroidered on their clothes. Their shelves and goods were scattered all over the floor. All this was taken in by them as a young man walked out of the shop in a stately manner. Who is this person? The crowd of onlooking warriors were all shocked. The Li Fire sect shop closed its doors, but they ended up getting destroyed? And the young man, who walked out, dared to cause trouble in a shop set up by the Li Fire sect in the Heaven Marshal City? And yet, he could walk out in such a stately manner. What sort of things did he eat to get guts like that? Yi Yun completely ignored the onlookers as he strode into the crowd. Yi Yun's footsteps were not fast, but the space between his legs seemed to shorten. In a few casual steps, he had traversed a distance of a few streets away from the crowd, and he had disappeared from the crowd's view. At this moment, another figure tumbled out of the shop and rushed out. "Hero, wait, wait. Don't leave me behind," Ayu's cousin said with a terrified look. Tears were streaming down his face. Now, he was feeling extremely terrified. Yi Yun had instantly offended the entire Li Fire sect. The Li Fire sect was a gigantic entity. The people who were beaten by Yi Yun were small fry that did not have much standing in the Li Fire sect, so it was not a big deal that Yi Yun had defeated them. After beating these small fry, what if a Li Fire sect elder came looking, then what would happen? Ayu's cousin was already too frightened to keep imagining what would happen next. Now, all he could count on was Yi Yun. He never expected that Yi Yun had taken Anyo and Ayu with him, but he had completely ignored him. Hence, Ayu's cousin could only desperately chase him with tears and piss flowing. Iyun took the siblings away from the city region and to a large inn in the eastern sector of Heaven Marshal City. This inn was called the Six Swords Inn and it was opened by the Tian Yuan World Six Swords Alliance. The Six Sword Alliance was also a large organization that had a long history in the Tian Yuan world. It was formed by a total of 6 sects and family clans that used sword arts. The Six Swords Alliance was inferior to the Martial Alliance. Especially in recent years, the Martial Alliance was becoming more and more powerful. Slowly, it had taken control of the world, with no one daring to defy it. As such, the Six Swords Alliance could only stay low. Although it was impossible for the Six Swords Alliance to compete with the Martial Alliance, with the Martial Alliance's intention of using virtue to conquer the world, it could not have conflicts with organizations similar to the Six Swords Alliance. Iyun stately walked into the Six Swords Inn and booked 2 high-class rooms. One night cost 3 inferior-grade relics. This made Anyo and Ayu feel the pinch. Anyo's cultivation method up to this point was to sparingly use low-ranking relics that did not even make the cut. He had never been able to indulge in using inferior-grade relics, but now, 3 were spent for a night in an inn, so how could he not feel the pinch? "Big brother Jiang, you are letting us stay here?" Ayu realized Iyun's intention. She believed that after Iyun destroyed the Li Fire Sect's shop, he would quickly leave Heaven Marshal City. However, Iyun had no intention to leave, and instead, he took up accommodation in Heaven Marshal City. Wasn't this him waiting for people from the Li Fire Sect to come for him? Hero, why are you still staying here? We are in big trouble, we need to run. Ayu's cousin managed to catch up to Iyun, panting. He was covered in sweat and he was dead tired. He was completely dumbfounded when he saw Iyun preparing to stay at the Six Swords Inn. If he didn't escape, were they just going to sit here and await death? Of course, Iyun was like a life-saving straw that he needed to grasp onto, so he did not dare say such a thing. He was in a feverish state like ants on a hot brick, with no idea what to do. Iyun could not even be bothered to answer this fickle cousin who sailed wherever the wind blew. Want to run? This was taking things for granted. To take 2 of them away, unless he took the God Advent Tower out, they would still be chased even after they left the city. Why not stay in the Six Swords Alliance's inn? At least they would not dare to destroy this shop. So on this matter, Iyun was indifferent. It was safer for Anyo and Ayu to live in the inn. Iyun estimated that in less than an hour, the Li Fire Sect would come looking for him. To be ruthlessly stomped on in their own territory, how could the Li Fire Sect let this go after being shamed to such a great extent? Iyun was not wrong. After the man-rank Li Fire Sect shop got into trouble, the main store quickly learned of the matter. The first reaction of the Li Fire Sect was that of shock. This was Heaven Marshal City. There was actually a person who dared to mess things up and destroy their Li Fire Sect shop? Was that person mad? The Li Fire Sect hurriedly sent out a group of men to the destroyed man-ranked shop. Seeing the sorry state of the shop, their faces turned extremely ugly. Not only was the store smashed up, even the people inside had been crippled. This was stepping on their Li Fire Sect's face under the watchful eyes of the public. Their soul seas have been destroyed. All of them have been turned into retards. The one still conscious has been crippled. The Li Fire Sect warden in charge of investigating the shop said with his face solemn after a probe. This is the downtown area. There's people everywhere. To do this in broad daylight, they sure have tremendous guts. Another Li Fire Sect warden said. He looked at the long-faced man who had been completely crippled with a cold gaze. What happened? Why did someone cause trouble? How did the grudge occur? How many people did they have? The long-faced man only had half a breath left. Seeing his Li Fire Sect people rush over, he was feeling an upheaval of emotions as tears streamed down his cheeks. In times of despair, when people saw a life-saving straw, their inner emotions would be on the precipice of collapse. Save me. The long-faced man climbed over with great difficulty. He used his bloodied hand to tug at one of the men's pants. He looked with tremendous hope at the Li Fire sect's wardens and said with a trembling voice, "My Dantian's yuan qi is about to dissipate. Save me." The long-faced man wished for the sect to give him some divine medicine that could join up his meridians and restore his torn muscles. He did not wish to recover his original strength. He was content with just recovering a tiny bit of it. Upon hearing the long-faced man's request, the two wardens flashed a look of contempt. He still wanted to be saved and keep his yuan qi despite being crippled? He was too naive. It was not impossible to save him, but it would cost a great deal of heavenly treasures. That was a big price that even the entirely Fire sect would feel the pinch. It was not even worth it to pay such a price to save a core disciple, what more exterior disciple who only did business and had no future. However, in the presence of so many people, not only were there people from the Li Fire sect, there were also outsiders watching. They could not reflect the coldness of a large sect, or they would be criticized as being cold and heartless. The two wardens lightly said with a few perfunctory words, "We will naturally treat your wounds. Now, tell us what had happened. To dare touch our Li Fire sect, we will demand 10 times the payback." A warden said as his eyes flashed coldly. No one dared to touch the Li Fire sect. They were a super faction that no one dared to offend in the Tian Yuan world. Furthermore, they had relations with and the support of the Martial Alliance, so whoever dared touch them could only prepare to be annihilated. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 592, Hanging a Corpse for All to See. Chapter 592, Hanging a Corpse for All to See. At this moment, Heaven Martial City, Treasure House. Treasure House was a pagoda building that had 22 floors. Usually, the first 20 floors were used for business, but the 21st and 22nd stories were used to welcome important guests. At the 21st story of Treasure House, in a large hall, there were all sorts of valuable treasures placed there. These treasures were brought and placed in the treasure house from all over the Tian Yuan world. Some were for sale, while others were gifts from various large factions to the Martial Alliance. A few years ago, the Martial Alliance was a large faction, but it had never been able to receive gifts from the various large factions of the Tian Yuan world. But now, with the longevity extending pills in hand, various large factions were scrambling to be in the good books of the Martial Alliance. And slowly, people discovered that the Martial Alliance had actually hidden a lot of its strength. A typical alliance organization like the Six Swords Alliance was formed by 6 factions that used sword arts. The main combat power of the Six Swords Alliance were the 6 factions themselves. As for the Six Swords Alliance itself, it did not have much offensive power. However, the Martial Alliance was different. In the past few years, especially with the Martial Alliance organizing several large-scale events, such as the Martial Arts Meet and Exploration of Mystic Realms, people began to discover that the Martial Alliance's heritage far exceeded their imaginations. The Martial Alliance seemed to be secretly nurturing a faction of its own. As to how many people this faction had, or what the cultivation realms and strength of these people were, no one knew. Such a faction was filled with mystery. People knew almost nothing at the beginning. They only knew that they had the blood moon as their emblem. And later on, even the entire Martial Alliance began to use the blood moon as an emblem. And with the Martial Alliance opening itself, it began to take in disciples from various large sects, for them to enter the Martial Alliance for cultivation. Heavenly Tao Union was thus born. As a result, the Martial Alliance had slowly evolved into a sect. However, it was different from a traditional sect. A typical sect would take in disciples, but prevent them from betraying the sect. If they joined other factions midway, they would be severely punished or even maimed of their cultivation. However, the Martial Alliance did not mind. Their sect's disciples were free to enter other sects. Such generous terms tempted the elites of many large factions. They could preserve the foundations of their original sect and enter the martial alliance, becoming a member of the Heavenly Tao Union. In the Heavenly Tao Union, as long as you had talent, you were treated the same whether you were a chivalrous person, a favored child of heaven, or a seafaring pirate. One could obtain the martial alliance's cultivation resources using one's own strength. As for the cultivation resources the martial alliance possessed, it was superior to any family clan in the Tian Yuan world. Under such circumstances, who wouldn't want to enter the Heavenly Tao Union? This was something where there was everything to gain, but nothing to lose. Of course, even though it was attractive, the requirements of the Heavenly Tao Union were extremely demanding. Many elites nurtured painstakingly by large family clans were rejected when they attempted to enter the Heavenly Tao Union. In the treasure house's large hall, a middle-aged scholarly person, with more than 10 people attending to him, was admiring the treasures sent from the various large factions of the Tian Yuan world. However, from the calm look on his face, there was probably nothing that caught his eye. And on a table not far from him sat a pillbox. However, this unremarkable-looking pillbox was something that many people coveted because inside the pillbox was a treasure made the eyes of patriarchs of many large factions turn red: longevity-extending pills. A single longevity-extending pill was sought after on the market for astronomical prices, but there was none to be bought. Such an item was only to be used for oneself. No one would sell it. To obtain a longevity-extending pill, all the large factions had put in a lot of thought into it. And at this moment, the people accompanying the middle-aged scholarly person were chief figures sent from various large factions to Heaven Martial City. One of them included a Li Fire sect elder, Gong Sun Ding. Beside Gong Sun Ding, there were two genius Li Fire sect disciples, Gong Sun Ji and Gong Sun Yang. 2 months ago, it was rumored that Gong Sun Yang was seriously injured by a mysterious person at the Lin family. The rumors even went as far as saying that 2 Li Fire sect elders had jointly attacked this person with a Shintu family clan elder, but they ended up letting the person escape easily, and they ended up suffering to a tiny extent. This matter was completely denied by the Li Fire sect. The rumor did not sound credible to begin with, and later, when people saw Gong Sun Yang, who had been rumored to be crippled, appear fine in front of others, these rumors began to subside. No one knew that the Li Fire sect had spent numerous treasures just to heal Gong Sun Yang's wounds. And even so, Gong Sun Yang had not fully recovered. He looked fine on the surface, but he still had internal injuries that had not completely recovered. He had followed his sect's elder to meet the middle-aged scholarly person to obtain his appreciation for entry into the Heavenly Tao Union. A spot in the Heavenly Tao Union was something that many elites coveted. It was something worth the desperation and prayers for. At this moment, the middle-aged scholar happened to walk in front of the treasures sent from the Li Fire sect. Elder Gong Sun Ding deliberately let Gong Sun Yang introduce the treasures, in a bid to let Gong Sun Yang leave an impression on the middle-aged scholar. It was a rare opportunity. Gong Sun Yang introduced the treasures eloquently as he showed off his insight into the world's various treasures that peppered his speech. Whenever the middle-aged scholar asked a question, Gong Sun Yang would answer in great detail as if he had been injected with stimulants. For this, he had prepared for several days to obtain an exhaustive understanding of all these treasures. "You know quite a lot." The middle-aged scholar evaluated him lightly. This made Gong Sun Yang feel like he had received a great deal of rewards. He was immediately overjoyed, but he kept a humble tone and said, "Thank you for Lord Ambassador's praise. This junior's knowledge is still limited. If it's possible, I wish to receive a guidance or two from the Lord." Gong Sun Yang's words was an obvious hint to let the middle-aged scholar give him a chance at entering the Heavenly Tao Union. Only by entering the Heavenly Tao Union could he obtain the middle-aged scholar's guidance. The middle-aged scholar only chuckled in response to this, and he did not reply. However, a sneer sounded from beside him. This sneer clearly imbued the derision of how Gong Sun Yang was like a toad lusting after a swan's feathers. "Oh?" Gong Sun Yang stared. At such an occasion, in the presence of so many important figures where everyone was amiable, with compliments flowing between each other, someone was so presumptuous that he sneered. He gritted his teeth and looked over, and he noticed that the person who sneered was a handsome-looking young boy. This young boy looked to be 17 or 18. Although he was young, no one dared to think lightly of him as he was a member of the Heavenly Tao Union. Furthermore, he was highly appreciated in the Heavenly Tao Union. This youth was clearly arrogant to a certain degree for him to emit such a mocking sneer in this situation. Clearly, he did not think much of Gong Sun Yang. However, no matter how much Gong Sun Yang raged in his heart, he did not dare to say a word. His stature was inferior. The youth was a blessed child of heaven from the Heavenly Tao Union. He was young with unlimited prospects for his future. As for Gong Sun Yang, he still needed to use all sorts of schemes just to get into the Heavenly Tao Union. The difference was imaginable. Towards the insolence of the handsome youth, the middle-aged scholar did not reprimand him in any way. It was as if he did not hear it as he continued to look at the treasures. This darn kid dares to look down on me. Gong Sun Yang clenched his fists tightly and suppressed the anger from the humiliation he suffered. Just as the middle-aged scholar was about to look at the next faction's treasures, Gong Sun Yang's expression suddenly changed. Beside him, Gong Sun Ding's expression also sank suddenly. A moment ago, their voice transmission token had sent news that they found incredulous. The news was sent to them by a Li Fire sect warden, who said that a man-ranked shop set up by their Li Fire sect had been destroyed. And the manager, shopkeeper and guards of the shop were all crippled without exception. How could there be such a thing? Gong Sun Ding found it hard to believe. Who could have such guts? The minute changes between him and Gong Sun Yang was sensed by the middle-aged scholar. Although he gave off a breezy feeling, he was very cognizant of the thoughts and emotional changes of all the people around him. He lightly glanced at Gong Sun Ding and said, "Did something happen?" "This." Gong Sun Ding frowned. The shameful news of their Li Fire sect shop being destroyed was not something he wanted to mention in front of a Martial Alliance ambassador. Just some small matter. Someone caused trouble in our Li Fire sect shop. Trouble? The middle-aged scholar chuckled. If it was some typical trouble, it would not have caused Gong Sun Ding's expression to change so drastically. However, he did not expose him. Instead, a thin man's expression beside the middle-aged scholar turned sullen. He was the steward of Heaven Martial City, and he was the so-called Lord Zhang previously mentioned by the long-faced man. This Lord Zhang was in charge of security in Heaven Martial City. Now, with the Martial Alliance's ambassador here, he naturally did not feel good about there being a major security lapse in Martial Alliance that he administered. After an exchange with Gong Sun Ding through a Yuan Qi transmission, he already knew what had happened. A large faction's shop being destroyed during an ambassador's visit was preposterous. Gong Sun Ding said, "With the ambassador here, we need to resolve the matter quickly. Send Gong Sun Ji and Gong Sun Yang to handle it. Since that's the case, take my token and a team of law enforcement to bring the culprit to justice." Zhang transmitted his voice and passed his token to Gong Sun Ding without a trace. "Leave and settle the matter quickly." Gong Sun Ding transmitted his voice. Gong Sun Yang held the token. He was already enraged because of the derision he endured from that handsome youth, and now, someone had embarrassed their Li Fire sect. All of this was soon known by the middle-aged scholar. As for the handsome youth, he had already guessed that something was amiss, just like the middle-aged scholar. He was watching them with an amused expression. This resulted in Gong Sun Yang feeling even angrier. He had to kill the culprit immediately and hang the person's corpse for all to see. He had to let everyone know what it was like to offend their Li Fire sect. He also wanted to let the handsome youth know that he, Gong Sun Yang, was someone not to be trifled with. At this moment, the middle-aged scholar looked at the gifts and said without even lifting his head, "You have been discussing for so long. Why, is the matter troublesome?" The handsome youth also revealed a sneer on his lips. Replying to Lord Ambassador's question, it's just some trifling matters. It will be settled cleanly and immediately. Lord Ambassador, you don't have to worry about it. Take a little rest, for this junior will be back soon. Gongsun Yang said these words with great aplomb, to Gongsun Ding's satisfaction. Amongst the large factions that decided on leaning towards the martial alliance, the Li Fire sect was strong, but they were nothing special. Gongsun Ding even believed that if this sudden turn of events really became serious, it was possible that it was something good. For example, the troublemaker actually had a strong faction backing him, or he would not have been so arrogant. If that was the case, destroying such a faction could also reflect the power of the Li Fire sect. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 593, Waiting for You to Come. Chapter 593, Waiting for You to Come. Only 15 minutes had passed since the incident when Gongsun Ji and Gongsun Yang arrived at the man-ranked store that had been destroyed. When dozens of people from the Li Fire sect and the law enforcement team arrived with a forceful stance, the bunch of onlookers dispersed. In Heaven Marshal City, the law enforcement team's dignity was extraordinary. Heaven Marshal City rarely had trouble, and once there was trouble, with the law enforcement team's deployment, the matter would be settled easily in an overwhelming manner. Especially now, the law enforcement team was aided by men from the Li Fire sect. This matter would definitely be resolved very quickly, and the person who had caused the trouble was doomed. Seeing the messy scene and more than 10 Li Fire sect disciples lying on the floor like dead pigs, Gongsun Yang pinched his wrists, as a cold beam flashed in his eyes. He thought that the warden, who reported the matter to him, had exaggerated matters, but from the looks of it now, the real situation was worse. More than 10 people were crippled almost instantly. What boldness! Young Master Ji, young Master Yang, you must speak up for this subordinate. Seeing Gongsun Yang and Gongsun Ji, and especially with Heaven Marshal City's law enforcement team, the long-faced man crawled over with great difficulty as tears streamed down his face. Seeing the long-faced man, a look of contempt flashed on Gongsun Yang's face. He coldly said, "Trash." Beside Gongsun Yang, Gongsun Ji smiled and asked, "What sort of people beat you into such a state? Where did they go?" The long-faced man spat out blood and described Yi Yun's looks through great difficulty as well as the cause of the incident. Of course, he would not have said how he had been tempted by greed. Instead, he pushed all the blame to Yi Yun. He now found hope. There was that tiny twinkle of hope that would allow him to be saved by the sect. As for Yi Yun, he eagerly awaited to see his corpse being placed before him. They went back on their word on a good that was sold? He even dared to snatch by force? This person deserves death. Gongsun Yang loosened his neck as it issued BBA sounds. He had previously recuperated for 2 months and he was thinking of taking part in some activities. It was perfect with someone sending himself to his doorstep. They quickly knew of Yi Yun's destination, 6 Swords Inn. Tisk, do you think that the 6 Swords Inn can shelter you? Such naivety. Let's finish this thing that does not have its eyes open. As Gongsun Yang spoke, he glanced at the moaning long-faced man on the ground. He coldly said, "Bring him along so we can find that person." Gongsun Yang and Gongsun Ji led the men and marched with astounding mightiness to the 6 Swords Inn. As they passed through the streets, there was intense killing intent and fanfare. They attracted the attention and following of numerous warriors. Gongsun Yang walked right in front. His face was sullen, and a sneer hung on his mouth. Previously, the troublemaker had walked through the Li Fire sect shop's main door openly and left arrogantly. Many people were watching by the doors. Now, he wanted to teach that person a lesson and let everyone see that person's horrible state. Not only did he want to brutally teach that person a lesson openly, he also wanted to hang that person's corpse up for all to see. Only then could they restore the reputation lost by the Li Fire sect. It would also let the people of Heaven Marshal City notice him, Gongsun Yang. He did not want to be treated like air. In a blink of an eye, Gong Sun Yang had a few hundred people following him. And at this moment, the Six Swords Inn was already in front of them. The law enforcement team is here. What's the matter? The guests in the inn's lobby all had surprised looks on their faces. The moment Gong Sun Yang stepped through the door, he held up a token. The Li Fire Sect and Heaven Marshal City law enforcement team have come here to capture the perpetrator, Zhang Yidao. Zhang Yidao, come out and prepare for your doom. At this moment, there were already many onlookers here to watch the bustle. They told everything that had happened to the inn's guests who were still ignorant of the matter. These people were immediately speechless. From the formation of the Li Fire Sect, this person named Zhang Yidao was doomed. However, it was his own fault for offending the Li Fire Sect. Zhang Yidao, you dared to beat me up. Come out and meet your doom. The long-faced man had shouted at the top of his voice. As he used too much strength to shout, his wounds began to hurt. However, at this moment, the pain was nothing to him anymore. All he wanted was to get vindication. He hated Zhang Yidao to the bone. Now, with someone backing him, he wanted Zhang Yidao to pay a price that was 10 times more painful. Seeing this stance, the shopkeeper of the inn hurriedly came to Gong Sun Yang and company. This shopkeeper represented the Six Swords Alliance. Although he was courteous to the law enforcement team, he was not excessive in his humility. Everyone, it's fine for you to execute your mission, but please do not destroy my Six Swords Alliance's inn. And please try not to let the guests of my Six Swords Inn see blood, so it doesn't disturb them. Don't worry. I will naturally drag Zhang Yidao out before beating him up. Gong Sun Yang smiled and said it nonchalantly. He was not that worried about the Six Swords Alliance. Right, I wonder which room that Zhang Yidao is hiding in. He asked again. Be it Gong Sun Yang or the people present, they all believed Zhang Yidao had come to the Six Swords Inn to hide from Woe. Now seeing such a large formation, he was definitely holed up in his room, fearing to take a step out. The shopkeeper also had an understanding of the matter, and he immediately sent his worker to find out about the situation. Hearing Gong Sun Yang's question, he turned to look at the staircase. At this moment, the man who had been sent to check on the matter ran down the stairs. How is it? Which room is he hiding in? Gong Sun Yang gently flicked his sleeves. The man glanced at Gong Sun Yang, and then he looked at the shopkeeper before taking a gulp of saliva. He's not in his room. Oh? He has already escaped? Gong Sun Yang's expression turned sullen. No. That guest is drinking tea on the second floor's lounge. Drinking tea? Gong Sun Yang stared straight at him. He and a bunch of people had come with some imposing stance, but this emboldened person still had the mood to drink tea? Did he not know that his doomsday was here? The bunch of people thundered up the stairs. Thankfully, the staircase of the Six Swords Inn was wide and it was made of extraordinary materials. If not, with so many warriors rushing up it, it would have collapsed. The moment they reached the second floor, all the tea-drinking customers had dispersed to the side. Hence, without the long-faced man's identification, there was an azure-clothed young man, who was holding a teapot in hand, sitting alone in a corner of the tea restaurant. He was slowly stirring the tea, and drinking it without any worries. A tea drinker like him would appear very normal, but in the current situation, his leisurely drinking looked extremely arrogant. Gong Sun Yang and Gong Sun Ji were stunned seeing this scene. Gong Sun Ji laughed from extreme anger, waiting for us to come? What guts! Gong Sun Yang also wanted to curse, but just as the words reached his mouth, they got lodged. From his present angle, he could only see Yi Yun's back and a little bit of his side profile. For some reason, this figure suddenly gave him a familiar feeling. Have I seen this person before? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 594, Enemies Fated to Meet Again. Chapter 594, Enemies Fated to Meet Again. Yi-Yun was seated beside a window in the corner of the restaurant. Despite hearing the people from the Li Fire sect and law enforcement team coming, he still sat at his spot without moving. The people's imposing arrival at the Six Swords Inn was long detected by Yi-Yun. However, he still sat there, quietly waiting for their arrival. He also knew that Anyo and Ayu were on the third level of the Six Swords Alliance's inn. As for Ayu's cousin, his face had turned ashen from fright. He was trembling all over and he was constantly trying to drag Ayu and Anyo to flee in the chaos. As for the Li Fire sect and law enforcement team, they were angrily staring daggers at him. The onlookers were also waiting for a good show to be put on. There were people constantly pointing at him, saying words like arrogant and haughty. As the center of this vortex, Yi-Yun appeared to not have anything to do with it. He gently covered the teapot. What he looked like right now was someone who had enjoyed success from a young age, and a mighty scion who had led a charmed life. His gaze was that of arrogance. It could even be described as him considering everyone beneath his notice. Many scions would behave like that because their strength far exceeded their peers from a young age. With them coming from superior origins, they were already accustomed to being the center of the world, and as such, they thought that everyone was beneath their notice. Hence, when they came to travel the world, they would be arrogant like Yi-Yun was now. Yi-Yun had led two lives. His first life was mediocre and unexciting. In this second life, he originated from the Cloud Wilderness, and he had experienced all sorts of hardship. Later on, although he went to the Taya Divine Kingdom, he was only in the beginning stages of his martial path there. He was extremely weak, he had to be careful all the time, and he could not be too ostentatious. And later, after the shepherd boy invaded the Taya Divine Kingdom, and with Shintu Nanshan's appearance, Yi-Yun had to tread on thin ice with every step. But even so, he still nearly got tortured to death by Shintu Nantian. Later on, when he came to the Tian Yuan world, he found himself in the middle of a huge game between some large factions. In such a life, Yi-Yun had to keep himself low. Other than the occasional pulling of strings in the background, he gave people the impression that he's someone who was always very steady and calm. But in fact, deep in Yi-Yun's bones, he had to suppress the blood of a youth because he was too weak. Be it his previous life or his present life, he had always yearned to become a top figure and be a free spirit, leading a life unworried about anything. That was the real pleasure of life. Now, he had changed his identity, and his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. He had sufficient strength and hidden cards on his hand to carve his own fate. As such, the restrained blood in him was now unbridled. Warriors had to suffer hardship and experience numerous life and death encounters. If they were not careful, they would lose their lives. They had to restrain their desires and endure lonely decades of reclusive training. Wasn't all this for them to lead a free life and do as they pleased when their power succeeded on reaching unprecedented heights? Everything in the world depended on one's preference. To do as the heart pleased. Pa! Yi-Yun put down his teacup. The clear song of crisp porcelain reverberated in the tea restaurant. It was as if the ground trembled slightly, but even so, the teacup did not shatter. Many people were startled. There were even some who retreated back a step. However, they were enraged in the next moment for their overreaction. He had just slammed his teacup, so what was there to panic about? What's there to act about? Death is awaiting you. Gongsun Ji and Gongsun Yang did not say a word. However, the long-faced man beside them had shouted due to his emotional upheavals. He wished that this person, who had turned him into a cripple, would be hacked into pieces in front of him. Besides, with someone backing him, how could the long-faced man keep his calm? He pointed at Yi-Yun's figure and said to Gongsun Yang, "Young Master Yang, it's that kid. Kill him." Kill? Gongsun Yang's eyelids twitched. The figure in front of him looked more and more familiar. It made him think of someone. That person in his memories that had caused a huge psychological scar in his heart. That was the first time he had been grabbed by someone and nonchalantly beaten up in his entire life. right, beaten up, and not sparring. The difference between their strengths were too great. This even made Gongsun Yang question his life. They were both at the Tao Seed realm and they were both geniuses. Why could the gap be so huge? After 2 months of recuperation, Gongsun Yang finally walked out of his shadows, but who knew that just as he wanted to show off prominently so he could relieve himself of his repressed feelings, why did he have to encounter a figure that gave him such a strong sense of familiarity? Just as he wanted to make sure, the long-faced man somehow got strength from somewhere and he held the upper half of his body upright. He excitedly pointed at Gongsun Yang and said arrogantly to Yi Yun, "You savage who hasn't seen the world. Do you know who this is? He is a genius of my Li Fire sect's younger generation, young Master Gongsun Yang. With young Master Yang's talent, he can enter the Heavenly Tao Union soon. For a hillbilly like you, this is something you wouldn't even be able to process. I urge you to not to resist. Obediently wash your neck clean and prepare for death. Maybe our young Master Yang will show you mercy and let you look good in death." The long-faced man's voice entered everyone's ears. He touted Gongsun Yang so hard, because he knew of his status in the Li Fire sect. If Gongsun Yang entered the Heavenly Tao Union, he would have a lot of say. As long as this life-saving straw was grabbed onto, the long-faced man might be saved if Gongsun Yang put in a few good words to the upper echelons of the Li Fire sect. Upon hearing the long-faced man's touting, Gongsun Yang still did not know how to react. He was a person who liked to be touted in front of the masses. However, that familiar figure made Gongsun Yang feel a lack of confidence. At this moment, he did not stop the long-faced man from speaking further. He felt that things could not be so coincidental. The Tian Yuan world is so big, I don't believe I will meet him a second time. As Gongsun Yang had such thoughts, he gained a bit more confidence and thundered, "Kid, you caused trouble at the Li Fire sect shop. Today, I will fix you." Just as Gongsun Yang finished saying those words, the tea-drinking figure turned slightly sideways and said, "Oh? How do you plan on fixing me?" "Wah!" This voice was like a voodoo charm that seemed to hasten his death. Gongsun Yang immediately stared at him blankly. This voice, could it be? And at this moment, the long-faced man had an extremely distorted expression. "It looks like you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. You insolent person who thinks you are invincible, let our young Master Yang teach you how to be a proper person. Let a Southern Sea savage like you know what it means to be sitting in a well and looking at the stars." Southern Sea. The ominous feeling in Gongsun Yang's heart grew in intensity. At that moment, the figure finally turned his head. That familiar face made Gongsun Yang's entire body tense up. It was really him. Gongsun Yang only felt like he had been struck by a bolt of lightning. He felt his entire body go numb. The internal injuries he was suffering immediately started to ache. Gongsun Yang's face twitched, but everyone's eyes were focused on Yi Yun so no one noticed it. The long-faced man was still clamoring. The members of the law enforcement team were still rubbing their fists. As for Gongsun Yang, he seemed to have turned into stone. He did not even say a word. Back then, he knew that even his sect's elders had suffered under the hands of this person. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 595, Irrevocably Committed. Chapter 595, Irrevocably Committed. Two Li Fire sect exterior elders and a Shin-Tu elder, totaling in 3 Yuan opening realm elders. In the Tian Yuan world, it was already an impressive feat to reach the Yuan opening realm. For example, the Li Fire sect only had 8 people who had reached the level of Imperial King. And most of them were at the early stages of Imperial King. To step into the mid-stages or to be above the mid-stages, they would be patriarchal figures. Yet, 3 Yuan opening realm elders failed to apprehend Yi Yun despite combining their efforts. Instead, 8 Li Fire sect genius disciples were killed as a result, while Yi Yun managed to escape unscathed. The 2 Yuan opening realm elders were punished with 500 years in the dungeons. A person like Yi Yun was definitely someone they could handle. Their numbers and forceful stance were just for show, because Gongsun Yang clearly knew that all of them were nothing in front of Yi Yun. The law enforcement team from Heaven Marshal City may have a few Yuan opening realm law enforcers holding the ground, but they did not partake in settling a trivial matter of troublemaking in the Li Fire sect shop. Gongsun Yang froze on the spot and he broke out into a profuse cold sweat. He was having a terrible headache from the dilemma that faced him. With so many people watching and him having boasted, he never expected that the troublemaker was this jinx. He was completely at a loss as to how to react. Many people were waiting for him to apprehend Yi Yun, but Yi Yun was still sitting in the lounge drinking his tea in a calm and composed manner. "Senior brother Yang, why are you zoning off? Let's capture this person and report back quickly." Beside Gongsun Yang, Gongsun Ji said. He previously thought that once they found Zhang Yidao, it would take him down like a sudden clap of thunder which left no time for anyone to cover one's ears, before crippling him. But for some reason, Gongsun Yang stood there motionless for nearly a minute. He did not make a move, nor did he give any orders. At this moment, Yi Yun suddenly stood up. Gongsun Yang's heart missed a beat the moment Yi Yun stood up. He found his palms were damp with sweat and his lips were pale. He had the urge to just escape, but with so many people watching and him putting so much emphasis on his reputation, how could he run? And of all times, the long-faced man held his body up after noticing Gongsun Yang was late to giving out his orders. He laughed as he spoke for Gongsun Yang. "You are still so arrogant with death looming. It looks like you really won't shed a tear until you see your coffin. Since you asked just how we will fix you, I might as well tell you. Our young master Yang said that he would not only cripple your cultivation and torture you to death, he will even hoist your corpse in front of our shop to display it to the public, exposing it for 7 days." The long-faced man said with a touch of twisted pleasure, as he glanced at the onlookers. These onlookers had previously been standing at the entrance of the shop looking in, while pointing at him in his wretched state. This made him feel extremely unhappy. Now, he said it loudly for everyone on the second floor to know that Zhang Yidao's act against him would result in an outcome more than 100 times worse than his injuries. Gongsun Yang only wished that he could slap the long-faced man to death at this moment. With the jinx in front of him, he could forget that the long-faced man was being over-talkative, but why did he have to involve him in every sentence? "Senior brother Yang, what should be said has been said. It's time to make our move," Gongsun Ji said without much consideration. Although the long-faced man had said it in a highly conceited manner like he was intoxicated by success, it was nothing much. They wanted to show everyone the outcome of offending the Li Fire sect. Gongsun Ji glanced at Gongsun Yang, but, for some weird reason, Gongsun Yang still did not intend to do anything. On the contrary, his eyes were flickering, and his face had an ugly expression on it. All his muscles seemed to turn stuff. What's wrong with senior brother? Could it be that the internal injuries from before were acting up? Previously, Gongsun Yang being beaten half to death by Yi Yun was of course covered up by the Li Fire sect, but lots of people knew about Gongsun Yang's injuries. Gongsun Yang only lied that he had encountered a near-death experience while exploring a mystic realm which resulted in those injuries. This made Gongsun Ji believe that Gongsun Yang's injuries were not completely healed. And at this moment, Yi Yun walked towards the law enforcement team. Gongsun Yang's heart began to pound loudly like a drum. Sweat oozed from his forehead as he pressed his hand on his sword's hilt. He began to tremble slightly, for he was already really nervous. "Why? You haven't recovered from your wounds yet?" Yi Yun asked. Gongsun Yang felt an increase in the humiliating anger in his heart and he wished that he could tear Yi Yun to pieces, but he knew that if he rushed Yi Yun, he would only end up in a tragic state. "What's wrong? That Southern Sea savage is being so arrogant. Why isn't that Li Fire sect disciple doing anything?" At this point, many could tell that something was amiss, as they began to whisper. Gongsun Yang previously said that he would drag Yi Yun out and beat him up. From his light tone, it would definitely have been a single stunning blow. They all wanted to witness the impressive feat of a Li Fire sect genius. Now, with Jiang Yidao already initiating the provocation, Gong Sun Yang still did not make a move. And what were the wounds he mentioned? Gong Sun Yang felt that all eyes were on him, and he could hear the private discussions around him. He felt like crumbling there and then. How would he himself dare to make a move? Seeing Gong Sun Yang's inaction, Gong Sun Ji was certain that his senior brother had suffered a relapse of his old injuries. Forget it, I'll do it. Gong Sun Ji had such thoughts. He was already unhappy with Jiang Yidao's arrogance, and especially with him daring to walk towards them slowly. He had seen arrogance, but never that much arrogance. He took a step forward and unsheathed his sword. There's no need for my senior brother to take care of a southern sea savage like you. Kid, you are too arrogant, let me carve you into a human pole with my sword. Pang! Like a silver bottle shattering, dozens of cold beams shot out of Gong Sun Ji's sword tip, as they stabbed towards Yi Yun from different angles. His sword attack had sealed off every angle from which Yi Yun could dodge in. Every sword beam contained immense power, so strong that it forced the onlookers to retreat when they felt the frost chi. Gong Sun Ji did not attack Yi Yun's vital points. He wanted to lop Yi Yun's limbs, ears, and nose off. Junior brother, you. When he saw the scene, Gong Sun Yang's expression drastically changed. Before he could even open his mouth to stop him, Gong Sun Ji had already made his move. There was also no indication before he made his move. When Yi Yun saw the sword beams coming at him from all directions, he smiled. He did not draw his saber, he simply threw the tea water from the cup in his hands. The tea water was infused with Yi Yun's Yuan Qi. They shot out with golden beams and every droplet was like a tiny sun. Oh! Gong Sun Ji raised his eyebrows. He wanted to use tea water to block sword beams? Was he mad? With his Yuan Qi surging forward, the sword beams became even sharper. This person would pay a tragic price for his arrogance and stupidity. However, when the sword pierced into the curtain of water, it was like it had entered a turbulent vortex. Energy surged over in swaths, as the sword beams failed to penetrate it. Bang! 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 The sword beams dissipated as Gong Sun Ji cried out in alarm. He found it hard to stabilize his body in the resonance of such power, causing him to retreat many steps back. The tea water pierced through the sword beams and directly splashed onto his face. This tea water contained pure Yang Yuan Qi as well as Yi Yun's insights into the laws. The temperature was unusually high, so with the tea water hitting his face, the pain was like thousands of needles pricking him. Ah! Gong Sun Ji covered his face and let out a tragic scream, while his body tumbled in the air as it flew backwards. Boom! Gong Sun Ji slammed into 5 tea tables, causing tea sets to crash to the ground. Just a cup of tea water had sent Gong Sun Ji flying. The onlooking warriors were waiting for Gong Sun Ji to take Yi Yun down, but after this scene, they were completely dumbfounded. The entire tea restaurant had turned silent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 596, All Things Under Heaven Are Weapons. Chapter 596, All Things Under Heaven Are Weapons. A cup of tea water had shattered the all-encompassing sword beam, and it had even injured a genius nurtured by the Li Fire sect. The onlookers were all warriors. They knew very well that although it looked like ordinary tea water, it was infused with extremely terrifying power. That was no tea water, it was a river of molten lava compressed together. Thick. Heavy. Unrivaled. When a spray of tea water had so much energy infused in it, it was powerful enough to shatter sword beams. By being able to do this no doubt showed the great difference between Gong Sun Ji and that southern sea youth. Who is he? He looks so young, but he's actually some old monster. Yi Yun's strength appalled everyone. In their minds, only those old people who lived for thousands of years and had the ability to make themselves look youthful could have such power. However, there were some people present who could faintly detect Yi Yun's cultivation level. They shook their head, and one said, "Not at all. He is a young man. His cultivation level is at most at the peak of the Tao seed realm. A person at that cultivation level would be considered to have a slow cultivation speed if he was 30 years old." People began discussing it as Yi Yun was approaching closer. Gong Sunji's face was covered in blood. He was both surprised and angry. However, he could not do anything against Yi Yun, whose strength was on a completely different level than his. He held his face as blood continuously flowed through his fingers. He looked angrily at the long-faced man who was sprawled at a corner. He really wished that he could stomp him to death. Why did he offend such a person? As for the long-faced man, he was already dumbfounded. His slightly yellow horse face had now turned into a wax paper-like color. It was as ugly as it could be. Impossible. The long-faced man was still mumbling to himself. It was like a kid who had brought reinforcements with him after being beaten up. Despite countering with inflammatory words, he was still brutally beaten up again. As such, he could not accept it. "Stop, don't you move another step forward. We are Heaven Marshal City's law enforcement team. On behalf of the Martial Alliance, we uphold order in Heaven Marshal City. You have violated Heaven Marshal City's laws by causing trouble in the city. You destroyed a shop and injured law enforcers. No matter who you are, you will be punished." At this moment, a hook-nosed man standing beside Gong Sun Yang said coldly. He stood in front of Yi Yun and pressed one hand on his weapon. Despite knowing Yi Yun's strength, he did not lack one bit of confidence in front of Yi Yun. "I advise you to give up resisting and cooperate with us law enforcers. If you remain defiant, one more charge will be added on, and then you will be seeking your own death." In Heaven Marshal City, the law enforcers enjoyed success in every endeavor. Sometimes, it was not because the law enforcers were strong, it was because the people being captured did not dare resist, as they were afraid of a worse outcome. As a result, law enforcers became accustomed to using their authority to deter enemies. Ever since the Martial Alliance's authority had increased, there were extremely few people who dared to openly go against them and cause trouble. Sha! The hooked-nosed man pulled out a token from his interspatial ring. The token shone with golden beams as it exuded a strange energy fluctuation. "With the Heaven Marshal token here, are you not submitting yourself to punishment?" The leader of the law enforcement team shouted. And at the moment of him shouting, Yi Yun gently flung his hand. Phew! Yi Yun had flung the teacup in his hand. Previously, he had poured tea water, but this time, he had thrown a teacup. "You!" The hooked-nosed man jumped in fright. He was planning on frightening Yi Yun, but clearly, it was ineffective. Previously, the tea water thrown by Yi Yun was extremely horrifying. This time, despite him throwing a teacup, the hook-nosed man did not dare to act a moment slower. As he retreated quickly, he unsheathed the saber in his hand. Clang! He brandished the saber as it emitted cold beams. The shiny saber beams roared forward like a tsunami. Naturally, the hook-nosed man had excellent strength for him to become a leader of a law enforcement team in Heaven Marshal City. With him brandishing his saber, the saber beams extended like a metallic wall without any weak spots. But the teacup that contained Yi Yun's pure yang yuan qi seemed to suddenly become as heavy as a mountain. The saber beams that had formed a wall had been forcefully suppressed downwards. Pang! With the light beams torn apart, the teacup exploded from the great energy impact. However, Yi Yun's power was too strong. Although the teacup had shattered, it did not lose its momentum. It formed dozens of tiny porcelain fragments and they carried on flying towards the hook-nosed man. Sha! 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 The fragments slashed through the air as they emitted a piercing screech. The hook-nosed man received a shock as he gathered Yuan Qi to slash his saber a second time, hoping to shatter the fragments, but it was already too late. Ah! The hook-nosed man screamed loudly as he flew backwards with great momentum. The porcelain shards pierced through his protective Yuan Qi. Many of the tiny fragments had exploded into dust, and they no longer had any destructive power, but there were about 7 large shards that pierced his flesh. Blood splattered. The hook-nosed man slammed heavily to the ground, breaking a solidly manufactured staircase made of 1,000 leaves metal tree open, and rolled down from the second floor. Boom! The hook-nosed man crashed heavily on the first floor's ground and he tumbled a few times, overturning a few tables before he managed to stop. Immediately, the whole scene fell silent. No one spoke again. In the beginning, it was possible to explain how Jiang Yidao succeeded in his attack because of Gong Sun Shi's underestimation of his enemy. However, for the second time, the hook-nosed man had already seen Yi Yun's strength and he had used all his strength from the beginning. However, Yi Yun had managed to send him flying with a teacup, which was enough to explain the situation. This Jiang Yidao was too terrifying. Was there such a strong Dao Seed Realm warrior in this world? Yi Yun had thrown his tea water and then thrown his teacup. Now, his hands were empty, and he had arrived in front of the group of people with a surging aura. With Gong Sun Ji and the hook-nosed man taken care of, there was only Gong Sun Yang left. You. Gong Sun Yang's face was covered in sweat. At this moment, if there were not so many people watching, and that his every move had to do with the Li Fire sect's reputation, he would have definitely ran away. If this madman fought him again, he would be crippled again. Then, the sect might not pay the huge price of healing him again. He was lucky the first time because the sect wanted to cover up the news. This time, there was no way to conceal the news. Clang! Gong Sun Yang drew his sword and pointed it at Yi Yun. However, his sword tip was trembling slightly. Clearly, Gong Sun Yang was extremely afraid at that moment. How could he not be scared? With such a malefic jinx, it was not impossible for him to be the 15th person to be crippled after the 14 people in the man-ranked shop. To a blessed son of heaven like Gong Sun Yang, who had a bright future ahead of him, being crippled was an extreme pain. It was more horrifying than death. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 597, Leaving in Defeat. Chapter 597, Leaving in Defeat. The atmosphere in the Six Swords turned tense. Gong Sun Yang took one step after another backwards. Only then did people realize that Gong Sun Yang had probably recognized Jiang Yidao from the beginning. This way, the various abnormalities he displayed could be explained. You have recovered from your injuries? Yi Yun said with a sarcastic smile. Yes. Gong Sun Yang subconsciously responded from his nervousness. Oh? Looks like your Li Fire sect paid quite a heavy price. I wonder if they will be able to heal you this time. Yi Yun sized up Gong Sun Yang as he approached him. Almost instantly, Gong Sun Yang felt his scalp tense up, and a chill surged from his feet to his head. From Yi Yun's tone, he was planning on crippling him another time. When the surrounding warriors heard their conversation, they were left breathless. From the looks of it, Jiang Yidao had previously been in conflict with the Li Fire sect, and had even brutally beaten Gong Sun Yang up. Despite brutally beating up a Li Fire sect genius, he was still standing here fine and dandy? Immediately, those warriors looked at Gong Sun Yang with complex expressions. Many of them had joined the crowd due to the commotion from the streets. Yet, they ended up witnessing the high-spirited Gong Sun Yang turn ashen in a blink of an eye, so afraid that he did not dare do anything. With a mighty assemble of dozens of people, they were given a thorough beating with just a cup of teacup and the tea water within it. At this moment, there was no one who dared to challenge Yi Yun. Yi Yun's hand slowly moved his hand onto his saber's hilt. Upon seeing this scene, Gong Sun Yang felt his soul escape him. He had previously witnessed Yi-Yun's saber techniques. Besides, without Yi-Yun using his saber, he had already defeated 2 people. If he used his saber, wouldn't he really be crippled? Immense fear grappled Gongsun Yang immediately. At this moment, he could no longer care about his reputation. Without much thought, he immediately shouted, "Hold on! Don't move! Don't move!" Gongsun Yang threw his sword and under the watchful eyes of everyone, said with a pale face, "I surrender." He was surrendering without a fight? The onlooking warriors were both surprised and felt mixed emotions. What sort of person was Gongsun Yang? As a core disciple of the Li Fire sect, he had chances of entering the Heavenly Dao Union. This sort of person was naturally arrogant, and would not easily succumb to others. But now, despite the strength Jiang Yidao displaying being only the tip of the iceberg, it was sufficient to force Gongsun Yang to surrender without a fight. This was extremely shameful to a genius, and it could even create mental demons, making them lose confidence in their martial path. However, there was nothing else he could do under such circumstances. If he insisted on fighting, Gongsun Yang would have to risk being crippled. As a warrior, this was a risk he couldn't undertake. With Gongsun Yang surrendering, Gongsun Ji glanced at Yi-Yun and turned silent. As for the hook-nosed man, he gritted his teeth and did not even let out a whimper. As a leader of a law enforcement team, the shame he experienced was no less than Gongsun Yang. In Heaven Martial City, he had arrested many people. Every time, it was easy and allowed him to do it in an awe-inspiring manner. But this time, he ended up steamrolled by the criminal. The amount of depression derived from it was understandable. "Let us go," the hook-nosed man said with a nasty tone. Before he left, he gave Yi-Yun a hateful glance. The gaze was indignant and sinister. Clearly, the hook-nosed man was planning on getting a law enforcement elder to take Jiang Yidao in. Even if Jiang Yidao was all-powerful, he would have to succumb. Wait and see. To offend my law enforcement team, you are doomed. When you fall into my hands, you will know what's awaiting you. As such thoughts lingered in the hook-nosed man's mind, his subtle facial expressions reflected in the eyes of Yi-Yun. He immediately knew what the hook-nosed man was thinking. In fact, it was understandable for a law enforcement team leader to have such thoughts. Yi-Yun chuckled. He said nonchalantly, "Has anyone told you that your nose is ugly?" "Oh." Words that made no head or tail stunned the hook-nosed man. His nose looked sinister and ruthless, and this fierce look added to his murderous aura. However, who would dare mock his looks when he was a law enforcement team leader? They would only compliment him on his looks, adding more magnificence to his bearing. Just as he wanted to respond angrily, Yi-Yun made a move. Pang! The wooden board beneath Yi-Yun's feet exploded as his body turned into a red beam of light. In a thousandth of a second, he had appeared in front of the hook-nosed man as if he had teleported. The hook-nosed man did not have time to exclaim. Yi-Yun's single punch had already swept up the heaven-earth yuan qi from the surroundings and came crashing down like a mountain, hitting the hook-nosed man. Pang! The impact of the single punch was like that of a meteorite. The hook-nosed man screamed out loud as his body flew out. This time, his body broke through the Six Swords Inn's main door, and flew onto the street like a broken gunny sack. He felt his entire being in ruins. Yi-Yun's punch had hit his face, causing his entire hook nose to collapse. The hook-nosed man's nose was now dented into his face. A fist mark seemed to appear on his face, and surrounding the mark was blood. He was beyond recognition. As his body twitched, the surrounding law enforcers rushed over to him and helped him up. These people now looked at Yi-Yun as if they were staring at the devil. "Just treat it as me giving you some cosmetic surgery. You don't have to thank me." Yi-Yun pulled back his fist and gently pressed it, issuing ka-ka-ka sounds. He had controlled his strength and did not really maim or kill the hook-nosed man. He wanted to stir up conflict, but not to a point where conflict could not be smoothed over. Upon seeing the hook-nosed man in such a state, Tears were beginning to well up in Gongsun Yang's eyes. This team leader must have been accustomed to being cool and awesome, but this time, he had snookered himself. He wanted to forcefully retrieve some pride by saying some tough words, but Zhang Yidao was not one who would approve of that. As a result, the hook-nosed man ended up in such a tragic state. Why was he so unlucky? He had been beaten up by the malefic jinx at the Lin family, and now, in Heaven Marshal City, he had suffered again. He knew that the domineering stance that came with his arrival and the malicious words of hanging Zhang Yidao up on the city walls had crossed the line with the malefic jinx. He would not easily let them off. After some thought, Gongsun Yang took off his interspatial ring and said, "Sorry for disturbing young Master Zhang from drinking his tea. It was our bad. Here is some compensation, please treat it as a gift." When he took off his interspatial ring, Gongsun Yang's mouth twitched as he felt the pinch. The interspatial ring contained resources he had saved up through great difficulty. It also included treasures he had obtained while out on training expeditions. Beside Gongsun Yang, Gongsun Ji's eyelid twitched before he took off his interspatial ring. With two interspatial rings placed in front of him, Yiyun raised his eyebrow. He was quite surprised. He never expected them to have the foresight. In fact, he had no plans on really killing them. He could act wantonly in Heaven Marshal City, but he could not cross the bottom line. Beating a law enforcement team leader's face was nothing much, but if he had killed him and his team, that would be completely different. Seeing the interspatial rings placed on the table, Yiyun walked over and picked up a ring under Gongsun Yang's fretful eyes. With a scan, Yiyun knew what was inside. These two people's wealth was of not much value to Yiyun. Why are you two so poor despite coming from the Li Fire sect? With Yiyun saying this, it made the cheeks of Gongsun Ji and Gongsun Yang twitch. To be jawed on by Yiyun in such a manner, their faces were already burning. They could do nothing but endure. Although you are poor, your attitudes are not bad. Scram! Yiyun waved his hand, as he turned around to walk towards the Six Swords Inn. Gongsun Yang and company were feeling extremely aggrieved. They had come with such a forceful stance, but had to run away dejectedly. Even their interspatial rings were left behind. Gongsun Yang took a few deep breaths and took out his voice transmission token. He had originally thought that the day he was beaten up by Zhang Yidao at the Lin family was the most humiliating day of his life. But who knew that today's humiliation was worse than that day? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 598, Grabbing Attention. Chapter 598, Grabbing Attention. At this moment, in Treasure House, the ambassador from the Martial Alliance was still being attended to by the important figures of Heaven Marshal City. He was still inspecting the various treasures gifted to him by the various large family clans. The family clan elders were eloquent in their introductions to the treasures. They also mentioned several legendary stories which made it quite interesting. Until... the Li Fire sect elder Gongsun Ding suddenly received a transmission message. He first believed that Gongsun Yang had taken the troublemaker to task, and he was reporting on the completion of his mission, but upon listening to it. How is it? It has already been settled, right? Beside Gongsun Ding, Lord Zhang from the law enforcement team said leisurely. However, before he finished talking, his own transmission token had also lit up. Upon hearing the news, Lord Zhang stared blankly. What? His people had been driven back with injuries? Despite the euphemistic report from the law enforcement team, just the fact that the hook-nosed man was beat up into such a wretched state that he could not even speak and had to let one of his subordinates make the report was enough to completely dumbfound Lord Zhang. Their Heaven Marshal City's law enforcement team went to arrest a criminal, but they ended up being trounced to a pulp? This was preposterous. What's wrong? The Martial Alliance ambassador turned his head and asked Zhang. Zhang's face turned ugly. Previously, with the ambassador here, and the occurrence of a security problem did not reflect well on him, and now, with the law enforcers getting beaten up by the criminal while doing their job, how could he not be ashamed? However, he knew that it was useless trying to conceal the matter. There was no need for the ambassador to investigate the matter as it would automatically reach his ears. He could only bite the bullet and say, responding to the Lord Ambassador, this subordinate's law enforcement team headed to Six Swords Inn to enforce the law, but the criminal was arrogant and beat up my men. He is still on the loose, and it might need this subordinate to go in person. Oh? The middle-aged scholar was slightly stunned. He was also a bit surprised that such a thing had happened. However, he was just surprised. The martial alliance was extremely large, and it had its power spread throughout the Tian Yuan world. Heaven Martial City was just one of the cities under the martial alliance, so even if the city was very big, it was not extremely important to the middle-aged scholar. It was a trivial matter to him that the Heaven Martial City law enforcement team, which was set up by the Martial Alliance, had been brutally beaten up. It was not to the point of violating the dignity of the Martial Alliance, or pushing him to the brink of anger. Interesting. Your men from the law enforcement team have to pay attention to increasing your strength. The middle-aged scholar nonchalantly said it without putting too much thought to it. At the same time, he subconsciously glanced in the direction of the Six Swords Inn. This glance was just on an exploratory whim. As Lord Zhang from the law enforcement team mentioned the Six Swords Inn, it had attracted the middle-aged scholar's attention. After all, the Six Swords Alliance had been repressed so badly in recent years that it was quickly dissolving. Some of the 6-member factions of the Six Swords Alliance were already planning on joining the Martial Alliance. The middle-aged scholar wanted to see if the troublemaker was someone from the Six Swords Alliance. He wanted to know if the person had deliberately stirred up trouble because he was dissatisfied with the dissolution of the Six Swords Alliance. However, what the middle-aged scholar saw from the glance stunned him. How could that be? At this moment, in the Six Swords Inn, Yun had returned to his room and he was looking at Anyo, Ayu, and their cousin standing in the corridor. Ayu's cousin knelt down on the ground with a thud. Hero Jiang, this little me was blind and ignorant. Please do not take whatever actions this little one did to heart. This youth was one shameless person who bullied the faint-hearted but feared the stout-hearted. He previously thought that Yun would be taken away by the law enforcement team, but now, Yun's display of his strength dumbfounded him. It had already exceeded the scope of his understanding. He was worrying that the offensive actions he did previously would make Yun unhappy, so he quickly knelt down and pleaded. Yun could not be bothered with this youth at all as he said to Anyo, in a while, there should be some people coming. Hide in the room and do not come out. I might not be a match for the person that comes this time. When this matter is settled, I will take you to Treasure House to buy pills. The pills that you'll be buying will improve a portion of your body. Using too much would be ineffective. But even so, it would let your talent rise to the standards of a large faction's elite. It would be no problem for you to join any powerful faction of the Tian Yuan world after that. Pills that improved one's physique was most effective towards a person with a weaker physique. Upon reaching a standard level, pills that could result in any effect became more and more rare, and the efficacy would slowly decrease. It was like a malnourished child who only ate grain and vegetables. An occasional piece of meat allowed them to turn a healthy pink and grow a strong body. However, if a child who was already very well nourished, even if delicacies were fed to him daily, he would only end up getting fat. There was no way for him to grow taller or muscular. Thank you, big brother Jiang. Anyo also knelt down. His eyes gleamed with sincere gratitude. He knew that at Yun's realm, there was nothing he could do to help Yun. However, if Yun requested anything of him, he would rush to do it without even frowning. You don't have to thank me. Just work hard on cultivating. As Yun said this, suddenly. Oh! At that instant, he felt a slightly chilly perception scan across him. It penetrated deep into his body, as if it was completely seeing through him. Who? Yi Yun's hand immediately pressed on his interspatial ring. He was not surprised to be suddenly spied on. With the Martial Alliance in charge of Heaven Martial City and him being so flamboyant in his dealings by defeating the law enforcement team, he would naturally attract the attention of the Heaven Martial City's important figures. However, he never expected that there was a person with extraordinary strength in Heaven Martial City. Interesting. A faint voice rang in Yi Yun's ear. Moments later, that perception receded back like the tide. Yi Yun felt apprehensive as he looked towards Treasure House. As if separated by layers of space, he looked the middle-aged scholar in the eye. He is actually a young man. I really never expected it. The middle-aged scholar's interest was piqued. Previously, his reaction was mild despite the elders from various large factions introducing all sorts of treasures to him. However, he was excited seeing Yi Yun. He thought that a person who made trouble with the Li Fire sect and had beaten the law enforcers was a Yuan opening realm warrior. That was not surprising. However, when he scanned him with his perception, from the residual energy fluctuations in from the battle, and comparing all the guests of the Six Swords Inn, and from An Yo and his cousin's conversation, the middle-aged scholar was sure that Yi Yun was the culprit. A young man with such strength greatly surprised the middle-aged scholar. Besides, the moment he scanned him with his perception, Yi Yun had discovered it immediately. Not only that, Yi Yun managed to lock on to his position. This point alone made the middle-aged scholar even more excited. Interesting, really interesting. The middle-aged scholar had said the words interesting 3 times, stunning the people surrounding him. They did not know what he was talking about. I must definitely meet such an interesting person in person. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 599, Meeting. Chapter 599, Meeting. Go in person? Upon hearing the Martial Alliance's ambassador's words, everyone looked at each other. The law enforcement team's Lord Zhang tried probing. Lord Ambassador, it can't be that you want to meet that criminal? Zhang had noticed that the middle-aged scholar had said those words after looking in the direction of the Six Swords Inn. It seemed like what garnered his interest was Jiang Yidao, who had caused trouble at the Li Fire sect shop. A puny junior like him actually managed to pique the interest of Martial Alliance's ambassador so much that he wanted to meet him in person? Zhang was a bit stunned, while the Li Fire sect elder was a bit dumbfounded. The middle-aged scholar had used the word interesting as an evaluation, but he did not appear angry. This situation did not bode well. Criminal? The middle-aged scholar chuckled. Using the word criminal is a bit of a hyperbole. A young man tends to enjoy success from young, so he can be flamboyant in a way, so it is reasonable. Young man? Upon hearing this term, the handsome youth, who had been accompanying the middle-aged scholar all along, frowned. From the middle-aged scholar's tone, the person who defeated Gongsun Yang and company was a young man? From the looks of it, this young man clearly was stronger than trash like Gongsun Yang. Furthermore, he had managed to make the middle-aged scholar say the words interesting. So he is interesting. The handsome youth knitted his eyebrows and subconsciously cracked his knuckles. The middle-aged scholar noticed this small movement, but ignored it. He carried on speaking to Zhang. A young man tends to get angry quickly. Furthermore, your law enforcers have always been tough and rough in your mannerisms. The Li Fire sect probably had a few bouts of arrogance, so it's easy for there to be conflict. Him beating your men up in a spur of the moment is also something normal. Normal? Gong Sun Ding was dumbfounded. Their Li Fire sect's man-rank shop had been destroyed and more than 10 people were crippled. Even the law enforcement team leader that went to investigate was beaten to a pulp. Yet, the middle-aged scholar's comment on this was normal? If this came from someone else's mouth, Gong Sun Ding would have blown his top. However, what else could he say when it came from the Martial Alliance's ambassador's mouth? Lord Ambassador, if we do not mete out punishment on this matter, in the future, our law enforcement team. Zhang said while being placed in a difficult position. He could tell that from the tone of the middle-aged scholar that he was not interested in pursuing the matter. Instead, the young man had piqued the interest of the middle-aged scholar. This was not good news. How was his law enforcement team to uphold its dignity after this? The middle-aged scholar said, meting out punishment is necessary. It is not good for a young man to be reckless and domineering due to his own abilities. There is a need to admonish him. When the middle-aged scholar said those words, it left Gongsun Ding completely speechless. Just admonish? For a fight to break out in Heaven Marshal City, it was a great offense to Zhang and Gongsun Ding's dignity. However, to the middle-aged scholar, it was like children fighting. He did not put it to heart at all. Elder Gongsun, you don't have to take it too badly. I will naturally give you the necessary reparations. Since your shop has been smashed, I will let you open another one. The middle-aged scholar said lightly. To a figure at his level, maiming more than 10 Li Fire sect guards, who did not have good talents, was nothing. Just giving them another shop was more than enough in compensation. With the middle-aged scholar saying this, Gongsun Ding and Zhang could only follow him to the Six Swords Inn, no matter how unwilling they were. Just after they exited Treasure House, they encountered a few people looking embarrassed. Leading them was Gongsun Yang. The hook-nosed man and Gongsun Ji had already disappeared. Gongsun Ji was still alright because he had only suffered light injuries. As for the hook-nosed man, his nose had cratered into his face, and he was completely unsightly. Only Gongsun Yang was lucky enough to escape only by abandoning his dignity to plead, along with an interspatial ring. Hence, Gongsun Yang could return to report alone. Upon seeing the middle-aged scholar walking in his direction, Gongsun Yang became flustered. He had gone with a domineering stance to take care of a Southern Sea savage, but his entire team ended up being driven back. He was too embarrassed to even stand here. Lord Ambassador. Gongsun Yang gave a salute while biting the bullet. The middle-aged scholar lightly nodded and he did not say a word. However, the handsome youth behind him sneered. He sent a voice transmission, "What trash?" Returning like a stray dog. You. Gongsun Yang stared at him as his face turned red. This handsome youth was already so arrogant just because he was a member of the Heavenly Tao Union. He had mocked him more than once. How could he take this lying down anymore? Enough! At this moment, Gongsun Ding's Yuan Qi transmission rang in Gongsun Yang's ears. Although the handsome youth had only used a voice transmission without opening his mouth, from Gongsun Yang's reaction, and him leering at the handsome youth, how could Gongsun Ding not guess what had happened? In fact, not only Gongsun Ding, the middle-aged scholar had also noticed it, but he did not say a word. Gongsun Ding was also helpless against the handsome youth's mockery. Don't you feel ashamed enough? If you had defeated the savage, would all this have happened? Causing our Li Fire sect to be mocked. Gongsun Ding transmitted his voice while being exasperated at Gongsun Yang's failure to live up to his expectations. Gongsun Yang had bit his lips so much that they nearly tore, but he was out of options. He had no means of refuting Gongsun Ding's words. He could only follow the crowd dejectedly. He hated the handsome youth to death, and he also hated Zhang Yidao who had trampled on him twice. The entire group were all experts, so although they appeared to walk slowly, in less than a minute, they had already gone from Treasure House to the Six Swords Inn. Is this it? The middle-aged scholar stood in front of the Six Swords Inn, with his hand behind his back. He gave off an inspiring aura. The pedestrians who passed by glanced at him. Even though they did not know who the middle-aged scholar was, they could sense that this person was no ordinary person. The Six Swords Inn's door had already been smashed by the hook-nosed man. The entire inn was in disarray, and with a commotion to watch, there were still people around. However, everyone subconsciously avoided the middle-aged scholar. It made where he stood rather empty. The middle-aged scholar only waited and he did not step in. And at this moment, an azure-clothed youth walked out of the messy Six Swords Inn with a saber in his hand. This youth looked very ordinary, and he was the kind of person that didn't stand out in the crowd. However, his body exuded a crisp aura that made people apprehensive. This youth was naturally Yi Yun, who was using that star transference heaven-changing book. With such a fascinating mystic technique, his looks, aura and even bone age could be changed. Furthermore, the arrogance he exuded made it very difficult for people to link this genius who had undue confidence in his own ability, to Yi Yun, who had disappeared about 7 years ago. The middle-aged scholar and Yi Yun exchanged glances. Is it him? Yi Yun sensed a familiar aura from the middle-aged scholar. The probing energy that previously gave him a chill came from this person apparently. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.